Frank V sent $3. 1/3 Hey King, I'd if you saw but Smiley did confirm that Ali is a pederast and attempted to coerce him. I think that as a Christian movement we have to stomp that out and no person with such baggage. Frank V sent $3. 2/3 baggage should be of any influence if anything to prevent situations like with Smiley but also out of PR and CPL. I know Ali isn't AF or a grow-hyper but I think it prudent to make that clear regardless. Frank V sent $3. 3/3 Anwies, I 100% trust and know you wouldn't tolerate mutants like him. We're a Christian movement. Even Smiley said that you didn't know. God bless you King, with you until the very end.
Yeah, I saw this, and as far as that situation, I disavow that exchange and the things that have been posted around about Ali. What I will say, though, is consider the source. These are all people that worked with Ali for years, and this is always the approach, is the guilt by association. Now, don't get me wrong, unequivocally disavow pederasty, unequivocally disavow that conduct. I think it's gross. I think it's a very bad picture, and I think Ali has to explain what's going on there. I talked to him privately about it. He said that there's some discrepancies there, and so now we'll see what he has to say. I said the other week, I said, let's see the proof. We see something that's pretty damning, and I disavow, totally. As far as Ali, I've heard that he's got a defense on this, and so we'll see what he has to say. But I'll also say that let's not pretend like we don't know where this is coming from. This is coming from who said in 2015 that he was at parties where kids were being and wouldn't say who was there. So we've heard about the Ali stuff. Okay, I think it's terrible. Now I want to know about Milo and this gay party he was at with Hollywood producers with children. Because this is a guy who, let's not forget, got canceled in 2017 for saying that is a good thing. Have we forgotten that? This is the guy leading the charge. The guy that said in 2017 that actually adults having sex with 13-year-olds is good for them. What a disgusting, shameful thing to say. And he was there in 2015 saying, oh, I was at a party where kids were being, and then he protected those accusers. So I'd like to see the names with regard to that. So I think that the attack is very disingenuous. Typically where there's smoke, there's fire. And I talked to Smiley about it today, and we had a good conversation about it. And I said, listen, you should have brought this to me. I didn't know about this. And he said that he was ashamed about it. He was embarrassed. He didn't want to talk about it. And of course, these things are being solicited now, not as part of any good faith investigation, although they've turned up some things which are not good, but it's been solicited in an attempt to attack my character, in an attempt to insinuate that there's some complicity or wrongdoing on my part when there wasn't. So that's what I have to say on the matter. As far as Ali goes, I'd like to see some explanation from him. I'd like to see his next moves on this. Ali's been a friend of mine for a long time, and he's been loyal to me, and I don't like what I see here. Not a fan about the whole thing, to say the least. I think it's totally inappropriate. And until we can see what's going on, I think that there's going to have to be a little bit of a separation there, to be honest with you. Because it's not good. And Smiley the Fed is a groiper. He's a close friend of mine. So to see that, it does hit home. But I just wish we had heard about this before Milo got fired from Yay 24. It's just curious. Because what Smiley says is that he was talking to Milo about this back in February. So why did Milo conceal this for over a year and wait until he got fired from the campaign and me and Ali were kept on to reveal all of this? I think that speaks to what's going on here. That's how I feel. That's my honest-to-God opinion. I've come this far telling the truth. I'm not going to blow smoke up anybody's ass. I think the Me Too thing is honestly, I think it's a load of shit in general. And that's why I didn't care when it was Milo talking about Hollywood parties. That's why I didn't care when it was rumors about whatever. I disavow it. I think it's gross. I don't like it. But I said this when the UK prime minister got fired. You know, our countries and movements and things going to be ground to pieces because of bad faith attacks over sexual impropriety. If we're talking about murder and things like that, you know, okay. But when we're talking about flirting, give me a fucking break. Honestly. Yeah, and I know that's not a good look, whatever. But that's how I feel about it, to tell you the truth.
So as you can see here, this has now officially hit some pretty large news outlets. It's in Rolling Stone, it's in the Daily Beast, it's in Jezebel, it's in Mediaite. So yes, it has hit. It's even in Yahoo. 3 hours ago, Yahoo covered this. So yes, this is starting to take off. This is starting to take off. Ali says, "Why do I want you on my side?" Nicholas replies, "It's blacked out." Ali says, Ali looks like he sets out a list of requirements here, okay? 1, everything is secret and private, or family. Unless it's public, public is a stage. 2, boundaries are cool. You're allowed to say no. However, the less you deprive me of, the less I deprive you of. I'm a big sharing person, unless it's not even. Sounds very fucking sus. 3, never ever lie. Disappoint and enrage the other person with a true opinion or thought before lying to them. Lying breaks what this could be. 4, be mindful of each other's reputation. Never do anything that would make my network question me, bringing you around, and I'll never do anything that would make your family go, what the fuck? This is very, like, this is a veiled threat, right? To me, it looks like a veiled threat. At this, Ali says, "You don't even send me videos anymore. No good off material. Don't even want to be my side piece." But I understand this. I guess he sent a picture. He said, "You're welcome." Ali says, "Do you use Cash App or Venmo?" This is an earlier screenshot that we saw already. This is referring to the entourage thing. "Rolling with me mostly. I'll have an entourage. Depends." Ha. I mean, depends. If it's me babysitting you during the day, then no. I don't have kids. If it's something more entertaining, then maybe. All depends on what we're up to. No matter what, I'll let you meet Milo. There's probably 5 people I'll introduce to him. But who will be my arm candy, the one with me always in VIP and in and out? Well, that is to be determined by the boy who plays his cards the most correct. Always have options. Arm candy is better than babysitting. I'm not saying I'm opposed to whole time stuff, just don't want it to be boring the whole time.
That's insane! It's delusional! Fuck you! Fuck them all! Let them all burn! Burn it down! Burn it down!
Burn it down! Burn it down! And what you don't know
here's
what's
big
happening?
tech. Here's big tech with the righteousness.
Honestly.
Very righteous to
Very
stand
righteous.
against this.
Uh-oh, it's cancel proof. Hey, cancel proof. What's up? You want to call in? I was about to end this stream, but if you're going to call in, I'll stay. If you're not going to call in, I'm going to continue ending. But if you will call in, I'm going to stay and talk to you because you just said hey. But I want to know what's up, Paul. I'm hearing that you stayed the night with Ali. I heard that you stayed the night with Ali Alexander. Is it true? I've heard you've sat around and you've drank drink with him. And I'm watching this video of Ali Jamal standing up with a, which doesn't mean anything, but your face is in this video. And I saw you in chat defending Ali Alexander. I'm paraphrasing what I saw. And my opinion is that you, Hollywood Paul, which is I'm calling you right now because it seems
Hollywood
you're
Paul.
coming across sussy. You can call in, but not the second because you're trying to get your kids off to school. All right, well, I can't interrupt your family business. But I hate to have an interaction
Anonymous
with you like
sent
this.
$3. Paul has
By
some
the way,
serious
Paul
vibes.
Look at Anglo-Acadian in chat who says that the Wendell crew needs to stand down because we got blood in the water. Like, there's some, and that's the infighting that Ralph caused with Wendell and with
which
Franson,
tomorrow.
which we're getting into, but the whole thing is starting to crumble. And we're already seeing infighting. Like, Big Tech, he knows which way the wind is blowing on this, and he's not going along with it. Brittany knows which way the wind is blowing and is like saying to Ralph, you can't defend Ali.
Yeah.
You can't do this. You know? This is gonna fuck shit up. If they are able to survive this and keep Ali in power, I don't know what will cause people to come to reality. At bare minimum, for these guys to stick around and be taken with any sort of credibility whatsoever, Ali needs to be fired and exiled from the movement forever. It's beyond. It's beyond. Even Ralph isn't as low as this.
Yeah.
That's like the God's honest truth is like, I don't have smoking gun victims coming forward saying they were by Ralph. Ralph's an evil piece of shit. They defend him to the end. It seems like the only line they have is if somebody is a child. And even then, they don't care. As long as you're a child that says that you'll for Nick Fuentes, you're okay with them.
Fuck.
Shame. Shame.
But look, we're in a spot here where you're extra close to this guy who is not an acceptable guy.
What a righteous statement by fucking Big Tech. He's like, not acceptable.
And this is the guy that brutalized his wife and child.
Yeah.
Are we beefing? Beef is a stage that we're not at. I mean, it's sort of like, I want to hear from you.
Kial in chat goes, has Ralph even said anything against Ali? It's worse.
It's worse.
He said, this guy got me my Twitter account. I owe him my life, and I will never disavow. He'd have to do far more than this for Ralph to disavow. That's what he said today.
What is far more? Literally,
how
like,
much more?
Tie
Does
them
he have
up
to kill
in their
children?
basement?
Does he have to torture them?
Even then, I don't even know if Ralph would fucking disavow.
No, because Ralph's Twitter account is more important to him than the lives of children.
Ralph, yeah. And wait till you see.
This is beyond, like, reprobate. This is beyond the reprobate. Like, this whole movement is beyond redemption at this point. Just wait until you hear how Nick copes about this, guys.
Oh.
Just wait.
We watched
Even
it
Big
live.
Tech. This is Big Tech reacting to that cope by Nick. And he knows which way the wind's blowing.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
I don't like what I'm seeing. That's where we're at. We're not beefing, but I'm not liking what I'm seeing.
Anonymous sent $3. Paul slept over with both Ali Akbar and Ali Jamal. He's also blocking people like crazy on Twitter who are pointing it out.
No way. Paul slept over. What do you mean slept over with Ali Akbar?
Anyway, so I think about these things.
What do you mean?
And
Paul comes over with scotch regularly. What?
To
To Ali
until I can't get back up.
Alexander's house.
Or I die or I win. And until that point, all I could expect from myself is
Anonymous sent $3. Ali stayed at Paul's studio/house for a while.
Okay, well then that's it.
Corny or whatever, but because it's hard. It's a lot of pressure with everything that goes on. There's many dimensions to it.
It's over, dude. You slept over at a kid's house
and sometimes people forget that. I don't like to talk about it, but
never
it's
trust
not
you again.
Like it's some big.
Never.
People look at things like this or other things,
be
and
cool with you.
They go, it's so simple. Why didn't he just do this or that? And it's like, well, it's actually very complicated.
And I have to assume you did shit with him. That's why you shouldn't have done that, because I have to assume you guys did weird shit together. You fucking.
That's just a lot of pressure. I don't know where that comes from. I think it's funny that I asked you this question.
Stupid idiot. You stupid Hollywood idiot.
Your peers, even just everyone in the
Shut
world.
Your fucking
and you
mouth.
See the difference and whatnot.
Cancel your channel. Log off.
The audience just
Hollywood
when
Paul.
You ask him, what's the difference exactly?
We'll get another documentarian.
I'm just doing what I do.
We'll get another one. Log off.
I don't know.
Just log off, dude. I didn't know about that. If Nick was working angles,
you're looking at a live view of Starship as it awaits its first
for
integrated flight test from
advantage.
Texas, and just a little over from 40
with this or that person, Alex Jones, Milo, Ali. Hey, if a couple Lances and a couple Smileys end up showing their to Ali.
Kate Tice, Quality Systems Engineering Manager here at SpaceX headquarters.
Fog of war, collateral damage. Call me a bad guy. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Tell me that it's unacceptable. At all costs, we must protect the from having pictures taken of them. What's the worst thing that was going to happen? Smiley was going to suck a... Sorry, Smiley. That's a that you take for the team. Sorry, Smiley. We got a world to save here. We got total victory on the line. If Smiley's got to suck a, then Smiley's got to suck a. If Smiley's got to, you know what I mean? Like, I don't want it to be that way. But if that's what it takes to win, you're like presenting me a deal. You get total victory. I get Smiley has to suck Ali Alexander's. That's a hard choice. Sorry, Smiley. You might have to take this one for the team, bro. So if Nick is like, yeah, I don't like it. He's a problematic minority. I don't like it, but we got to play ball. I can understand that choice. I can understand that choice. I don't yet understand the choice of sleeping in the hotel room with Milo. That's the one that bothers me. The other one bothers everybody else. I'm weird. I don't care if Miley has to suck a. I don't care about that. I don't understand Nick himself sleeping in the room with Milo. I don't understand Nick now. Which is... Maybe I never did. That's what it's making me think. Maybe I never really understood this guy like I thought. I didn't take Nick for the type of guy that would accept that. I took Nick for the kind of guy who would be like, nah, fuck that. I'll go down to the reception. I'm getting my own damn room. Fuck you, Milo. I'm not even going in your room. Nice try, Milo. But I'm not going in your room. That'd be crazy. I thought Nick would do that. And since he didn't, now I'm going like, what the? But as far as like, yo, if Smiley's going to suck it, if fucking Lance Video's going to, I don't care if all of you guys, if all of you have to suck a in order for us to win, yo, open your mouth. I don't care. Sorry. Oh, you're emotionally scarred for life. Oh, boo-hoo. Our ancestors died in the trenches. Frozen. Blown up by shrapnel. Fucking flamethrowers. Normandy. All the rest. Bombing runs. Flames falling out of the sky. What, you got to suck Ali Alexander's? Boo-hoo. I don't care. Sorry, that's gross. But I'm not losing sleep over like, oh no. You must protect the youth of the America First movement. Every one of you guys, every single one of you is expendable. I will throw you in a fucking furnace if that's what it takes for us to win. Me too. I don't care. I don't care about you. I care about my kids and everybody else's kids. I care about the future. I care about America. I care about like preservation of all that we hold sacred. I don't care about you. You can fucking die. You're going to die anyway. I care about like something way bigger than all of us. True Gamer says L take.
RPG sent $3 just 3 days ago. You were talking about trucks and chains. Now you're endorsing little boys sucking. You are absolutely pathetic.
See? I know. I don't care. I'll say whatever I want. I don't care. I don't care. Nick, I've dragged you in.
Hello?
Hello. Nick.
Hey, can you hear me?
Hey. Yes,
Hey.
I can hear you. Hey, welcome. Cozy.tv/big tech.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So here we are again.
Yeah.
Because you are causing me problems. That always seems to be the interaction with you. It's pretty remarkable. It was early on when you are stirring the pot with everybody and you're threatening to kill people. And then it's when you get Mr. Girl reported, which honestly, I don't entirely blame you for that. There's obviously some culpability. And now here we are. And, you know, all I have to say is this. Last night, Chief Trumpster, who does not have a big following or anything, like he's not an e-celeb, like not a face like you and I. This guy has been around for 4 years, and I hardly promote him. Sometimes I do. But this is a guy who goes out there consistently and takes the initiative to do positive things for our mission and our agenda. And yesterday's a perfect example. Without anybody telling him to do it, he wrangles together this huge space. He capitalizes on the Preston Para situation. He gets that Tyler character on the call. It's a great night. We have 1,200 people watching the space. A lot of influential types are all doing damage control. And I was telling somebody, it's so funny that this is happening, because I was just telling somebody today, I said, wow. I said, Chief Trumpster is one of the only people in this entire scene who has gotten clout from me, and really not even a lot, but he has taken the clout and the platform that I gave him, and he's doing something that's actually helpful. He's doing something that's actually pushing the ball down the field and helping me. I said, because most of the people in this scene, they take the platform that I gave them, or the clout or whatever, and they use it to start this ridiculous cannibalistic drama against our own people. And, you know, it's not just you, but it's even these people like, you know, Mio and Tenryo, and it's a lot of them. And don't get me wrong, I like Tenryo. Tenryo's actually been very helpful behind the scenes. And I like Mio. And actually, I like you. I think you're a good streamer. But do you know how frustrating it is that I run this site, I pay for it, I run this foundation, I run AFPAC, I'm out there on the front lines, getting attacked constantly, and to constantly have to go back into fucking group chats and into these streams, this ridiculous drama that goes on between our own people, firing at each other. And especially with this situation, this is essentially a fake situation that has been manufactured by Milo. The whole thing is fake. This Smiley Ali thing happened 6 years ago. And the kid is... I mean, we've seen the Instagram posts. So we bounced Ali from the group chat, and we got him to bow out of public life. What more do people want here? You know, somebody said it on Twitter the other day. They want an apology? I mean, what am I even apologizing for? We became aware of it last week, disavowed immediately, took action. It's over. And the only reason it came around at this time is because this Jew woke up on the wrong side of the bed. He'd known about this for over a year. Clearly, it wasn't pressing. So, I mean, this is a giant diversion, and it's also a targeted attack on me with the deliberate attempt of kicking up dirt around my reputation. And so to see somebody like you harping on it, you're the last one harping on it, it's just like, you know, what's the big idea here? What's the angle? And you say this stuff about self-righteously, oh, well, you know, we got stuff going on in our own house. No, we fucking don't. Ali has never been to AFPAC. And he's not even a Groiper. He's not America First. He was actually against America First for years. He reluctantly collaborated with me during Stop the Steal when it was all hands on deck. And I think that's the last time we really worked together. And the same goes for Milo. He's somebody that I talk to occasionally, and he came into AFPAC 3 and brought Marjorie. But once again, aside from that, this is somebody that called himself a so-called arm's-length ally. So, you know, to harp on these things, you're just giving bandwidth to a lot of fake diversionary stuff, and all it's designed to do is to switch up the focus, muddy my reputation, and to see you feeding into that, I mean, it doesn't surprise me, but it's just so irritating that, I mean, you have people out there like me that are trying to do the right thing against all odds and just constantly this ankle-biting bullshit, and people like you holding us back with the, is it self-serving? Is it about you wanted to get my attention to come on your stream so you could get viewers? Is that it? Is it about building your brand? But other than that, it's not productive. So, help me understand here. And see this shit in the live chat. You got RedPilled. This is the biggest loser on planet Earth. Super chatting your show. Does that not tell you everything you need to know about what this is about? What a joke. And I stick up for you. You got people texting me constantly, you got to kick big tech off your platform. And in spite of the problems you've caused for me, I've said, no, that's not what Cozy's about, this and that. And you come on here and you stream copyrighted content. You talk shit about me. You talk shit about everybody else. You're dragging on this psyop, which clearly was foiled by me. And, it makes me feel like a big asshole for not throwing you under the bus when everybody else was attacking you, like Andrew Anglin or Beardson or whoever else. It's ridiculous. Your whole chat, your entire chat, victim blaming. Your people are Nick. We attacked somebody. Seriously?
Well, you got to understand that my chat is tripled in my normal size. So 3/4 of these people are not people who watch my show.
Okay, but if they're attracted to, if your live chat is hospitable to this, if your moderators are hospitable to this, you can't say, oh well, you don't see people like that in my live chat.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Mods.
Somebody goes boo-hoo. Unbelievable. Listen, it's not boo-hoo. I'm not expecting people to feel bad for him. It's just not right. It's just not right. If you're down with this agenda and this mission, then you don't do crap like this. It's just not. It's disloyal. And it's the wrong thing to do. So, that's what I have to say to you.
Well, I hear you on that, and I can definitely sympathize with that. I could put myself in your shoes and feel that way, absolutely. So, I could give a big defense and say well, for me, it's here's all the reasons why I'm doing it. But I don't know if that would make you feel any better about it at all. So it seems like it'd be kind of spinning the wheels,
all I'm asking here is for you to look at the big picture, which is that this entire situation is clearly manufactured. Do you understand that? Do you understand what I'm saying when I say that? That Milo running this op, he produced these screenshots from Smiley. Smiley, this happened 6 fucking years ago. Okay, let's just get the facts straight, because honestly, I'm really sick of hearing about this situation. 6 years ago, he elects to send nudes to Ali. And I've said this before, when I was 15, I wasn't sending nudes to anybody, let alone men. And if men asked me to send nudes, I wouldn't have done it. And, so, okay. So maybe you agree with that. Well,
yeah, 100%. What I've been saying is the gets hanged, but the kid who sent the nudes gets whipped in public. In my world, they both get punished. The adult gets it worse. But
I agree. Yeah. And I've said the same. I think that there's obviously more responsibility on the adult because they're an adult. And it's also perverse. So, it's both action, but adult has more responsibility, and because they're the one engaging with the younger one. They're the one that's, you know, you could say more perverse. So, but so this kid stays in contact with Ali for years, and he's telling him, "Hey, you gonna be at Stop the Steal? Hey, you gonna be at AFPAC?" And Smiley reports this to Milo a year ago, and Milo goes, "Oh, okay," and doesn't tell anybody. And then a year later, after Milo has a falling out with me, he throws everything that he can at me. And he's got nothing because my conduct is unimpeachable. So he's just got these, you know, oh, I think he doesn't go to church, or, oh, you know, this and that. Okay. And then he goes, oh, I know. So he literally calls up Smiley on April 7th and says, hey, remember that conversation we had 14 months ago? Yeah, blah, 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 blah. And then he gets Marjorie Green to copy and paste a message on her Twitter account. I mean, and so you see very plainly, and I said this on my show, it's not to say that what happened, you know, isn't wrong. And it has been addressed. Smiley filed this police report. Ali is leaving public life. He's not going to be at AFPAC, and he never has. It goes without saying. But you see that, like, that is how these things work in politics. It's like Madison Cawthorn, when they dug up all those videos, or it's like Trump, and they bring up Stormy Daniels. And so it's like the same idea of if you're like a diehard Trump supporter and you're like, well, I don't know, the Stormy Daniels stuff looks pretty bad. It's like, yeah, but the people that are pushing it are lizard people, and they're only doing it because it's going to hurt Trump. And like everybody understands that. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. Yep.
So, and that's why I give the example of Chief Trumpster, because, you know, whatever you want to say about us, I mean, yeah, we're people, okay? I mean, the Catholic Church is corrupt and has problems. Every institution is corrupt and has problems because it's full of people, and people have problems. But America First is the only one pushing a conservative message. You know, whatever people may speculate about me, or they may look at people that are loosely associated. And I don't think that's being disingenuous to say that. I pulled up screenshots from Groyper War, where I said literally Milo and Ali are not Groypers. They're people that we can use in certain circumstances to further our agenda. You know, loosely affiliated have problems. It's like, but look at the bigger picture. We get Chief Trumpster. Well, he does it on his own accord. He sets up this space, and we raise awareness about the fact that our country's being controlled and corrupted by mafia. And it's like, yeah, that's a positive thing. It's a positive thing that we exist to do that. And so people should be thinking in terms of that instead of this circular firing. And by the way, and I extend that admonition to a lot of people. It's just that the difference is, you know, because Tenrio was saying stuff the other day, like, I'm going to leave the platform if big tech doesn't go. And Mio's talking shit.
If Brittany and Mio don't go.
Yeah.
That had nothing to do with me.
Okay. So I don't know.
I was trying to help Tenrio at that time.
Okay. In any case, still not a fan, you know, when he says that, or Mio saying the stuff that he's saying. Ethan Ralph hits me up and says, you know, big tech's got to go, and this sort of thing. And it's like, what if everybody that's firing at each other just had a little bit of graciousness to put that aside and direct that at other people? Like, what if they put all that effort into A-logging or attacking these individuals? You know, because I just don't understand what is the outcome that you want out of this situation? Like, I don't understand. It was addressed. It was taken care of. A lot of it was based on misunderstandings and essentially lies.
I want to blow off some steam because this is a sweaty situation, number one. And I want to say some things that are on my mind that feel like they're not allowed to be said, and it's a really bad feeling. And I also want to fire back at people who've been firing on me. And it's absolutely achieving that purpose. They're really mad right now. They're threatening to. Ethan Ralph is saying he's going to go visit my wife and kids on Tuesday in LA while he's out here. Wurzelroot's girlfriend's currently doxing pictures of my children on her Telegram. Like, they're going crazy. So this is hurting them. And they've been punking me, so I'm firing back, and it's working. So we're in a feud that goes both ways. And nobody complains when Brittany and Mio A-log me for hours, endlessly, night after night. They have my face, just like I'm doing to Beardson and Wurzelroot right now. When they do this exact same thing to me day after day for hours, nobody cares. And that's fine. But when I do it to them, the whole world burns down. So I want that. And I want to be able to say what's on my mind, which it feels like everybody's telling me, don't say it. Don't say the obvious thing that everybody's thinking, which is that this really sucks. And honestly, Nick, I want to ask you, the thing I haven't heard from you that I'd really like to hear is, hindsight being 2020, with regard to the Milo and Ali thing, what would you have done different, if anything? Or do you feel like your choices were, I mean, and I'm not saying they were wrong, but do you have the inside scoop. You were there. Do you feel like that? Because I haven't really heard you say that. So I don't know. But I'm left with the feeling. Would that
change things for you if I said what? Am I supposed to go on the stream and say something like, if I had known that, I would have never. I mean, is that like,
yeah,
would you like me to write up a statement?
Well, it's like an elephant that lives in our room now for me. That I was like, what's the deal? Is Nick cool with bringing in our group or not? And did he not know? What did he know? Did he not know? And looking back, does he go, you know what? Like, what was your reason for bringing those guys around? Like, you know, Milo's nuts.
But wait, when you say bringing those guys around, yeah, you know, what exactly does that mean?
Well, there's like Cozy.tv/Milo and Cozy.tv/Ali. I know Milo didn't use it, but Milo was at AFPAC. And Ali's been streaming on Cozy. And I talked to Ali, trusting him with a trust that I extended because of my trust in you.
Here's what I'll say about this. And maybe you're not going to like this. Maybe other people won't like it. And I don't really care. But I care about winning. I care about victory and success. And so Milo and Ali, I never considered groypers, and they never considered themselves groypers. But they are also people that were useful in their own way at their own time. Ali was one of the only people organizing for Stop the Steal. Were you organizing for Stop the Steal? I mean, where were all these fucking angels? People talk about, you know, Ali, and it's true. I knew that Ali was bisexual or gay. But where were all these people that I had to choose from that were organizing massive rallies across the entire country in every state capital during Stop the Steal? Should I have said I'm not going to go? Should I have said I'm not going to go to Stop the Steal? I will not be in Atlanta. I will not be in every other city. I'll not go to Million MAGA March.
I was there at Million MAGA March. I watched you speak.
Because
there.
Ali is gay. I went to Stop the Steal, regardless of who, you know, Alex Jones was there too. I don't agree with Alex Jones, and obviously it's different. It's not about agreement. But you go with what you got. That's politics. This idea that in politics you have the luxury, especially in the position we're in, of only ever associating in any capacity with people that have perfect conduct. And I know what you're going to say. Well, it's far from perfect, whatever you want to call it. Good conduct, acceptable conduct. They agree with us on even 10% of things. We don't have that luxury. What matters is that the leader has the vision. What matters is the people who are closest to the center have that vision. Sometimes in this world, you have to work with people that you don't necessarily like and maybe actually you hate. I always hated Milo. I always knew what he was about. Laura Loomer likes to tell me, I told you so. I tell her, you can't tell me so, because I knew then. And I made the conscious decision that, knowing full well that this day would come, that it was worth the risk of associating with him, because guess what? He brought Marjorie Taylor Greene to the conference, and it was the biggest conference ever. And I got launched into the mainstream. And By the way, that was also an event where we lost our headline speaker that night. So am I supposed to say in that moment, here we are with AFPAC 3, our $200,000 conference, our headline speaker has bowed out because he got a call from Fox News, and Milo comes in and says, hey, Marjorie Greene is here to speak. Am I supposed to say, oh, I have to end this phone call because you're bad news? You know, if people don't like that I made that decision, well, then you can join all the other people that are losers and not doing anything close to what we're accomplishing in America First. And same thing with Ye. I was getting ready to be done with Milo permanently in the summer, and there was one person who was willing to stick their neck out and get the number from Daria, because Daria doesn't like me, from InfoWars. And I hated that. I mean, don't get me wrong. And you could talk to anybody that I know. I hated it from the moment it happened, that Milo was even insinuated into the conversation. It made me physically cringe, and it was unbearable. And I actually sought advice from many people close to me and said, should I just leave LA right now? Should I quit because I hate this guy and so on? But the difference between me and all the bystanders and all the people on the sidelines is that I take the responsibility and say, I will endure that and I will suffer that for the sake of the bigger picture, which is that proximity to Ye at that time, obviously, was an extremely critical thing. So, you know, again, we have to be, the specificity is important. I didn't bring these guys around to hang out and just be BFFs and say, hey, none of these people spoke at AFPAC. None of these people are on the foundation. None of these people are on any of the other corporations that I own. But they had a role to play at a time. And if there were another option in those scenarios of the, you know, the guy that we all want to associate with doing what they were doing, obviously I would have loved to select that. But, you know, life and politics doesn't give you that, especially doesn't give you that when you're a guy like me, when you're canceled completely. So, you know, there's this expression my father used to tell me when I was younger, which is that you got to play by the rules until you're in a position to make the rules. Now, obviously, I don't play by the rules. I break as many rules as I can, and I am very extreme and so on. But I'm also a pragmatist. And I also do have a sense for the practical. And if I think you look at the decisions, I don't even know what the criticism is. You know, having to placate Milo and listen to his ridiculous rants on text. He's blowing up my phone, sending me 25 text messages at a time, and I get the ear of Marjorie Taylor Greene. I think that's an acceptable trade-off. Ali, who has never called himself America First, ever. Once again, I speak on the same stage at him at the Stop the Steal rallies. I mean, is that the criticism? Because I own that. I own that whole situation. Now, that'd be altogether different. People are comparing it to Turning Point USA. Rob Smith is a paid ambassador, meaning like he's paid to represent their group. He's on the stage. It's just not comparable. It's apples and oranges. We wouldn't have anybody on the stage. And by the way, both of them are asking for that kind of thing. Laura Loomer's asking to be on the stage, and it's like, you know, listen, I love Laura Loomer, but she's a Zionist. So, you know, we have to be specific about what we're talking about. And that's where I get to the whole point of this. When I say it's manufactured, like you said, a lot of it sucks. But when you get down to the brass tacks, because that's what a leader has to do, is make decisions based on the concrete details and specific situation, I don't understand what I'm supposed to be regretful or apologizing over. I'd fucking do it again. At 100%, I would do it again to be at that table with Donald Trump and Ye, and tell Donald Trump to come to his senses and drop the teleprompter and tell Ye to, you know, talk about this stuff and this sort of thing. 100% I'd do it again and get Marjorie Greene at the conference. And I'd be at Stop the Steal talking about election fraud. It's the most critical thing going on. And that's where, unfortunately, these get dazzled. So somebody shows something emotionally upsetting in their face and they get dazzled by it and they can't see past it. But it's like, election fraud is actually bigger than one out of, quite frankly, many gay people in the conservative movement. I don't say that to minimize it, but I do mean to say that, I collaborate with Ali so I could be at Stop the Steal. And this is something that affects all of us forever. When they increase the mail-in ballots by 200% or 100%, from 16 to 20, and they make it so that we can't win elections anymore. Yeah, it was actually like the most important thing that we were in the streets speaking out about it and pressuring Republican legislators to take action. And people go, well, but you associated with one guy from Con Inc. to get on that stage? It's like newsflash. That is a tale often told across the whole board. Find me, if you pulled me 100 guys like Ali, organizer, activist, whatever, from the Con Inc. side, half of them would have the same profile as Ali. And again, it's not to say it's acceptable, but you have to look at that big picture. And it'd be one thing if I was doing a handshake deal and saying, all right, listen, you're going to be on the board of my nonprofit and you got the top slot at AFPAC. In exchange, I get a bunch of money. Like, if that was a story, I would say, you know what, you're right. That was absolutely corrupt. But let's be perfectly clear about what we're talking about. We're talking about a loose affiliation contingent on a very specific set of extenuating circumstances. In the case of Marjorie at AFPAC, or in the case of me at the Stop the Steal rallies, or in the case of Milo or Ali in the context of Yay 24. If it were anything else, maybe you'd have a point. And I sort of understand where you're coming from, but where I'm coming from, and I'm looking at the big picture, it's like we're getting ground into the dirt. And I'm not trying to grandstand here, but like as Americans and as this dissident right movement, and we're having to deal with these unprecedented obstacles like the deplatforming and the debanking and these political ops. Like, you have to keep in mind, it was just 2 months ago that somebody put up $100,000 to tweet Fed Fuentes. And it's like, that's what we're up against. And clearly, this sort of thing plays into that. You got Will Sommers on it and Milo. It speaks for itself. And if every time Will Sommers and a like Milo runs an op on us, that people are going to dwell on it and they're going to bicker about it and they're going to vent their emotions about it and everything. No individual can survive that. No individual, no matter how righteous or anything, can survive that kind of thing. If every time an accusation was leveled at me by some journalist like Sommers or some like Milo or some paid person who, again, they got this influenceable campaign money to tweet out a hashtag, eventually some's got to give and people are going to say, okay, well, this is last straw. That's the last straw. That's why the loyalty has to be virtually absolute insofar as I am fulfilling my job, which is to advance America first and the message of Christianity and doing it in a successful way. I feel like the only thing that people should have a problem with me is if I'm not successful. And if I'm not, in terms of the product, pushing our principles. Like when Rob Smith goes on the stage, then I agree, I failed. But sometimes you got to talk to people you don't like. Sometimes you got to talk to people that are bad people. And if people aren't comfortable with that, well, you're not going to be a happy camper, because that's what politics is. If you're not comfortable with that, join the priesthood. Go start a nonprofit. Go build churches in Nicaragua or something. But if you're trying to take over right-wing politics and launch an effective opposition, yeah, you know what? Like, sometimes it gets a little ugly. And again, let's be realistic about what I'm talking about like I'm Al Capone or something. We're talking about, I maintained a working relationship with Ali over the years that resulted in me speaking at a few rallies. Or same thing with Milo. Once again, a friendly working relationship that resulted in Marjorie being at AFPAC and me sitting at the table with Donald Trump. We're not talking, the way that people talk about it, it's like, I don't even know what. So, That's what I have to say. And I'm being very candid with you about that because, of course, I could go out and tell everybody what they want to hear and say, if I had known that, I would have never, I regret it. I'm so sorry. But you know what? That's just not the truth. And if I were held to that standard, it would keep me in this paralysis that it would prevent me from acting the way I need to act. I mean, how many people, I mean, because then we'd have to, then Smiley be gone, and so many people that could do favors for this movement and could do things for us, now that's off the table. And, some people say, well, that's how it ought to be. And, if that's what was being proposed, I'd say, okay. But all the people that have these criticisms, they haven't done half of what I've done. So clearly that's not the case. Everybody comes in and they say, you should have known better. I knew you shouldn't have done this. I knew you shouldn't. And I'm like, what do you mean? I feel like I got a pretty sweet deal. Marjorie came to AFPAC. I was a part of Stop the Steal. I'm now personal friends with Kanye West, advising him as he's now one of the most prominent vocal opponents of the mafia. It's like, I think it's a pretty, people go, but now they're attacking you. I don't give a shit. So anyway, that's always been my philosophy, and I feel like it's this balance. That's what's made me successful. It's this balance of, on the one hand, I'm obviously somebody that's unwavering in my commitment and my principles and authentic and all of that. But on the other hand, I'm also willing to do what it takes without necessarily compromising. So, what's the rule that would have prevented those things? Don't talk to people that are in politics. Well, you can't talk to anybody in politics then, because guess what? I mean, they're all fucking, and by the way, and I'm going to say this, I look at Patrick Casey, Jaden, Jake Lloyd, I look at them the exact same way. These are people who served their purpose. I like Jaden, actually. I like Jake okay. Patrick, you know what? I actually like Patrick okay, too. But honestly, when all of them flipped, none of them hurt my feelings. Jaden hurt my feelings a little bit, but the rest of them, not at all. Patrick Casey was always a douchebag. And if you know the lore on that, he came around during Groyper War and kind of bandwagoned onto it. And you know what? I accepted it. You want to know why? Because he had the manpower to put on AFPAC 1. I had never put on an event before. But Patrick Casey could use his guys to do it. The thing is, Patrick didn't have any kind of speaker that would bring somebody out to an event. So, and a deal was struck there. Now, maybe Patrick and these other guys got it twisted and they thought that, this is a big friendship club or something. But no, Patrick came in and he played a part. He asked a good question at Ohio State, and he was a streamer, and he kind of acted as like sort of a prime minister type figure, managerial, middle management role, and he played his role well. And then when he was out, he was discarded. Bye. Fuck you. And same thing with Jake Lloyd. Jake Lloyd was always a lazy sack. That's why he got laid off from InfoWars. That's why he could never make money on his own. He tried to be a YouTuber for a long time. It didn't quite take off like it did for me because he just doesn't have the work ethic or talent. But once again, he was another person who, hey, here's a guy who's doxxed and is America first. He's a speaker that we could put a Groyper Leadership Summit, throw him in. And he knows Harrison, and they could set up the AV equipment at AFPAC 1. Another one who served his purpose, now exit stage left, bye. And same thing with Jaden. I had a conversation with Jaden in January 2021, and I told him, listen, pal, I said, at the end of the day, we're here for America first. What exactly do you do around here? You do nothing. So you either focus up and get it together, or, we're not going to be friends anymore. And when he didn't get it together, guess what happened? I said, bye-bye. Discarded. So, and some people for that, and by the way, a lot of the critics, they are hitting the nail on the head a little bit with me because they say, he's a jerk, he's a sociopath. Well, I'm not a sociopath. I actually have a tremendous amount of empathy, but I do have a sociopathic commitment to accomplishing my goals. And so if I need to sociopathically use Patrick Casey to organize AFPAC 1, even though I don't really like him and he did a shitty job, guess what? He did a perfunctory job, and we pulled it off with Michelle Malkin, and that was our first event. And to go from 0 to 1 is the hardest part. So you know what? It worked. And people used to say back then, they said, do you have any regrets now that Patrick betrayed you? I said, no. Because that's just the course of things. People come in, they play their part, and they go out. And the constant is me. The constant is America first. And that's what people, that's the only thing that people need to concern themselves about. As long as I'm doing those things acceptably, then I think that people should have no problem. And that's the kind of leader that you want. You don't want a leader who's thinking about the PR, thinking about the posturing, or thinking about, oh, well, is this person I'm bringing on to do the job? When I have my cleaning lady to come over, do I have to do a background check on her to make sure that she's a morally upright person? We have people setting up the lights at AFPAC 3. Do I got to do a background check on them? This is how the sausage is made. I hate to break it to you, but anybody that's ever done anything ambitious has to have this mentality.
It's totally understandable. And if I could, I hate to interrupt. Like, I'm going to make everybody mad right here. I'm going to make the hate watchers mad, because I'm not going to say what they want me to say, because I don't agree with them. I'm going to make the fans mad because I'm going to speak and they want to hear you speak. But I want to, in a way, play devil's advocate. But I want to say that I might speak for a few, though, when I say that maybe, even just hearing you now, I think I see you differently than you see you, which I think is natural. But if I could spell that out just a little bit, like you just touched on it a minute ago, that really it's you. It's you have the work ethic and you have the talent. And when I hear you say that if it wasn't for this or that connection with Ali or with Milo, I wouldn't have had this and that other connection with Marjorie or with Stop the Steal. I wouldn't have been at that event. I wouldn't have had this person on my stage. I wouldn't have been at that table with this and that person. I wouldn't have met Yay. I wouldn't have. The way I see you, and you can just, obviously, I mean, just take it for what it's worth and a grain of salt. But maybe if you want to understand why I'm doing what I'm doing, and maybe why other people feel the way they do, maybe they see it like I do, but I see you as like, it's you. So I think you have enough. I believe in you in the way where it's like, you can do it on your own. Like, you are the influencer. You are the voice. You have the vision. You're the man. And you don't need these people. You don't need that event. You don't need MTG. You don't need to be at Ollie Alexander's rally. You don't need Yay. I don't believe you need anybody. That's how I see you. You need a microphone and a camera and a green screen and whatever God blesses you with. And I don't think God is blessing you with Milo. That's how I see it. I don't think God's bringing you Ali and MTG. I'm just speaking for myself. You don't need that stuff. So that it makes me ask, like, well, why is he going for it then? Is he giving into temptations that I wish he didn't? See, I know I'm making everybody mad, but I'm just going to tell you, this is where I'm coming from. When I see you make those choices, I go, why did he do that? I'm on the outside. I'm not in the arena where you are. I'm just a loving supporter who's watching, going like, I love to see your successes. But then when it comes time to pay the piper like this, I go like, we didn't need that. Like, you would still be you and you'd be killing it. And you also wouldn't have this scandal on your record. And you also wouldn't have Jaden hating. Like, I don't know, like, what other things you could maybe do without. And maybe some things are what they are. But do we have to go through all of those things? I know you can't see the future, and neither can I. But when I see you make those choices, like there's a spectrum between having Rob Smith on the stage, having a literal gay man represent your organization, and having no in the movement at all. There's a spectrum there. And somewhere in the middle, there's cozy.tv/Ali. And it feels like, well, why are we at that part of the spectrum? Is it so that we could be at an event? I don't think you even need to be there. I think you could still be killing it and get invited to Mar-a-Lago without doing that. And in fact, maybe you'd be there in a more respectable way if you didn't get smuggled in by Ye. Maybe if you got there on your own steam, you'd be still talking to Trump and having his ear and getting fucking Jason Miller out of there. Like, I don't know. I don't have a crystal ball. Neither do you, I don't think. But I'm over here as a sideline spectator going, I could do without some of those choices, but I'm not in your shoes. So understand, like, I'm a loving, loyal supporter, and I'm thinking, why does he keep doing these things? And so that's what I'm asking you, like, hindsight 2020, would you change anything? I'm just wondering, are all of these just absolute W's and we have an impeccable record, or are we learning as we're going here, or what? Because now I'm taking it to some of your best friends here on the platform, your most loyal supporters. I mean, they're out here, they're doxing my family, they're doing grimy business. Is it just like absolutely just pure old ends justify the means? Fuck it. Dox big tech and his family because he's questioning this or that thing that got said on a stream. Like we just go nuts. Is that how we do it? And it's just let the chips fall where they may, and any means will justify the ends that we're after, because it's just save America. And if, like, I was joking around when I said it the other day, but is it literally, like, I was lampooning the ridiculous concept that, hey, if there's a few smileys out there, they got to suck a few dicks for us to win America. We need total Aryan victory. Sometimes the kid's going to have to suck a dick here and there.
Oh, well, that's just disingenuous.
Like, I know
that's
it's ridiculous. I know, but it's a ridiculous expression of the sort of the feeling. It's like, well, if the idea is that the ends justify the means, like, well,
so what is it? So what is it in terms of specificity? When you say ends justify the means, what means are you talking about? What are the means that again, what's the action that I have to regret or apologize for? That Ali has a Cozy channel? That's the abhorrent. And when you say,
well, it's not, I mean, let's not straw man it. Let's not straw.
That's what you just said,
yeah,
right?
But you surely know that it's not.
It.
But surely you know that what I mean, that represents the whole situation. Like Paul.
No, but it's not represent. It's not represent. We're talking. This is not. Well, listen, it's not the world of debate. It's the world of politics. No, but answer specifically, because you're saying right. I'm straw manning you. Yeah. Cozy.tv/Ali. Are these the means which are abhorrent?
Okay. Paul from Cancel Proof just said, for example, on this stream that you talk to him every day, Ali Alexander. Is that true?
In December, when Ali and I were working for Ye, yes.
But Paul corrected them when Wurzelroot said, yeah, back in Ye 24, he was talking to him. And Paul said, no. He still talks to Ali every day.
That's because Ye 24 is still going on.
Okay, so currently you're in day-to-day communication with Ali Alexander. And that makes me go, what the hell? Because he's a creep, right? Or is he not? Like, we're just associating closely with creeps.
We learned about the smiley. Well, hang on a second. So first of all, I work for Ye. That's what the FEC filing shows. And insofar as I'm working for Ye and Ali is on there, we have to talk. Before that, prior to that, it's like I said, it's a loose connection. You have Stop the Steal, you have like 2 years of nothing, and then you've got Ye 24. So what you're saying right now, and again, now you're being a little bit weaselly, where you bring up what Paul is saying and all this. And again, we're talking about specificity. If the means that you go from saying,
that's what you asked me for.
Hang on. So you go from, well, are we going to say that we have to tolerate smileys sucking in order to put America first? Now, what happened when we learned about the smiley accusations? I think the day that came out, I said I absolutely disavow it. And within a week, Ali was removed from the Cozy chat and resigned from public life. So let's just get the timeline straight. That in December, Ali and I worked very closely on Ye 24. And recently, in March and April, without getting into specifics, now you're doing the classic thing of bringing up things that I'm not really at liberty to talk about, but for reasons pertaining to.
I mean,
well, that is what you're doing. So for reasons pertaining to that activity, we had to talk a little bit more in March and April. And then this happens, and I think every appropriate measure was taken. So again, the means that you're talking about are, once again, talking to somebody on a political team. That's the means that you find important. Talking, you could say whatever you want about Ali, but talking to a person.
Right.
That's the problem. So we can't talk to people that are creepy. So Matt Gaetz, for example, I think this is fair. Matt Gaetz just underwent a massive DOJ investigation for banging 17-year-olds set up by Joel Greenberg. If Matt Gaetz reaches out and says, hey, want to collaborate on the America First Caucus, I'm supposed to say, no, that's creepy. We can't talk. Is that right?
I don't know. Would you associate with Matt Gaetz?
Absolutely, 100% tomorrow in 10 minutes if my phone rang.
All right.
Now, if Matt Gaetz, you go ahead.
It's a pivot to another question. If you have more to say on that, I'm not trying to just jump from thing to thing, but the next thing on the list for me would be the thing that Ralph is initially very upset at me about, where he pulled my card because I made a stream the other day with a clickbait title that said Nick slept with Milo, which was about the fact that you revealed to us that you slept in a hotel room alone with Milo Yiannopoulos on the floor, which I thought was a strange choice for you to make, to spend the night in a hotel room with Milo. And I wonder, why would you choose to do that? Like, I'm assuming, I'm filling in the blanks, I'm assuming you could get your own room, especially when you found out there's only one bed. This is extra crazy. Why were you even, like, I wouldn't even, I'm like, no shit, I would not even go in Milo's hotel room, especially knowing that if anybody found out that I was in there alone with him, it would look crazy, and I wouldn't want to put that on other people.
Are you a grown-up?
Yeah, 40 years old.
Okay. So, ew. Sleep in the same room. We didn't sleep in the same bed. We didn't sleep in the same sleeping bag. He slept on the bed. I slept on the floor. We had just, in case you don't know.
So it's just crazy for me to think that that's like I just wouldn't. Knowing Milo, it's not like I was there with my work, but it's not like we're two linemen who are out of town. We're going to go fix a power line. And this is my bro who I've known a long time. And I know his wife and his kids. And, we're going to just like save money and bunk up in a double room. That's fine. But it's Milo Yiannopoulos. And I'm like, just for the sake of, in case anybody had found out that I did that, just for the sake of appearances, I'd be like, no, we can't do that. I can't let any people think that I stayed in the same room with you. I wouldn't put that on them to imagine what took place in there.
Yeah, I understand. So let me just get this straight. So when you are playing devil's advocate and say, well, where do we draw the line about the ends justifying the means? Because you said there's a slippery slope here. Are we going to get to a ridiculous proposition that we would tolerate child, essentially, to put America first? And I say, well, that's disingenuous. We're obviously not talking about that. I said, what specifically is the conduct that you think, the means that you do not think justify the ends? And so far you said talking to somebody who's creepy and sleeping in the same hotel room as somebody. Now, keep in mind, like Charles Johnson said the other night, the Prime Minister of Israel is attacking me. People put up hundreds of thousands of dollars to attack me. I've been doing this for years. I'm banned from banks, airlines, social media. I run one of the top 5 biggest conservative conferences in the country. I'm one of the biggest conservative live streamers, aside from people that are signed, like Crowder and others. I mean, you look at anybody that's remotely similar, like an Alex Stein or John Doyle, they can't get half my audience. In Doyle's case, not even a tenth of my audience on a live stream. I've been doing this for a long time. The most that has been dug up about what I've been willing to do to further my ends that we have are things such as I slept in the same room as somebody. I talked to somebody that's creepy. End of list. If you're looking and waiting around for a movement or a leader to come forward that is this consistent, that is this relevant, this, and you question the success of America First, I'd say pretty influential, all things considered. And also has so little scandal and so little impropriety that the most that you could say is slept in the same room as Milo, talked to Ali for a little while before found out what was going on and then immediately disavowed. I think you're in pretty good shape. And dwelling on this, which is something that is, you know, like I said, what you are talking about and what is being talked about publicly are very different things. What is being insinuated by Marjorie Green and Milo is that I was an apologist or covered up some kind of ring, which for people that know the facts is the furthest thing from the truth. It's actually literally the opposite. It was the people accusing me of this that sat on that evidence for over a year. And it was me that acted swiftly and decisively and took every appropriate action afterwards. But you come on here and you talk about this and you drag this out and weigh in on this when you know full well what people are accusing me of. And again, the conduct is a talk to Ali when we worked together on two separate things, Stop the Steal and the A24, and didn't sleep with Milo, didn't sleep in a bed with Milo, slept in a room with Milo for one night. And
how does sleeping in a room with Milo help to further your ends? That's the way you framed it a second ago.
What?
A second ago, we roll back the tape, if I heard it right, you said the things that you've done to further the ends of America First.
I questioned, I said, what means specifically do you have a problem with? And you said Ali. I said, okay, so should I not talk to Matt Gaetz? Then you said, well, what about sleeping in the same room as Milo? I said, yeah. Like sleeping in the same room as Milo is something that falls into the category of, you know, for one night, something that I could tolerate. And listen, I mean, in that situation, it's
so. Are you just saying? You're just saying. I mean,
hang on. So now you're interrupting me. But if you must know, so I flew out to DC actually to have several meetings in mid-November, and the first meeting I had was with Milo because we were talking specifically about Ye. And we had dinner and we talked about it. And then I went back to my hotel and then I texted him around midnight and I said, hey, is this thing really going to happen? I said, because I feel like you're just yanking my chain. And he goes, well, I'll text him and say that we're going to come out to LA tomorrow. I said, really, tomorrow? He goes, yeah. So we book flights for 5 a.m. I go to bed at 1. I wake up 4 hours later. I hop in the car. We fly to LA. We link up with Ye, and then we're with Ye all evening. I think we get back finally to a hotel at midnight or 1 a.m. We go to the hotel. I think there was just one room available, maybe not. But we go into the hotel and crash. And then I woke up the next morning and got a separate hotel and stayed there for the remainder of my time in LA from November to December. And this is, but you insinuate that I'm for doing that, and you insinuate.
I'm not insinuating that, to be honest.
That is,
I'm not.
That's what you titled your stream. You put in your stream, Nick is.
No, it's not. What I put in my stream was Nick slept with Milo.
Okay, there you go.
Which is haha funny because you slept in the room with Milo. Yeah,
I get it.
But it's not saying that you're gay. It's saying, why did you do that? And so you're saying it was just like for convenience. And are you telling me it was just like, I just didn't even think it was a big deal? And if that's it, then that's it.
What do you think it's a big deal?
Yeah.
Okay.
I wouldn't have done it.
Well, that's why you're you and I'm me, I guess.
That's fine. I'm just fine. I'm fine with that. But I'm me. I mean, that you're on my show and you're asking me why am I doing this? I'm like, well, there's certain things like this, and you're saying like I talked to Ali. It's like, well, I mean, I talk to. I don't talk to my barber because I don't have one, but I talk to the people at the checkout, and I talk to my mom, and I talk to different people different ways. But you talk to Ali in relation to like a big project that you're all working on together. So you talk I'm just assuming and filling in the blanks, but this is like strategic talk and all sorts of talk. This is like I don't mean intimate, but there's more of an intimacy there than just talking. It's like, hey, what's up? How you been? I'm assuming it's just an assumption, but your talking is in relation to essentially like you're in a type of a working partnership with him, you're collaborating with, and these are choices that To me, they're questionable just as much as sleeping together in the hotel with Milo. I would have thought, like, I don't know if I want to do that. He would have had to twist my arm, and there'd have to be no other room, and I'd have to be like, I just can't stay awake another minute. I'll crash on your floor. I hope nobody finds out about this.
Why, are you afraid that you would actually, like, have with Milo if that were the case? Is that why?
Oh, are you secretly? No, no, that's not that. It's just literally just for... Well, for the appearance. Literally just for the appearance. I wouldn't want to put it on the other people.
Where is that appearing anywhere?
Well, it's appearing in front of everybody now. Everybody knows now.
Yeah, now it is after the fact.
Yeah, and I would have like wanted to.
So you govern your entire life based on things that may or may not appear and how they would be perceived.
Well, I don't do things that I like don't want people to find out about. Like,
yeah, I don't really care. I don't really care that people. I mean, once again, what we're talking about here is so juvenile, and it just gets to, what is this really about? I mean, just cards on the table. Are you against me? Is this like some big play or something? I mean, seriously.
No.
Because I mean, at this point,
everybody who watches my show and knows
this
me
line
knows
of inquiry is
not the case. Well, look, you're asking me why we got here. And I
admonished you. I'm not really that curious. I'm admonishing you. Okay. And I'm saying that, this whole train of thinking is wrong. It's disloyal and it's wrong. And, and it's a perfect example. Like I said, we do a space yesterday. There's another organization, which happens to be the biggest group in the country, which says that if you're not pro-Israel, you get kicked out. And rather than talk about that tonight, you're talking about how I slept in a hotel room for one night with the wrong person. Not slept with, literally was sleeping inside of the same hotel room as somebody else. Like, and that just speaks to, and that's the contrast. That's the money shot. Is last night, Chief Trumpster, another Cozy streamer, and this guy doesn't even show his face, pulls together everybody to BTFO, a $50 million a year organization that maintains a blacklist on every young conservative who opposes Israel. And rather than talk about that tonight, give the play-by-play on that, you're going to talk about the fact that in November, I physically was sleeping in the same room as somebody else for one night.
Well, look, you've asked me to give examples. I've given two. I mean, we could keep going on.
Like I said, that's the money shot.
It doesn't sound like you're here to field that. The money, that's not the subject of the stream.
I'm fielding it, and I fielded it. Yeah, what's the other? Let's go on then. So let's see. So I talked to Ali and collaborated with him on Stop the Steal and Yay 24. I slept in the same room with Milo. Well, let's go down the list. What else?
Yeah, that's really, I mean, we're dealing with a scandal here. So I'm talking about the gay guy. What else is there besides the gay guys, right?
But you just said the list goes on and on. We could go on. Let's go on. What's the next item?
Okay, we're dealing with the gay.
Justify the means. Where does it end?
Yeah, we're dealing with a gay sex scandal.
There. Seems like it just ended right there.
Well, what I'm saying is we're dealing with a scandal because of the gay guys that you've associated with.
Right.
And so it's like, and now that's like part of, and you're saying I should be talking about other stuff, but we're all in that now. We're all in a scandal.
We're not.
Okay.
The thing, okay, then now you're putting this on me. And now you're saying that Milo manufacturing a smear against me.
Milo doing basically exactly what everybody knew Milo was going to do. He did what we all could have predicted he would do.
Oh, so you're saying that that makes it okay. That like
what? Okay. No, it's more like,
so you're saying,
everybody knew this was going to happen.
Milo betrayed Nick Fuentes. That's Nick Fuentes' fault.
Well, it's the old saying, like
I know listen.
Like play stupid games, win stupid prizes.
That's not what my dad said. He said,
no, your dad said the other thing about you obey the rules till you make the rules.
Got to play by the rules till you make the rules. And listen, I stand by what I say. And the thing is, it's clear that you can't see the bigger picture here. You're clearly not. One, I know you're not a team player. Like, you're clearly in it for yourself.
Well, I'm not a yes man. So if you gotta support Israel to be part of that other group,
that's what Jaden used to tell me.
If this group is you gotta be a yes man or you can't be in it.
There it is. There it is. Everyone who is loyal to me is just a sycophant. I'm not disloyal, Nick. I'm just not a sycophant like all your supporters.
I'm not a seething hater. I'm not a seething hater of you at all.
No, but you are not on this. You're not with me. You don't really support me. You're in this for your own benefit. You're in this for your own clout. You're in this for your own play. Because if you were really about pushing, because this is a political movement, if you're really about pushing this political operation, you would be doing things to support it, not doing things to undermine it. And if you cannot countenance...
I think that what I'm doing is good for this movement and for you.
No, it's playing into a psyop against it. So anytime that there's
trying to dodge it like you're doing is a mistake.
It's not in what way is it a dodge? Here I am confronting the see. There it is again with this like verbal trickery. It's
no,
here I literally am.
I think you are dodging it by pointing the finger back and saying, no, it's just Milo. Milo's attacking me. That's all this is. I didn't make any mistakes. It's
That's not what I
Milo.
said. That's not what I. And hang on, I'd appreciate
hearing.
if you don't interrupt me. I'd appreciate if you don't interrupt me. So it's very interesting how this has progressed because I believe that I addressed everything that you're talking about. If it's the Ali thing, the Milo thing, you asked me, do you have any regrets? Would you do it differently? Would you associate Matt Gaetz? I think I went over the entire decision-making process pretty clearly and a pretty big overview. And now you're going to tell me I'm dodging it? What I'm saying is that this, and I addressed this earlier, there's a thing in itself, and then there's the fact that it's clearly being manufactured. And it is, because if this was some kind of pressing issue, it's not a dodge. I addressed it on my show last Wednesday. I addressed it on my show on Monday. I addressed it all throughout this week, every aspect of it. I talked to Smiley directly. I talked to everybody involved.
No, I don't mean that you're dodging like not addressing. I'm saying you're dodging like your responsibility, culpability.
What I'm saying is this, is that when you come in here and you're playing, because what it is a hit piece. I mean, you understand that, right? Do you think that Daily Beast and Will Sommers are are writing this to help America first?
Right. No. But a hit piece doesn't make it untrue.
Okay. So the hit piece is true, is what you're saying.
No, what I'm saying is if you hadn't made the choices you made that led up to this moment, this hit piece wouldn't be existing in this way.
So what you're saying is that hit pieces are entirely in my control, that like no hit pieces would be written about me if I just took different actions.
No, there's a lot of hit pieces that are going to be made up out of thin air, but some are
just
not.
This one. But
this one is this one made up out of thin air?
This one, yeah, basically is, because the thesis of the hit piece is that I was involved in a cover-up. There would be no hit piece if they wrote the facts, which is that Milo sat on it for a year and it was only revealed to me and I disavowed it immediately. You know, like that. Those are the facts, which we've just gone over. But you seem to, and this is the problem. This is what I'm talking about. This attitude of, oh, a hit piece was written about you. Well, in some way, that's like your fault. Oh, someone's attacking you for something that's like basically bullshit. Well, that's your fault. You could have prevented that. Listen, man, we're involved in an opposition political movement. People are going to talk shit. They're going to write hit pieces. That's literally their job. If there's nothing there, they invent things. That's literally what this is. Milo for weeks talked shit about me, knowing the Smiley thing, knowing all this, and then a light bulb went off and said, oh yeah, I remember. Here's the thing I'm going to throw and see if it'll stick. So yeah, I mean, at this point, you've just exposed yourself. You don't give a shit about America first. You don't give a shit about me. I pay for your bandwidth on this site. I gave you a channel. I gave you a platform to do this. And what you've done, like a parasite, is come in here and take advantage of all that, and then turn around and try to undermine me and put on this charade like you're this, oh, I'm playing devil's advocate. I'm just this honest broker. I'm just trying to get to the bottom of it. You're not. This whole line of inquiry is disingenuous. You're getting on my case because I slept in the same room as Milo, and, well, you wouldn't do that because if it got out, it would look bad. It would look a certain way. I mean, give me a break. Like, this entire thing is a load of shit from start to finish.
No, it does look bad. It does look bad. You were so close with Milo that you slept in a room with him, and he's a snake, and you should have known that.
Okay.
Everybody.
You're a snake. You're a snake. The real mistake is I should have fired your fucking ass and kicked you off this platform. That's a mistake I made. Talk about, oh, he was a snake. At least Milo got me in touch with Ye and brought Marjorie Green to AFPAC. What the fuck have you ever done for anybody in this space?
How did Marjorie even help us being at AFPAC?
She sucks. Made it the #1 biggest conference, most talked about, more than CPAC? Hello? How about conferring massive credibility onto the movement by having one of the #1 congresswomen in America speak there? I mean, do you even think about these things?
And then she disavows us sometime later, like credibility through the roof now.
She played the tap dance like everybody has to do, and everyone knows that. The left knows that. That's why they still post pictures of her with me a year later, because everybody knows that's how it works. And by the way, that's another critic. So you're really sitting on all
her more than it helps us.
You're sitting on all these criticisms. It reminds me a lot of like Culture War Criminal, where you really are sitting on all these criticisms. You talk about how I was smuggled into Mar-a-Lago. Talk about how Marjorie Green disavowed me after AFPAC. Milo, Ali, you don't like Ethan Ralph. So really, you're just full of shit. So you're just sitting on all this venom. And now it seems like it's finally, now when you're losing the argument, you got to find all this. And now, very conveniently, reach into the stockpile of your top super chatter, Red Pill Gaming.
Loving you does not cause me to not see your flaws.
Right. That's what I've heard that many times before by people who are stabbing me in the back. They tell me, well, I'm just not a sycophant. Listen, man, if you saw my flaws or something, maybe you'd reach out to me privately, maybe you'd do it in a judicious way, but to go and title your stream Nick Slept with Milo, that's just seeing my flaws.
I was not banking on you being this reactive.
So it's contingent on my reaction.
Yeah.
Got it. Well, listen, I mean, I don't know what we're going to do with your channel. I mean, I don't know that I'm going to ban you for being critical of me. We're sort of in a gray area here with Cozy, but I mean, you're not America First. You don't support me. And that's evidence of it. Like I said, it's not about criticism. I could take the criticism and I answer the questions and all this. The entire Milo and Ali thing has been discussed to death, every aspect of it. I've released screenshots. I've interviewed everybody involved, Smiley and Ali. Smiley even put out a statement defending me and with the same position. And the same goes for all the other parts of it, the Marjorie thing, the Mar-a-Lago thing. But this is something else. This is this incessant critique. It's this death by 1,000 cuts. And that's what I'm getting at. If we have this opposition movement and the goal of the opposition, because they've done everything they could do to me now, except for kill me. Now what they rely on is we want to break his base of support by convincing his audience that he's a bad guy. Milo is actually very astute. Milo went out there and he didn't say Nick is because he knew that everyone would categorize that and say, oh, he's just another A-logger. Oh, he's just another disingenuous piece of shit. So instead, he said, oh, Nick's not a real Catholic. Because Milo, as a guy, is very clever in the social dynamics. He says, oh, I know. I'll attack him where his legitimacy comes from. And I'll hit him in a place where people don't normally go from. And so that's the new play. That's what the Max Blumenthal hit piece was about. That when they insinuate I'm a Fed, it's the same thing. It's about bad jacketing somebody and saying the person you support is bad actor Fed, this and that, whatever. So that is something that is real. That's something that's going on. And if you can't see that or don't see that or you're in on it, I can't associate with you because you are not a team player. And the first sign of doubt that you have, you're going to go publicly and flame me and you're going to cultivate a live chat full of people shitting on me. It's indistinguishable from Milo.
I think you can handle it. I think you're fine.
Of course I can. I can handle anything. You can handle it.
But
so
you honestly, are not a friend. It's like, who cares? I think you can handle it. And let me ask you this. You can tell me. Who benefits from me making everybody on Cozy hate me and all the A-logs will hate me? I'll stay here and support your ass. And everybody on Cozy hates me now, and all your haters hate me too because I'm staying here to support you. So how did I benefit by fucking my whole thing up? I'm a snake for what? Who benefits? K-Bono.
This is your biggest stream in a year, is it not?
So cool. I got some viewers. I make a few extra $100. Great.
Okay.
It was a big ploy for an extra $400, right?
Well, look, You're right. I don't know what's on your heart. You're right about that. I don't know what your intentions are. And, they could be, and I'm a little bit naive, okay? I try to see the best in people, and I don't know. But I am telling you that from where I'm sitting, the way that you're acting right now, I mean, it's either incredibly ignorant or it looks like it's bad faith. But there's not a whole lot of in between where you're like smart enough to see it for what it is, in which case, you have to be a bad actor, or you're not smart enough. Maybe you just don't see it from the same
or
perspective.
It's just literally what I'm telling you. I think this is going to help you, and I'm trying to help. And you don't agree, and we disagree, and that's fine.
And fair enough. And for what it's worth, I think it's appropriate for there to be some space where people can vent or whatever, because I get it, I understand where you're coming from. And even some people in your live chat, I don't agree with all of it. I get it. And I'm arguing my case here, obviously. So I'm not good. I don't want to ban you. I don't want people to think of me as like, oh, I'm going around banning people because they don't agree with me or whatever. But at the moment, I don't consider you in good standing. I don't really trust you. And all I'm saying is I wish you could see the bigger picture, because I do I do actually like you. I think you're a good streamer in spite of our disagreement. And I just wish that it would be productive for our bigger goal here, which is clearly, and I hope you don't think that's a dodge. People don't think that's a dodge, but we're taking on something much bigger, and people taking chunks out of me. In other words, it's like when you say, I'm doing you a big favor, it's like there are so many people doing me the big favor of shitting on me every day. You know what I'm saying? There are so many people doing me this big favor of shitting on me and playing up rumors about me or criticizing me or undermining my reputation or my legitimacy or my leadership abilities. There are not a lot of people that are out there as soldiers fighting alongside me or behind me to do the right thing in the country. So that's all that I consider. That's all I ask people to consider. I used to say the same thing to other people. It's like people say, oh, I'm just giving you the criticism. It's like, believe me, I get plenty. There is so much criticism, so many people doing me that favor to go around. Yeah. And it's not that I don't think about it or whatever, but when you do this, people consider it like, why do you think people like RPG are giving you super chats? It's because they see you as an opening to undermine me from the inside. They see you as a defector, that if they're gonna throw some your way and they're gonna be nice to you, they see you as somebody who can rally people inside my camp against me. So, when you say, I'm just not a sycophant.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I remember you said it recently. You were coming into a perspective of yourself that is literally how I've already seen you. I'm ahead of you on this, Nick. I see it the way you expressed it the other night. You're their leader too. You said it the other night, and I know you know what I mean, but you're RPG's leader too. You are their leader too. And so in a way, I'm not advocating for their hatred of you or to take you down. I'm like, these are thoughts, these are things that they need to hear from you on as their leader too. And I'm trying to bring this out because I think you're everybody's leader. You're the guy. Even these people who hate you, they have these feelings, and you can't, you can, but I'm trying to get you to not just close them out. I think you can reach everybody. And I'm really, I think that you can handle it. I think you have the integrity, you have the strength. I think you can take criticism from the outside and from the inside, and you can handle it all, and everybody will be better for it. That's what I'm trying to do, right or wrong. That's what I'm trying to do. Maybe I'm an idiot, but I think that I see something maybe not everybody else sees. And I'm asking questions that I think should be asked, and I think there's good answers to them that when we hear them from you, everybody goes, ah. And that's what I'm pushing for.
Well, you're right about that. I am the leader for everybody. Nevertheless, many of them will be when we take power.
Let's go.
many of them will be.
Hey, if you got to take my head at the end of all this, you can have it.
Remains to be seen. But it, in all seriousness, it's a precarious situation where people consider you to be on my side, and then you undermine me by attacking me. And people
I know
say,
it's not.
I've lost faith.
That's fine. I mean, I hate that. I hate that that's the case. But I think time tells, and I know myself, and the people who know me know me. People who watch my stream regularly know I'm nothing else but an advocate for you, and this is how I deal with a scandal. All right, this is just how I do it. I'm not trying to hurt you. I'm not trying to hurt anybody here. I'm not trying to hurt Ralph. I'm not trying to hurt Beardson and Wurzelroot, even though I have beef with them right now. That's personal because they went off on me, did some things that I thought were very unkind. So we're clapping back. But I'm like, I think my presence is a W here, and I wouldn't stay here if I didn't think so. That's what I think.
Okay. Well, like I said, people are saying, "Oh, you know, Nick's going to ban you." I mean, listen. The only thing is that you can't stream copyrighted stuff. So I didn't watch the whole stream. People told me that you were streaming content from behind
here, and I wouldn't stay here if I didn't think so.
That that is against the TOS. I mean, I don't know.
Something behind copyrighted content.
Yeah, if you're streaming stuff from behind Beardson's paywall, you can't do that. But other than that, I'm not going to take you out for criticizing me.
Oh, this is a video I have from Telegram. I know they do paywall it, but I'm not on their site. I guess that's gray, but I'm not on theirs. I didn't pay to get in their site, and then I'm sharing what's behind. But I guess. But does that mean so the way for me to hide my content from being if I put all my stuff behind a paywall, that means Mio and Brittany can't A-log me anymore?
If it's exclusively behind your paywall and you don't give people permission to use it.
Yo, base. Didn't know that.
And, you know, listen, and for what it's worth, I would appreciate if everybody stood down, okay? You, Tenryo, Mio, Wurzel, Beardson. The statement here, the headline is, we need to direct the firepower not at me, first and foremost, but also not at each other. And I don't know if they're doxing your family. You say it. I haven't seen. I have not been paying attention to the drama, but if that's the case, I think they should stop, and I think everybody should focus on doing stuff like Chief Trumpster. You know, there's a big situation going on in the country that's bigger than this, which is that the country is controlled by and people need to be trying to solve that problem and trying to criticize that problem and think of ways that they can tackle it. Because I mean, I'm one man. I'm a one-man band out here, and I'm doing everything I can. And when I see a guy like Chief Trumpster go out and do that stream, it's like finally somebody who's gonna lighten my burden and make my life easier and not harder. When I see drama, I'm like, seriously? This is more inane bullshit that's going to make my life harder. When I see you coming at me, and you know what? Like, it's gone on for too long now. Like, as far as I'm concerned, that has been settled. I've talked about it for it's now a week, 2 weeks old. You know, so you vented about that. Instead of talking about hit pieces about me from Will Sommers and being sympathetic to them, let's push that somewhere else. Let's lighten my load. Let's not make my life more difficult by carrying the site on Saturday and playing more into this stuff. That's my message, because it's a bigger thing. I mean, if everybody in here fails, guess what? All that's left is Turning Point. At the end of the day, if everybody on this site is taking shots at each other and we all go down and we all make each other weaker, you know who gets stronger? If you have a problem with, guess what's full of them? Con Inc. So, I mean, that's just like a tale as old as time, right? Which is that people are going to get in on this thing, which is really fake. And who's the prime beneficiary? It's actually the mafia. I mean, Rick Grinnell and all these other characters that we see on Twitter all the time that they're cover for him in Turning Point and that are in the Populist Inc. movement and everywhere. So, you know, that's when I say big picture. It's not evasive. It's not a dodge. It's just like, let's put things in their proper perspective. Let's look at specificity. Let's consider what standards we're applying. I try to meet you halfway on some of this stuff. I think
I appreciate that, and I hope you can go away from this. Also, I mean, you're coming into it. You're like, what the hell? Why is he streaming this stuff? I'm not trying to. Even in this stream, while I'm speaking to you and I'm addressing you about your involvement in this stuff because that's what it came to. But I'm messing with Beardson. I mean, I was just dunking on Beardson because of some stuff he said when he was drunk on this stream. And by the way, somebody just reminded me that he did say that it was fine to play clips, just not the full episodes. So
okay. Well, in that case.
But yeah, I was just dunking on Beardson because he did a big old Twitter space with Brittany and Mio and Wurzel where they just sat around powwowing about how much they hate me and I suck and I'm the worst.
Why did they hate you? I mean, yeah, I know why I don't like you.
Yeah. Well, because I'm like this because I'm relentless and I nitpick a little bit, but also I was standing up for Tenryo the other night because Tenryo was brokenhearted. He was saying he wanted to quit the platform. And the problem was with Mio. He's been an old friend with Mio, and Mio is a rat. Mio doesn't love Tenryo, doesn't show him any love, disrespects him. Brittany goes off on Tenryo, does this big old 30-minute rant some time ago, and Mio's right there with her, egging her on and co-signing and essentially like gaslighting the whole situation. It hurt Tenryo's feelings really bad. And I've got beef with Mio too. He's done the same to me. And so when Tenryo was feeling bad, I joined arms with Tenryo. I said, bro, let's rally the troops. Mio is a scumbag, and he is, by the way. And
why? What's your beef with Mio? Is it because you and him are like fighting over Brittany or something?
That's what everybody says, and no, that's not what it is. It's literally because he's a liar. He lied about me a lot of times. He spent weeks and weeks and weeks telling false stories about me to hurt my reputation, slandering me. He's basically like a gossiper. And I tried to talk to him man-to-man multiple times. He spins everything I say in bad faith, says it right back to me, not the way I said it. And then I lost respect for him after some time. And then he gaslights Brittany. Every time Brittany is upset about something, he sits there egging her on and essentially like, doing that thing of, he co-signs on it. He emboldens it. And he's an instigator. And then every time he gets called to task on any of this stuff, he hides behind Brittany. And then Brittany comes up and she plays cute and she does like a fake apology and he gets away with it over and over. And he just like, that's just my experience with Mio. So I'm not here to like complain about him, but that's the backstory. But so I'm handling it myself. It's like, all right, this guy is a rat and he sucks and he hurt Tenryo. And I'm like, all right, well, I got a enemy of my enemy is my friend. So I'm friends with Tenryo. I'm talking with Tenryo. Wurzelroot comes in. I'm like, boys, we need to put up a front and demand that Mio starts acting respectably toward the rest of us because the shit that goes on their channels, like whatever, we can't hold Brittany responsible. She's a girl. Of course she's going to act like that. She's a godless girl. She's not a Christian. She's a woman. Why would you complain to Brittany? Talk to Mio if there's a problem over there. Mio's the man in the relationship. Mio's one of the guys. He calls himself a groiper. He's America first, and he stands up for us in a way that, by the way, I should say, it's embarrassing. But he's a and then he hides behind Brittany. So I said, let's go after Mio together. Let's have a unified front. Men, demand from Mio that he starts acting like a man, and then he can be in good graces with us. But until then, we shun him. We go to war against him. He's not our friend. You're out or you're in. Which one it is? And if you're with us, you need to stand up against her. So I was doing some tough love with the Mio kid, and
well, I mean, come on, like, so you're older. Tenryo's in his 30s. Mio's in his 30s.
Right.
And like Tenryo's in the live chat. You wanted to go to war. I said it was a bad idea. It's like, can we all just like forgive one another? Love speech. Forgive Mio today. Forgive Tenryo. Why? What is he?
Because we've already tried that. We've already tried that several times. We've already been there.
Gosh.
So you forgive the rat, and he goes, "Hey, forgive me. I forgive you too. It's all cool. I love you, man." And then he goes right back to doing it the next day.
What is he doing though that's like bad? He's taking you out of context, or
that kind of stuff. And with Tenryo, for example, he's just like sort of mogging him on Twitter, and he's got a big audience over there that he has because of Brittany, and they're all super toxic, and they send him Tenryo's way, and he's dealing with all this like runoff from Mio, and it extra hurts Tenryo again because he's an old friend with Mio. But with me, it's like I closed the door on him back in like halfway through January. I did a final stream. I haven't talked about him since. It's like Mio and Brittany who? Like it's over. Because they all through Christmas and New Year's, I was the face on their screen while they played all my old episodes and just tore apart everything I've ever said, and it's bullshit.
That's those bullies.
Well, it's just annoying mean girl shit.
Yeah.
But like whatever. But so I have a vendetta with Mio. straight up. So I'm trying to rally Tenryu and the other guys, and they said, "Oh, this is gay. We don't wanna." I said, "All right, well then you're fuck you."
How can we make
so now
it
we're all
better?
fighting.
How can we make it better? What can we do to make it better?
I think I'm doing it. I think I'm just working on that. It's gonna take some time.
So it's just Hatfields and McCoys, endless.
Sometimes
Mio versus Big Tech.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to ask you to do something. What do you? I mean, you brought an e-girl, Nick. You got an e-girl on the platform, so I'm just dealing with it. I got a scandal I'm dealing with, and I got an e-girl I'm dealing with. I mean,
she's hot, so.
I mean, if you say so. She keeps herself
Weren't
in that little
you simping
tiny
for her a
square.
little bit, or was that fake?
No, it's kind of the other way around. She was begging me to stay friends with her. Just
was
be
that
nice to me.
screenshot fake though? The Discord thing.
The screenshot where I said, "Well, if it's meant to be, it's meant to be. But if not, I'll see you later." And I gave her a meme of me dropping her off of a building.
So it sounds like
that was real. That's real. That's when I said goodbye.
Come on, Big Tech. Come on.
What?
This is like high school stuff.
What do you want?
It's like high school reunions.
You've got an e-girl on the platform.
Wine coolers. Oh,
what do you want?
Can you control yourself?
What did I do? No, actually, no. I see. Here's the thing. I unironically hate women, and I would never sleep in a hotel room with a gay man, and I don't actually put up with shit from fucking Brittany.
Oh, well, Brittany's paid me off.
I know.
Now you're getting some ends justified to me. She greases the wheels around here.
And Milo's helping you out with stuff, and you're making compromises, and I'm over here going, "What the fuck?"
So there it is. There it is. Now we're getting somewhere.
Right. And who's gonna deal with it? Me. I didn't invite any to hang out with me. I didn't invite a e-girl to be my co-streaming. I want to hang out with the boys, and I want all the boys to be straight.
I want Brittany to keep paying me. She's got to keep giving me that bread. I'm like, what you got for me today, bitch? No, I'm kidding. So her and Mio come in. I'm like, all right, what you got for me today? You know, and they start stacking hundreds. I'm like, all right, you know? So, yeah, I put it in my pocket. I go to Home Depot. I buy a hot dog.
Yeah, see? I understand that, so I'm not going to call you, Nick, you got to get rid of it. No, you get your money, King. That's cool. So I'm stuck down here in the trenches. That means I'm throwing elbows, and I'm starting feuds, and I'm working angles, and I'm pissing everybody off because this is just, I'm out here in these streets with these man. And so that's just what it is, dude. Like, I don't care. I'm having fun. Everybody else is mad. I feel like I'm winning. They're losing. They're big mad. I'm big happy. I'm making money tonight. They're screaming and screeching. And they're felted, and I win. That's how I feel until you come in and say stop, and you're upset about it. And I'm like, damn. But
I mean, if you want to go at them, I don't really care. If you and Mio are fighting for whatever reason, that's fine. Just leave me out of it. Why you got to drag me into this?
I was talking about Beardson tonight. The title is Beardson New, which is like, I'm just messing with it because he was drunk on Weekly Sweat, drunk as a skunk, went and fell on his face afterward because he was so drunk.
Funny.
I know.
Funny.
But I wasn't making fun of him for being drunk. I'm bringing it out like I knew that it would make him really mad to do this. It was scandalous, but he's out here talking hot shit about me. So, you know, it can go both ways. It doesn't have to, like, I don't want to just be endlessly just eating shit that flows downhill. And it's fine. If they want to shit on me, I'll throw it right back. That's what happens. But he's out here talking shit. Like, fine. That's how I see it. I don't see the problem. I don't think I got to get punked by these guys forever. And we're right back where we started before, but you ended it up last time. You said, you know, this time, you know, I'm going to give you some protection, but next time I'm going to wash my hands like Pontius Pilate. Literally the words you said. And I'm basically, you're going to feed me to these Pharisees. And I'm surrounded by freaking Pharisees that are doxing me online right now. And they're sitting around gossiping about how they conspire to take down big tech. It's literally like that. And these people that are around here on Cozy, I know they got your back and you love them because they're your friends, but they got issues.
If you were my strongest supporter, I would come and help you out. But you criticize me. You're making me want to go in on the side of the hate. When Ethan Ralph...
Well, I think that's the signal that I am your strongest supporter because I'm willing to tell you the truth.
No. I've heard that many times before. It's not a good thing to say. But when Ethan Ralph texts me and says, you know, it's him or me, I'm like, whoa. Yes, sir. I'm like, yes, sir, Ethan Ralph. Like, you know, I'll take care of him, Mr. Ralph. I'll take care of him.
Damn.
Because you want to know why? Because because I know Ethan Ralph may be addicted to, he may be fat, he may have blue hair, but I know that if Ethan Ralph is drunk as a skunk and high at the bar and somebody starts picking on me, he is going to throw his full body weight at that person like a human cannonball and kill them. And you might be like, I don't know, should I get into this fight? Let me evaluate the facts first. Let me get to the bottom of, wait a second. So, you know, that's loyalty.
No, I think I understand that you would have that thought about me, especially based on like what's going on right now. But anybody who knows me well, like behind the scenes, off the camera, and the people who watch my show on the regular, they know that I have that for you and for Ralph. And I have taken hits for Ralph and for you a lot. And every single time it comes up, in fact, like that's just how it goes. So, I mean, Ralph has the gun to throw around bigger than mine, but, and my style is more of a rope-a-dope style more than just like run and gun. If you haven't noticed, I listen a lot. I think, I wait. I might take a few hits before I push back. I give the enemy a little bit of room to come in before I surround. Like my style is a little bit more of that. His is just fire all the guns now, go. Everybody fire every single gun immediately. And that's not my style. So it's cool. There is a fun factor.
Well, here, I'm just old school. Me, I feel like if I'm friends with somebody, if I'm your, and like, if like my closest friend killed somebody and they came to my house with blood all over their shirt and said, I just killed somebody, you got to help me bury the body, I would go and help them. I would go and help them bury the body.
Yep.
And if the cops came around, I would say, I don't know anything. What the fuck are you talking about? Get out of my house. And you know, and I would say to the person, I'd say, hey, what's going on? Like, why'd you? And if he said, I don't ask, I'd say, okay, you know. And I'm just old school. Like when it comes to loyalty like that, like my parents are like city people or neighborhood people. It's like a street ethic. And that's just how I roll when it comes to stuff in politics. And I absolutely hate when you think somebody's your friend and shit, like you're being attacked, shit happens to you, and they go, well, hang on a second. Well, listen here, Buster. It's like, I'm not here for fucking that. Like, are we friends or are we not friends? Now, if somebody pulls me aside for an intervention and says, listen, Nick, like, you got a problem here or something, it's like, okay, well, that's a different story. But it's sort of like you throw down with your first, and then you ascertain what happens later.
Yep.
That's kind of how I roll.
Well, I haven't pulled back from you. I haven't like, I'm going to take a month off and see how the dust settles. Then maybe I'll stream on Cozy some more because there's a scandal. There's nothing like that. But I'm also not just, I mean, some of the other people are just not talking about it at all, or they're being very ginger and being like,
yeah, which they should be. That's like supporting me.
Okay.
You're like all the other people. You kind of just like, you're not being a bro on this one. And, you know,
I hate that you see it that way.
But that's how it is. I expect that kind of loyalty. That's not ride or die.
I would rather have you hit the touchdown and I die and I don't get to celebrate with you, rather than you get to the 90-yard line and fail. And I was right by your side saying yes, sir, the whole way. I don't want to say yes, sir, and then fail. I'd rather die and you win and I don't get to celebrate. So that's how I see it, is I'm actually throwing myself in a landmine here. That's how I see it. If you don't agree, you'd agree. But my dumb ass sees it that way. I'm 40 years old. I'm a millennial. My perspective is one way. But I think this conversation needed to be had. And I'm trying to have a conversation that needs to be had. I'm trying to shine some light and push some pressure on these other streamers that are on here doing their own thing. Cozy, no pushback. I'm pushing back because I think it'll be better in the long run. And we have a better chance of success in the long run if I do what I'm doing right now versus if I don't do it and everybody's happy and copacetic. So that's how I feel like I'm being a bro.
Well, I have noted your pushback, and we'll see. But
I wasn't planning for you to come onto the stream tonight. I thought I'd piss off Beardson Beardly, and then Ralph would go off on me tomorrow. He's going to dox me and read my whole Kiwi Farms and try to. He said he's going to. I thought I was just instigating that, and it was going to be wild, but it was going to be a massive burn up of this thing that's like smoldering. I thought, like give it some oxygen. Let's burn it up. Let's go. But here we are. This is a different outcome than I.
Give us some drama against the others. Can you find somebody as a bro? Can you find somebody and create drama for somebody that's a problem for me rather than a friend of mine? As a bro?
I don't know. I don't know if I have that. I don't know if that's not. I'm a lover, man. Okay, that sounds stupid, but like
it is.
I really am. Yeah. But I don't go try to lecture everybody else's kids. But like who gives a shit what I say? I'm not an attack dog.
Come on now.
For real. Like I don't know. Well, I don't want to say yes. Okay, yes, I'll go after John Doyle. I mean, I have a clip channel that has a go off on John Doyle that's got like 2,000 views, but like nobody cares.
Even when you were going against Max Carson, that was, I mean, Destiny made a big stink about it, but like that was good, you know?
Yeah, but that was also an accident. You know that, right? You know I didn't rally anybody to go report him. You know that wasn't my idea. It was literally somebody came in my chat and said, hey, Big Tech, I reported one of Mr. Girl's videos last night and it's gone now. And I'm like, no way. And I pulled it up. I said, hey, golly, dadgum, it is gone.
You're like refusing... You're refusing to attack my enemies and insisting on attacking me and everyone I'm friends with. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Thanks for the support. All right. Well, I'm going to go.
I know it's all right. Well, thanks for stopping by.
All right. See you later.
I love you. I wish you nothing but the best, and I'm on your side till the end. So
thank you. I appreciate that.
All right. Thanks, Nick. And that was Nick Fuentes. I feel like I want to just like end this stream. It's so odd. I don't know if you're in my Discord. You can just call me on Discord, or you can join Telegram. Let me check. Where is it? What the heck? Oh, I might have called it on it. Close it on it. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Beardson Beardly.
Hey, hello.
Hey, hello.
Hi, hey.
Hi, you're live.
Hi, hey. Hi. What's up? I missed most of it, but I heard it was pretty cool. Yeah, I'll probably catch a replay or something. I was like making pizza and stuff, kind of hanging out. So like I heard that you hate me or whatever. I don't hate you. I don't know why you think I'm like I'm getting mad at you or I hate you. That's never been the case. Okay. Like
well, that's good.
Get it. Yeah, I know. So
but I don't think you hate me. I think you just cavalierly talk shit.
Dude, I'll say this, and I am guilty of it, and I can't help it, but I can't help but like still make fun of like the Lavloon thing. But I legitimately like I don't even mean it like a mean way. It's just like it comes up and it's funny. Okay, like that's just who I am. I'll always do it. Okay, but I don't hate you. It's just fucking funny. Okay, I'll always think it's funny.
All right, well. I mean, it's a joke you made up at my expense that you think's real funny, and that's
I didn't make it up. Those are your DMs.
I know, and you dragged my DMs and you interpreted them the worst way possible.
I didn't even want to show them. You volunteered it. I was like, no, I was against it at first, and I tried to fight it, and then you insisted. Yeah. So I was like,
and you read them, and you're like, I don't see simping in here. I think you're vindicated by these DMs. No, you said, look at this little. You said heckin' doggo. You're simping. You said heckin' doggo.
Dude, that was cringy. It was cringy as fuck, man. Come on.
Well, you're cringy as fuck.
That's fine. But
yeah. Like, so shut the fuck up, you little fucking bean-shaped. How about that?
Why are you getting mad right now?
I'm not mad. I'm just yelling at you, telling like it is. You're cringe as fuck. I don't. Yeah, but the thing is,
here, I'm trying to make
yeah, you come in laughing and you're acting like it's no big deal. You're acting like, oh, I don't care. Ha 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 ha.
You're fucking screaming. Like, I thought you were supposed to be the one that's making me mad. Like, why are you getting mad?
I'm getting loud.
No, you're screaming. Come on, man. Like, let's be real.
Screaming is loud.
Yeah. Come on. You're screaming.
So how does it feel when I call you a little? Well, how does it feel when I call you a tiny little?
I don't care.
Okay. Well, then what are we talking about?
I don't know. You
called me.
I know. I'm trying to like make peace or whatever. Like I'm trying. You think that I hate you, and I'm just telling you.
I don't think you hate me. I think you're a fucking. No, I don't think you hate me. I think you're.
Okay.
And you're uncool, and you're not a good friend, and you're fake and phony, and you're a drunk, and you're small, and you have small man syndrome, and you're probably jealous of my height.
Get it off your chest.
I think a lot of stuff like that.
Get it off your chest, big guy.
I don't think you hate me. I think you're just pathetic.
Let it all out, big guy.
Yeah, I am. You don't have to give me permission. I'm letting it out. Why don't you just stand? Why are you still talking while I'm letting it all out?
Because this is ridiculous.
You don't have to talk in order for me to say it. If you were listening, you wouldn't be talking.
I don't care, man. I'm trying
exactly. Fuck you.
I'm like, this is what I'm talking about. Like, you can't even make peace with you because you're so in your fucking feelings.
No, I'm not trying to make peace with you right now. No, you're calling in to try to make peace with me, and I'm saying, nah.
Yeah, why? Like, why do you have this like, big grudge against me? What's the deal?
Because I don't like you.
Okay, well then stop. Like, why do you obsess about me all the time? Why are you like constantly streaming about me?
I'm not constantly streaming at you. I occasionally do.
You are.
Occasionally. No, let's tell the truth. I occasionally do. I have done it before, and I'm doing it tonight.
You do it like 8 hours a night. Let's be real.
Oh, let's be real. No, I don't. Why are you saying it like that?
Because you do.
I don't. When's the last time I streamed about you, Beardson?
Tonight.
Right, before tonight. I literally said
before tonight. In the intro of your show. I'm in the intro of your show every day. Like,
and why is that? No, every day. Why are you lying? You fucking lying little. Why can't you just tell the truth? Why can't you deal with the reality?
No, I thought you're like doing all this because you're like, oh, I'm making you mad. I'm making Beardson mad, and I'm getting him in his feelings, and he's reacting.
Yeah, you are right now. You're coping and you're pretending. You're coping and pretending to not care about
I'm not pretending anything. I'm just trying to be. I'm trying to tell you, I don't hate you. I don't care about this.
Good. Well, then let it go. Then I have a grudge that's a one-way grudge.
Okay, fair enough.
But you were talking about me the day before. Oh, and he dips. Oh, and he dips. But he was talking about, hey, Beardson, if you're still listening, the reason I'm streaming about you tonight, you running away, little baby dipper.
Yeah, I'm a man of my word. Okay, we got it up now. Plus, some people were, I missed the last 2 goals, and it wasn't my fault, but still.
$3. Good afternoon, Ethan.
Thank you.
So you're going to back up because Nick Fuentes can end your life by removing you from Cozy, so you have to bend the knee for whatever he says.
No.
Wow. Behavior. Couldn't be me.
I believe Nick said he disavowed Ali Alexander, actually. I think I was the one who didn't disavow him, if you want to know the truth about it. Because I don't give a fuck about what a single one of you say. You don't tell me shit. You don't tell me who to disavow. You don't tell me what to do. You don't tell me how to live my life. You don't tell me how to drive. You don't tell me how to raise my kids. You don't tell me how to pay my child support. You don't tell me where I go in this world. You don't tell me a goddamn fucking thing. Do you understand? Nothing. So that would be my response to that. You don't tell me shit, ever. And it's always been like that. My parents didn't tell me shit. And you can say it worked out or it didn't. I don't give a fuck. Don't no motherfucker tell me shit. Put the cuffs on me if you want to tell me something, motherfucker. That's what I say. Put the goddamn fucking cuffs on me if you want to tell me something, or else it ain't happening. Just letting you know. Nobody tells me shit. Nobody shames me into shit. That doesn't happen. That just doesn't happen. Oh, you like bank? Oh, you like this? Oh, you like it? Yeah, I do. Too bad. You don't like it? Oh, you don't like it, huh? Okay, well, I don't care. I don't care. And I think Big Tech should just be kicked off the platform. That's what I think. The nerve of him to come on here. Nobody would even know who he was if it wasn't for me, first thing. And then if it wasn't for Nick Fuentes, I think he should be booted off the platform post-haste. I think he should already be gone by the end of my broadcast. That's what I think. That's what I fucking think. So, if you want to know my opinion, that's my motherfucking opinion. Get him the fuck out of here. He wants to get all cute and, do all these little smart-ass titles. He's been nothing but a troublemaker ever since he's been here. And, I got tricked to letting him. I didn't get tricked. I just put him on my show because I need content. What the fuck? But the utter disrespect towards Fuentes, I'm not accepting that.
Anonymous sent $3 so boot Big Tech because he doesn't toe the line like you do.
That's exactly right. Yes, that's exactly right. You said it. You said it. Correct. That's exactly right. You said it. See, some of you got it. Some of you actually do have some brains in your head.
And sorry, real quick. Beardson Beardly did want to join the call. I'll give you the option. He texted me and said it was friendly. I'm not trying to do a blood sports. I'm not interested. This isn't a Big Tech interview. If you want to do it later, that's fine. But he said it would be friendly, so I'll leave that up to you.
Well, I feel like it would be lame to say no, but I will say I don't know if it's a good idea. So I'm for it, but he's tried this before, and I don't know. I mean, I almost want to. I want to give him. I'm all about second chances, but I mean, I want to let him try, but also I don't want him to felt himself again. So I almost like. I know he's eager to do it, so. But I mean, it's like, look, but why would he want to do it right now? It's like such a weird thing. Why? Because like right now, public, you can always DM me too, bro. You can send me a DM, Beardson. You're not blocked. Why would he want to reach out publicly in front of everybody on the show? Hit me up. But I mean, if he wants to come on here, do it that way. I mean, it's looking like a mistake, but I kind of want to like give him his shot. If he wants to shoot his shot, like come on in. But I'm not gonna.
Okay, we'll do this.
You should know by now. I don't pull punches, and I'm not going to right now. So if he and I are in conflict. So if he wants to come in and try to resolve it, maybe he thinks this is the right venue to do it. It's up to him. I'm not going to say no.
Okay, so I'm going to bring it. And once again, I want to be clear, Beardson. I know you can hear us. This is a Big Tech interview. It's not. I'm not trying to do blood sports. So, but I will let you have a quick little conversation, maybe 5-10 minutes. Okay, is that fair? And then however, if it goes good, if it goes bad, in 10 minutes, I'm going to move on. All right. All right. So, all right, come on in, Beardson. Hello.
Hey, what's up, man? How you doing?
Hey, what's going on? Good. How are you?
Hey, no, I'm sorry. I don't want to like hog your thing or anything like that, but yeah, I just thought it would be good maybe to have like a third party here. And also it's like, you're talking about forgiving me and you're talking about like, oh, maybe we can make peace. So I was like, well, you know what? I'll fuck it. Like, why not? Let's try it. I thought maybe this would be a good time for it or whatever. Again, like we've tried this before and I've tried to like make amends with you the last time that we talked Big Tech, and then you just like wanted to insult me and call me names, right? Like that's what happened. I was like, look, I don't hate you. I don't have any issue with you. And then you just like kind of spat in my face, right? So it's I just think it's weird that you're like, well, I'll forgive you. And when I literally tried to do this already and you spat in my face, but I'm willing to try it again. Like I don't hate you. I don't have any issue with you really. And I'm trying to make amends, right?
How does you not hating me have anything to do with this? You said that before, so I don't really get what's that about. Why do you keep telling me I don't hate you? Why do you keep saying that?
Because I don't, and I don't have any issue with you.
Well, great.
But you have an issue with me, and I would like to like resolve it. Because again, it's like you want to talk about like forgiveness and all this stuff. So this is what I mean. Like, let's resolve it.
Well, what do you want me to forgive you for?
That's a great question. I don't know. I have no issue with you. You have an issue with me. So
sounds like you guys just love each other a lot. Like, can you guys just make up? I mean, okay, here, I'll be the third party. So, Big Tech, do you have any issues with Beardson currently?
Yeah.
Okay, so, but you also said you forgive him. So, is it possible to maybe you don't like some things he does, but you also forgive him and you're cool with him? Is that what you're saying? Is that accurate?
Well, here's the deal. Forgiveness means that you love somebody.
Mm-hmm.
That's what forgiveness is. It means you don't hate. It means like there's nothing blocking my love for the person.
Mm-hmm.
It literally means giving forward. So I give my love, and hatred causes you to not give. You hold back. Now you have like a resentful blockage from being able to love somebody.
Mm-hmm.
I love everybody. And when I don't, then I have to overcome that.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't keep me from telling the truth about people or acknowledging the truth about the fact that there might be a conflict between us.
Mm-hmm.
So the conflict can be handled.
There's not a conflict between us. You have a conflict with me. That's right. What I'm trying to explain.
And I'm wanting you to acknowledge that.
That you have a conflict with me. I have acknowledged that plenty of times. You know what I mean? Like, I've acknowledged this. Like, how many more times do you need this from me? I've given that to you, right? Like the last time.
What's the nature of the conflict? I'd like you to acknowledge that.
I don't know, because I don't really pay attention.
Well, there you go. It's not really an acknowledgement if you don't even know what it is, Beardson.
Right, because I don't want to sit around and like watch your streams where like you talk shit about me every night because I don't care. I have better things to do.
Okay, well, first of all, I don't talk about you every night, which is the thing you did last time, which you came in and you started off in this like, hey, I want to come in and make peace, and then you just lied about me. And second of all, so I don't appreciate. You said you stream about me every single night. My name's in your title every night. You stream about me nonstop every single night. It's not true. You did this overstatement.
I literally went to Cozy.
And then you said
this morning, right? Like it's like, yeah, you kind of do.
Well, now I am. That's true now. But the thing is,
what you said is true. Then is what you're saying.
Well, it has become true. I mean, careful what you wish for, right? The other thing is,
and it's also like hyperbole, right? When I say these things, I'm not saying these things literally. It's like a hyperbolic thing. Do you understand that?
See, I would like you to actually, if you want to come in and make peace with me when there's a moment of conflict, I don't want you coming at with me with hyperbole and sarcasm and snarkiness and yucking it up. I want you to level with me man to man. And I don't want to hear from you that I don't even know the nature of this conflict. I don't even have time to think of it. Honestly, I don't even care. I just want it to be behind us. Well, that sounds like you don't care. And if you don't care enough to even understand the nature of the grievance I have with you, then I don't care to let it go.
I care because I'm caring enough to call in right now. I mean, I think that's enough. That's, what do I owe you exactly? I mean, that's the thing. It's like, how far do I have to go to like appease you when you don't like me? I mean, that's the thing, right? Like I'm making the effort here. I'm trying to call in and I'm trying to talk to you. I don't have to do this, but I'm trying, and I'm trying to make a good fourth effort, and you won't even acknowledge that, right? So
who stands to benefit from this call you're making right now?
Hopefully both of us. That's kind of the intention here.
Well, I'm not asking for it.
Okay, so then again, it's like you don't really offer forgiveness, and you're not really interested in this sort of
well, forgiveness doesn't mean letting go of like forgetting.
Forgiving but not forget, right?
Yeah,
I guess
forgiving doesn't mean forgetting.
Yeah,
so forgiveness is like I don't hate you, but the grievance you and I, like, there still is a debt between us. Like, you've been uncool toward me, and I'd like you to know why you've been so messed up toward me. And I'd also like to know that you understand what that means to me so that you'll fucking knock it off.
Knock what off? I don't
see if you haven't yet invested even a moment to think about it, then we're not at that point yet.
Man. I'm asking you.
Well,
right
we've
here.
already been over it, and if you don't have the imagination that it takes to conjure up what I'm talking about, then you're not there yet, and we still have conflict.
Or you could just be a man and like talk to me like right here and now. I mean, this is what I'm saying. Just be a man and like
let's do it. Let's do it. Then if you want to do it, like he said, we were only going to go 10 minutes. We're probably coming up on it, but if we're going to go there, then let's do it.
Oh, do you want to leave?
Already told you.
Run away now?
Are you going to do that to me?
Yeah, I am, because you're being like really like catty with me for some reason. I'm just trying to I just want to make peace. Like, it's all I want to do.
You just said be a man, so you're impugning you're questioning my manhood. So you started it, fucker.
Okay, hold on. Hey,
don't talk to me that way, you little bitch.
Okay, hold on.
Don't talk to me that way. Hey, Beardson, I don't want you to talk to me that way, and that's that. Got it?
I will.
Okay, hold up.
Okay.
Hey.
Well, then we can just keep this going forever, fucker.
Hey. I didn't want this to be a blood sports. Let me talk. I'm the host. Okay. So couple things here. Well, Beardson, I just want to say, first of all, Big Tech did say, I think this was like earlier on. I forget the specifics of it, but he did say like you sort of, when he was starting to stream, you sort of like big leagued him, or were like, I don't know, just kind of smacking him around a little bit and just being disrespectful. I believe.
Yeah, we like handled that like a long time. That's the thing though, right? It's like I've already talked to him about that.
Did you apologize for that?
Yeah, I think I did actually. Yeah, I think I did actually apologize to him for that.
No, you actually didn't. You called that an apology when we talked in private.
Well,
and it wasn't an apology. Well, actually, you excused yourself and told me to drop it.
Let me say one more thing.
You basically gave yourself credit for even talking to me.
Let me say one more thing. Let me say one more thing, Beardson. I'm
still listening. I'll be back in.
Okay, no problem. So I guess, and I am trying to be a third party here, but I really think if you really want to make something right with someone, I think you really need to reach deep into humility, and like you can't really mention like, oh, but you did this, because then it comes off like disingenuous.
Isn't like what he's doing right now? Is that not what he's been doing this whole stream?
Well, yeah, but it's not about him. Like, if you want to make
it is, I don't have any beef with him, dude. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't have any beef. I have no issue.
But I have beef with you.
But if he has beef with you, I'm just saying it would probably be the wise thing, if you really want to squash it, to just like apologize without bringing up stuff
what am I apologizing for exactly? This is what I'm talking about. Like, what am I apologizing for? Let's get down to it.
I think
he doesn't want to like talk about that.
I think what
that's the thing. It's asking him.
I think what he's saying is that you should have some self-reflection about it.
About what? That's what I'm trying to get down to. That's what I'm asking. That's why I'm here.
And we're going to go through it again. I'm going to give you another one.
Just being like an asshole.
I'm going to give you another one,
which I'm sure you've done, because we've all done it.
You have done it. You're doing it now, but specifically, how about when you and Wurzelroot wanted to make a lolcow out of me and my DMs with Laugh? What about that?
You volunteered those to me, and I didn't even want to show those. And I could talk about that. Like,
yeah, and there's different ways to go over that content, and the way you chose to do it was very disrespectful.
I thought it was pretty funny. I'm sorry. Like, I'm not gonna like,
it was fun that you had at my expense, and I didn't like that.
You volunteered it though, man. Like, I didn't
volunteer to be roasted by you for an hour. I volunteered those because they were to exonerate me from the lies and slanders you guys were saying about me. You were spreading the concept, essentially a rumor about, imagine what's in those DMs between him and Lav. Just imagine all the simping that he's doing in there. And I was like, I'll show it to you.
Am I supposed to be like dishonest here and say like, no, Big Tech, that looked really good when you were calling her your little brat and stuff? It's like, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to be dishonest. I don't think it looked good. I still don't.
That's not all that it was. And if that's how you feel about it, that's how you feel. And we just don't see it eye to eye. We're just too different. So we have.
I'm sorry. I think saying things like heck.
So, and if you don't even care,
so look. don't hate you for it, but it's like
but I don't care. And it was disrespectful, and I didn't like it. And what you need to say to me is, look, bro. See how you're giggling right now? I don't like that.
I don't care. I'm not going to apologize for thinking that those DMs looked bad when I think they look bad.
Okay.
Well, then you're not going to squash
Keep
it.
giggling, and I'll stay right where I am. Like, simple as.
So that's what this is all about. You're mad about the Lavloon DMs that you leaked.
See, I gave you one more, and what do I get in reply? I get giggles and chuckles. So keep it right where it's at, bro.
Yes, this is right funny to me. This is funny to me that this is your big thing.
It's funny to me to be A-logging you.
What the? You got an A-log.
All right,
now.
great. Again, this is what I'm saying. It's like there really is no like real forgiveness that you're like offering here, or like any sort of.
Because you're not showing me any respect.
What am I supposed to do here, man? Exactly. Like, you did something that I think
I could tell you if you'd listen.
Here, let me give you.
No. Let me finish my thought here.
Okay, go ahead.
You are mad at me because I think that you did something that was fucking cringy, and I always will. And what you want is me to apologize and to like basically lie. I'm like, no, Big Tech, no, those DMs looked really good, and I'm sorry. Like, and that's not going to happen. I'm sorry.
What I want you to say,
what I want to hear, I don't like have any resentment towards you.
All right.
I just think that those DMs look bad. That's it.
All right. And so you decided to use that as an opportunity to disrespect me.
Again, and I don't think,
and I didn't like it.
I don't think you.
I didn't like it. Hey, I didn't like it. Hey, I didn't. Hey, Beardson, I didn't like that.
Okay,
and that's where you go. Well, my bad.
He's allowed.
That's where you go. My bad.
Hey, let me give you an example. He's allowed to not like something. Like, I actually got really pissed at Wurzel. I forget what it was, but I remember. He played this like BuzzFeed video that was really cringe. Long time ago, and started playing it, and he was like roasting me, and I was like, okay, fine. And then and he was like doing it in bad faith. He like wasn't saying the whole. He was like playing the edited version, and then he kept spamming it in my chat, like, hey, everybody, look at this, yo. And like, yeah, I was honest. It kind of pissed me off, and I told Wurzel, I'm like, bro, what the fuck are you doing? And like, I was pissed off at him, and I like unmodded him. And then he like came in the call. It was disrespectful. And by the way, some things, are going to ruffle your feathers. You got to pick your battles. But that really pissed me off because he wasn't showing the full. It was bad faith. It wasn't the full clip. And so it looked really bad from the clip he was playing. And I kept saying like, hey, play the full clip. And he was ignoring me. And I was like, dude, what the fuck? So anyways, then I brought him, like he called in. And then we just talked, and I was like, hey, man, like, I'm going to be honest. Like, I don't know if you meant that as a slight or, like, whatever, but I really did not like that. Like, that was not cool. Like, I did not enjoy that. And I was just, and we squashed it. He says, okay, tell the ending to the story. People are mad at me. Yeah, no, we squashed it like men. And he was like, my bad, dude. I didn't mean to, I wasn't trying to hurt you. I was just laughing at the absurdity of it. And I was like, oh, well, that makes me feel better. I thought you were being a fucking asshole, and so we talked it out. But I mean, Beardson, I think if he said that he didn't like it, I mean, that's valid. Like, even if you don't agree, like, that's how he felt. He didn't like it. So you got to just acknowledge that, maybe.
But that is that what this is now? Is that like everything just operates on like how people feel? Like, is this like leftist thing now, where it's like if a girl had sex with a woman and she didn't like having this with a woman, is that now?
No, not,
you know what I mean?
Not everything. Not everything is over feelings, but there are real relationships here, and if you're a complete asshole to people. Then they'll be fucking pissed off.
I mean, if someone baked, if I were to like come to you, right? Yeah. And just as an analogy here, if I come to you and I were to like, hey, look at these DMs with this e-girl that I have, and I'm flirting with her, and you're like, oh, that's pretty cringe, bro. And I'm like, fuck you, I hate you forever now. You know what I mean? That's essentially the situation that we're in.
You can still think that whatever he did was cringe because he probably thinks some things you did is cringe, but you could still like. I mean, if you've ever been you've been an asshole to me. I mean, and you apologize, and I've been an asshole to you, and I apologize. So, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it happens, you know?
Yeah.
But this is what I'm saying. It's like, but the big onus here, and I think this is like the big source of the conflict, is that he wants me to say like, oh no, the DMs were actually good. He wants me to change my perception of the DMs, which I won't do. Okay, nope. So what is it? Maybe that's a misconception by me then. What is it that you want from me?
I want you to say, hey, bro, I didn't mean disrespect by that. If you felt that way, my bad.
I mean, that's fair.
I want you to tell me that you give a shit.
No, and I'll say this, and I mean this sincerely from the bottom of my heart. The last thing that I meant to do was like to hurt you, and that's why, again, I didn't even want to show the DMs on stream because I didn't really want to like get into a conflict or like hurt you or anything like that. Does that make sense? And that's why I was so hesitant to even show the DMs to begin with. And you know, so if it did,
I didn't say that you hurt me. I want you to hear what I'm saying. I want to know that you're not intentionally, just flippantly disregarding me and treating me with disrespect. I don't want to be disrespected by you and hear from you that you don't care. If I hear that from you, if I got a one-way street of respect going on, that doesn't work for me. It's got to go both ways.
Well, yeah, but that's the thing, right? It's like I'm not really getting much respect from you either here, and I don't think
that's
I ever
right.
have.
That's where we're at.
Yeah, right. So, and that's the thing, right? It's like I think both you and I are in this like weird, like sort of standoff, I guess, where like like it's gonna take like it's almost like a fucking Mexican standoff or whatever, where it's like you want me to give you respect first before you can give me respect, right? Like you want me to give you the respect first before you can give me respect, right? And you know, unfortunately, and this is maybe like why you and I will never see eye to eye in this sort of issue, is that like, no offense, I just don't think that you have done anything to really earn my like initial respect, like just out of the rip, right? Like it's not that like I think that you need to be disrespected or anything like that, really. I don't really think that you know, I have no resentment towards you, anything like that, even though you've been like pretty, you know, callous and rude to me. Now, you know, to be fair, I've been rude to you as well, right? But I think this is like the impasse here. Like, no offense, I just, if you were to come with me with respect, I would retreat it. I would return so in kind. But it's like this like weird power complex that I think that you have, where you want me to like give you respect first and then you'll give it to me. And I'm like, you know what? No, it's like that. I just think that that's a very weird thing.
Well, someone's just got to be the bigger man, right? Somebody's got to do it. Like if you're both not being the bigger man, then I mean, like someone has to show humility. I mean, he feels slighted by you. I don't know. I'm just in such a mode in my life where I'm like,
I mean, just what I'm saying makes sense though. I mean,
I'm so ready to make peace with people. Like,
no, I'm right there with you. I mean, that's the only reason I really even called in. Like my whole thing right now, and really like since I've gotten my Twitter back, is like I'm not really like focused on any of this drama stuff. Like I'm interested in like bringing new people into this thing and trying to build bridges with people. I mean, not to brag, but I mean, I was able to do that huge stream with Sneeko last night, and that was like due to my efforts of like trying to be a better person and trying to make inroads. I mean, this is somebody that even admittedly, Sneeko was like, yeah, you called me a like, you know, like 3 months ago or whatever on stream and stuff. But I was able to like bring that sort of like inroad in and make that work. And now like I would say that me and Sneeko are friends, right? And I think that there's, you know, and I am like sort of learning this as I go, and it's not my strong suit. I admit, you know, to everybody that I'm an asshole and I'm not very good at this sort of stuff, but I'm working on it. You know, I've been going to mass. I've been trying to be a better Christian and stuff. So, you know, and I guess like I don't really care necessarily that you attack me, Big Tech, or anything like that. But I do sort of see this as like if we could overcome whatever issue that we have, that it would be like a pretty big win for all of us here, if that makes sense. Like I think it'd be a big win for you. I think it'd be a big win for me. And I think it'd be a big win for everybody involved. And I do think there's probably going to be like obviously some irreconcilable differences between us that like maybe we'll never be able to like hash out or anything like that. But I do ultimately at the end of the day want to at least like, I don't know, maybe like, and maybe, I don't know, and I don't mean this in a disrespectful way, but at the very least, use you as like a target dummy so I can better focus and be better at like building these sort of bridges too. And I feel like if I was able to do that with you, then it would sharpen, you know, it's kind of like an iron sharpens iron thing, I think, in a lot of ways, you know what I mean? And admittedly, you've been pretty nasty to me. I don't really care. I think maybe some of it's probably deserved. I'm not going to be like sitting here having some like victim complex or anything like that with you. It is what it is, man. Like, you want to talk about me every night. That's totally fine. That's your prerogative. It doesn't bother me, but I would like at the very least to come to some sort of like understanding that like, I've never intentionally tried or went out of my way to disrespect you. I am clumsy in a lot of ways, and I do get like caught up in things sometimes. And but it's never been like an intentional thing with you. Like you know, with this Lavloon thing, for instance, with the DMs or whatever, I wasn't like intentionally trying to like disrespect you or whatever. I get so caught up in like a joke or a bit sometimes that I just think something's like really funny. You know what I mean? And I did think those DMs were kind of cringy, and I did think it was funny. And I'm sorry that, you know, if that hurt you in any way, but that's just the way that it is. That's the way that it goes. I'm a very like content brained person, almost to like a detriment and to a fault. You know what I mean? And
yeah.
So I don't know, man. I'm not interested in having any conflict with you. If it's going to be like this one-sided thing, that's your prerogative. But I do think ultimately at the end of the day, it would be better for both of us to focus on building bridges instead of like having this like cold war or hot war or whatever that it is. And this is like maybe where my heart is, where my energy is, you know. I've been doing a lot of reading of the Bible and stuff, and talking to my priest and stuff too. And one of the things that really like stuck out to me, especially on the sermon that I had on Sunday, was that like you know, as Catholics, as Christians, we have to walk with people, you know. And that really, like, I don't know, man, that hit me like as like a spear in my heart, you know. But that like. It was like I was like a vampire, and they were shining like sunlight like directly in my eyes. You know what I mean? I was like, oh no, because I felt like I was really being like called out there, and it was like a moment of like self-reflection and introspection and stuff for me personally. And I am trying to like fix that behavior, and I am trying to like correct that a little bit. And at least like I have this vitriol and hatred in my heart, like I know I do, in this anger, but I want to like channel it and attack the people that hate Christ. And even then, like I still want to like save those people though too. So it's something I'm like really struggling with. I don't know. I'm kind of rambling here. I'm sorry, but
is there an apology coming at the end of this? I think it was coming, right?
I mean, I'm pretty sure I said I'm sorry in the middle of that.
Okay. No, I'm just making sure. How are you feeling, Big Tech?
I'm right there with you, Yoba.
What?
I heard it the same way you heard. I heard it the same way you heard it.
Well, let me say this, Beardson. And that's, thank you for sharing that. That's awesome, and I'm glad you're, you know.
I don't know. It's like I don't know. This is kind of like weird. Like I just sit here and like I'm trying to like give you my perspective, and it just seems like it's very like dismissive.
Well, hey,
you know,
let me
be like honest with you guys, and both of you guys are being like really dismissive of me for some reason, as if I'm not like you know, trying to like be honest and just like be a man here for a second.
I'm trying. You know I'm trying to say something. There's a way that you, like, if you're going to apologize for something, and you said you did, but I'm just saying the correct way is you're not supposed to bring up anything the other person did. So if you say, and I'm not attacking you, I'm just saying, if you say a lot of like, oh, well, you did this. Oh, but I'm sorry. Like, could you see how that can come?
Can I just extend like an olive branch here? Like, I mean, this is again, it's like,
I'm just saying,
what is it going to take from me exactly? What is it going to take from me exactly? Like, what do you people need from me? Do you need me to like my ribs?
What do you mean, you people? I'm saying this is just how you're supposed to like you learn this in AA, or you learn this at therapy, or you learn this in your church. You gotta like, if you're saying sorry, you have to be humble. And part of that means make it
just humble when I'm like acknowledging my faults and like listing my faults and my own personal.
I'm just saying this from experience. I'm just
like, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, I don't know how more humble I have to be when I'm sitting here, like in like a real human being moment, like telling you, like, look, I know I struggle with this stuff. These are personal issues of mine. Like, I mean, what else is it? What else am I supposed to do here exactly?
I just told you what to do. It like a proper apology is saying sorry without mentioning what the other person did. That's literally textbook. Like you'll learn that in church. You'll learn that in therapy. And the reason is because you need to take extreme accountability for what you did. Not saying it's worse or better than what the other person did, because he admitted he did shit to you too. But in that moment, when you apologize, just for that moment, just focus on what you did. I think that's all he wants. And that's all I would want in a real apology.
Again, I'm just trying to like put this into perspective here. For you and for big tech, because I don't know, this is like a very weird thing. Like I'm admitting my faults here, and I'm like trying to say that I'm like working on it, and I'm not perfect, and it still doesn't like. And I'm not even necessarily saying that this is an apology necessarily, but like what is it here though that I'm apologizing for? Because I laughed at some DMs, right? Like that's it. Like that's the big grievance that I had. I laughed at some DMs.
Beardson, I'll be honest. I didn't see the whole drama between you guys. I don't know all the details. I'm just saying. I'm just saying what I know about like for instance, I had to apologize to some of my family members recently after I got out of federal prison, and they did a lot of fucked up things to me. Ooh, a lot. Like I'm saying a lot, like really fucked up things to me. Like they wanted me dead, and like, I'm not going to get into it, but some really dark shit. But I decided to forgive them. And when I wrote them all letters in prison, and I had to just focus on my side of the street. And after I did that, I felt so good. I love you, Beardson. Like you're my friend. Like I'm not coming at you any which way. I'm just saying, I think, and I don't know what you and big tech, you know, all that has nothing to do with me, and that's not what this show is about. But I'm just saying, if you want to make like peace with him, that's my advice. Would just focus on whatever you did, something that you did. Could be big, small, I don't know. Just take ownership and be like, hey man, I'm really sorry. I did. I'm really sorry that I did that.
I already did that. I mean, that's what I'm saying, though. I already did that. Like, I literally just explained that, like, you know, look, if you were hurt by me laughing at those DMs, I'm sorry or whatever, right? I already did that. Like, but again, it's like I give this whole big thing, and it's like it's still not enough. It's still like never going to be enough. It feels like, you know, no matter how much I try to extend an olive branch, or you know, anytime I tried to like make peace or whatever, there's no like meeting in the middle or accepting it, even though, you know, big tech wants to come on here and be like, oh yeah, I'm forgiving and I want to squash the beef or whatever. It's just never really enough. And it's like this like weird thing where it's like I have to go to the point of like humility. Like that's what it really is all about, right? Like you want me to like humiliate myself in order for you to feel like happy or whatever. And I'm just not willing to do that. Okay. I'm not willing to go that far. I don't care that much to do so. Okay. And again, like what am I exactly apologizing for? That big tech got his feelings hurt from DMs that he volunteered. Okay. He volunteered these DMs that I didn't want to show. And I tried to stop him, and I tried to be like, no, let's maybe not do that. And then he volunteered and insisted. So I said, well, okay.
Yeah, no, it just sounds like he wants respect from you, because respect is a two-way street. It's not just, you know, if he's going to respect you, he wants you to respect him, is what it sounds like.
Okay, but again, I'm the one here. Is it not enough respect that I'm even here sitting here and talking to you? Is that not an acknowledgement, or at least some sort of respect out of you that like, hey, look, this is what I'm saying. Again, like what is this concept of respect exactly? You know, I mean, how much do I have to give in order to get respect here?
You're not talking respectful right now. You're not talking respectful. Because you're like, like, you know, like.
No, I'm not doing that. I'm talking normally. And I'm talking pretty calmly, and I'm being pretty calm about this. And again, like I'm admitting faults and I'm doing things. That's not at all what I'm doing, Baked. And that's very disingenuous that you would do that and try to like characterize me. I don't know why you're doing that.
No, it's not. I'm just saying what's happening.
You did.
No,
you
I'm not.
Just, like,
I'm having a positive interview of Big Tech, and you inserted yourself to this whole situation. Like, and I already said I love you. We're good. I ain't got no issues with you,
right? You guys were like talking about me, and you've been talking about me multiple times, and so I thought, well, hey, you know what? I'll call in, and maybe we can squash this beef, and that's what I'm trying to do. So again, it's like a total like mischaracterization of like what even happened.
But you're coming in on an interview that I'm not even finished interviewing Big Tech on. I'm curious.
Then you could have told me no, and then I would have been like, okay, yeah, that's fair.
I said I don't. I said I don't want it to be a blood sports, but if you want to come in, and you said, yeah, I want to make peace. So I said, okay.
And I don't want it to be a blood sports, and that's exactly what I'm trying to do. I haven't insulted Big Tech one time while I've been here. I haven't gone hard. I haven't done anything. So again, it's like, what is it? I don't know. It's like, this is like a very like weird thing to me. It's like, so now I just asked to come on.
But you are making slights. You called me disingenuous. You called him You said you people. So you are making these
because you're like you're literally doing like caricatures of me, man. Like, and I don't know why you're doing that. You know what I mean?
What character did I say you're doing?
You're literally like, oh, you're going like la 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 and like waving your hands and stuff when that's not even like remotely how I'm acting.
You were speaking like really like loud and like fast, like notice how me and Big Tech are like, we're talking slow, we're vibing, we're understanding how each other are feeling. You know what I'm saying?
Bro, this is just how I talk. I mean, it's just how I always talk. I mean, it's not like anything, it's not anything different.
Yeah. Well, did we make any progress today? Is the question, I guess.
No, I guess not, man. I mean, I don't know. This is like a very weird thing. And I don't know. It's like, again, it's like it's just like never really going to be enough, I guess. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's just like very weird. Thank you, guys.
Okay. I didn't boot him. He left. Okay.
No problem, bro.
Well, hey, first of all, I don't know all the lore. Like, I'll be the first to admit, and I don't want to make this about Beardson. I said, I'm good with him. I'm not trying to make this about him. This is your interview.
We gave him his shot. He shot his shot.
So if you want to say anything more, that's fine. Or if you want to move on, we can do that.
Yeah, we don't got to talk about him anymore.
And what about you, Nick? You and Nick are cool. After that super chat, I heard you guys are.
Well, especially after that, I think honestly, like Nick called in and, by the end of that call, if you go listen to it, he was laughing. We were having a good time. He really didn't really like what he thought that I was doing. His perspective was also weighted by people that were in his ear. Like, if you listen to the call, he said, I'm in here because I'm hearing from all these people that you're doing this. I'm hearing that you're doing that. And they're complaining at me that you're restreaming copyrighted content, which was literally, it must have been either Beardson or Wurzel or both of them went and told Nick, he's restreaming our content. He's not supposed to do that. It's copyrighted. Like, they were getting in his ear. And they're telling him what I'm saying. He's not watching. So he was coming in to try to sweep something up that really wasn't even real. And by the end of it, he was kind of like, it was all diffused. He still didn't really like it because it was right in the middle of a very pressing situation for him, right? He was being attacked by Milo and the Ali scandal, blah, blah, blah. And so it was like a bummer for him. But by the end of it, we were laughing and having fun. We still left a little bit on it. It was still not quite resolved. But then if you remember, I don't know if you saw the rest of it, all of these people, Beardson, and then Tenrio, and then Wurzelroot, and then Mio, they all came in to try to like do a thing, and I had to one by one like get through them all. And finally, the only one who called in and could actually just have a man-to-man conversation with me was Paul Town. And like a lot of people if you don't even realize it, Paul Town called in and we talked for like an hour on that stream, and it was awesome. We talked for the whole long time.
I love Paul Town.
And, everybody took sides, but there's going to be some seethers still hanging around. Well, but they're saying things like Big Tech counter signals Nick constantly. No, I literally don't.
So I see Wurzel is now taking snipes at me. He said, next episode of Wake and Bake, Jonathan Greenblatt. Wait, so, okay, so you're saying Big Tech is like the ADL. What? He has a Cozy channel? What do you mean? So, yikes.
See, there's a little bit of derangement going on. There's a big tech derangement syndrome.
Well, also,
infecting the site.
No, but also, So I took your mod, Wurzel, because that's fucked up to say. Come on, bro. And dude, Big Tech, you know what's crazy? I have Wurzel booked for Wednesday. I literally have him booked for Wednesday. I hope he still comes. I literally have you booked for Wednesday, you idiot. I have the text. Wurzel, can you come on Wednesday? Yes. What the fuck are you doing? Oh, so you're Jonathan Greenblatt? I hope he still comes on. I'm literally letting both sides talk, you idiots. Why are you... Oh, my gosh. Yes, okay, he's still coming. Okay, let's go. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. Okay. Let everyone cook. Yeah, I mean, I kind of see it like that, too. Like, I mean, we're all sort of doing our own thing, but it's like, I think the cock blocking of content is... Here's what I'll say. If Nick wants a rule, Nick has... This is Nick's streaming site. We are on Cozy.tv, owned by Nick Fuentes. If Nick wants a rule, which they have on Twitch, there's literally a rule. You cannot... If you start attacking another streamer, your stream gets, like, striked. So if Nick wants to do that, he can do that. Like, he could do that tomorrow. But as of now, there is no rule. I personally think it's good for all the Cozy streamers to get along. That's just my personal, thing. But I'm just saying, like, if there's not a rule, you're technically not breaking any rules. And it seems like the people that are just being cool with you are cool with you. And the people that are, like, pissed at you or whatever are pissed at you. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, maybe I would have a different perspective if, like, you were attacking me, I guess, but you're not, and you never have. So we're cool. Like, you haven't done anything to me.
It's a little bit self-serving in the fact that, like, one of the things that keeps getting said about me, and you'll see how this is relating, but Wurzelroot, again, keeps on saying, and others maybe too, but he just, like, over like a broken record. He keeps saying that I did this big stream to insinuate that Nick is gay. When I did a stream that's called Nick Slept with Milo. Obviously, it's a clickbait title, and it was after Nick did a live space on Twitter where one of the revelations in the space, which was almost like a passing comment, he made this joke about how Milo was trying to get him to sleep in a bed with him in a hotel room. And he's like, I'm not sleeping in a bed with you. They ended up having a hotel room with only one bed. And he's like, well, it's okay. We can do a pillow partition. It'll be fine. And Nick was like, nah, I'll sleep on the floor. Well, I thought it was scandalous that they slept together in the room, and not because of gay stuff. Look, what I was trying to say is that there's different ways to look at it. Like, up close, I wouldn't sleep in the room with another man's wife, let's say. Not because I think I'm going to screw his wife, not because I think I would fornicate and because I'm going to commit adultery, but just because it's inappropriate. I wouldn't share a room with another man's wife unless it was the only room and the other option was to sleep outside or something, like in an emergency. And I would want to explain, like, this is why we had to do it. It was crazy. They didn't, but I would talk about it that way. And I would just choose, like, I'm not going to sleep alone in a hotel room with another man's wife. Just because for appearances and just because of decency or whatever. It's sort of an indecent thing to do. On that level, I was like, I wouldn't sleep in a room with a man either. I just, like, it's almost the same room. It's just same rule. You just don't do that. You just don't. But the real one was, like you said about friendship, the things, people you think you're friends with, you might find out, like with, what was his name, Spencer or something like that, the guy who Nick went to the wedding with, and that guy ended up going on Kino Casino. Jaden lived with Nick, and now Jaden's the biggest hater in the world. Like, the thing, people you make your friends with, these are impactful choices that we make, who we consider to be close with us. And what that choice to be traveling with Milo and be in constant communications with text with Milo and sleeping in the same room with Milo, it indicated to me a level of trust with Milo that I thought was like, how are we feeling now looking back on that choice to trust Milo that much? And Andrew did that big write-up yesterday, and Anglin basically very quickly and succinctly in a paragraph or two, he illustrated what everybody already knows, which is that Milo is like the most untrustworthy, dangerous, backstabbing that ever walked on the earth. Everybody already knows that. We know that from his track record. Look, his resume is just straight up stealing from people, scamming people, lying about people, collecting gossip on people. He's got a hard drive full of blackmail on people. Like, and you're sleeping in the room with that guy alone? I was like, Nick, doy, what are you doing? And everybody's like, how dare you counter signal? You're attacking Nick. You hate Nick. You're secretly trying to call Nick gay. I'm like, no, that just seemed like a crazy
Gosling sent
friend to have on that closeness with
about your parents, Yoba. God bless. My take from this all so far: when we are fake/dishonest, we are selfish. When we are genuine/honest, we are serving others. Love speech.
Amen. Yo, thank you so much for that.
So there. Thank you for the super chat. And the point was that I was getting to is that we do need to be real about our real friends. And also real about that we're in a real world. Like the memes are the memes, we love them. And there's magic in them. And we can meme our movement into existence. It's real. But also there's real danger. And there's real players. And there's real friendships. And there's fake friendships. And there's good ones and bad ones. And there's, in politics, as Ralph said in the stream the other day, politics makes for strange bedfellows. Well, then be very careful who you end up getting in bed with, figuratively or literally. But the point is, like, I'm questioning these people. Oh, Big Tech was attacking a nun the other day. I'm looking at Bosif, and I was talking to him the other day. I'm like, what is it? What is with this? And now people are telling me that Bosif's I don't know if that's true. I can't confirm it, but a lot of people are telling me that. People are telling me things about Black Swan. People are telling me things about all sorts of these people in this movement, and we just found out about Ollie Alexander. We don't even have to go into what that was all about. And now Milo, and it's like, strange bedfellows. I'm not saying Nick's gay. I'm saying he's making associations with people very closely. He's entrusting a certain amount of confidence with people. And in Wurzelroot last night, he was saying, Wurzelroot was mocking me. He was saying, Nick doesn't need Big Tech to come out and give his milquetoast welder advice.
Madam Alaskan sent $3. People have ghostwritten books for Milo and he never paid them. He stole $100,000 from the white privilege grant. His conversation was fake. He's still an obvious. Sorry, but Big Tech is right. Yeah, YE24 was a risk that didn't pan out.
All right, so we'll see how it pans out. But the point is that you saw Wurzelroot again just last night. I got the tape queued up. It's coming up later in the stream. Stay tuned. Wurzelroot is making fun of me. He's saying I attacked a nun for no reason, and then I picked a fight with Bosif, innocent little Bosif. The thing is, I was examining Bosif, and I'm looking into this issue with, like, who are these people? And then part of that stream, just shortly after that, Wurzelroot goes, he's mocking me. He goes going, Nick doesn't need stupid-ass Big Tech, this 40-year-old loser, Big Tech with his milquetoast welder advice, giving advice to Nick. Nick has an inner circle, a council. And this whole stupid thing that comes from the A-Logs and Jaden saying that Nick doesn't take advice from everybody, it's bullshit. Nick has an inner council. He refers to them for advice. He doesn't need stupid-ass welder Big Tech to tell him anything. And then I look at who as far as I know, who the inner council is, and it's a bunch of... And I'm like, and look at the choice, and Milo's and Ollie's, and God bless Laura Loomer. I don't know her, but like, and like, it's like, who is the inner council? And it's like, and then so if I say something on my stream, they're like, shut the fuck up. We got an inner council that Nick relies on. I'm like, and then he goes on even after that to make fun of me even more. Wurzelroot does in this stream that I'll be playing later. He pulls up. He's like, I don't even think Big Tech's in the group chat. He's not even invited to the Cozy Streamer group chat, which is true. I'm not even invited into the Cozy Streamer group chat. I'm so kept on the outside. And at the same time, when I have something to say on my stream from the outside, they go, why didn't you DM Nick? Why didn't you call him directly? I'm like, I'm not even allowed in the group chat. I'm not even welcome anywhere near it. Nick, and then Wurzelroot saying he doesn't need you and your milquetoast welder advice. He has an inner council. And I'm like, yeah, but what's the inner council telling him? Like, how are they giving him good advice? If he's relying on their advice, how do you feel like it's paying off so far? Currently, we're in a serious situation where, I mean, Franson just did this crazy go off. Andrew doing like a denouncing of the thing. The thing fell apart. Kanye's who knows where the fuck he is. Nick's getting in fights while he's dressed up in Balenciaga boots and like are we just like, is it just nonstop winning, son? Like, I don't know. It doesn't look like that to me, but
I can't handle the winning.
So then they tell me, don't give Nick, he doesn't need your advice. He has a council. And then I look at the council and I'm like, Black Swan. Is Bosef part of it? I don't know, maybe not. Who are all these that are really close to Nick? I don't know them. They all hate me, and I'm just like a normal guy. What I don't get it.
Baby sent $5. Worse said you have no assets and are on welfare. Is this true or partially true?
It's not true at all.
I cannot donate to you in good conscience. The other things he was saying don't matter to me, but that does.
See, he just makes it's literally just. I haven't even heard him say that, but no, that's not true.
Well, for the record, just because you named Black Swan, I do consider a good friend of mine. I've met him in real life, and he's a very fine fellow. And I don't think he's on like some inner council of Nick's or anything. Know. So
or not.
No, I think he possibly was in the past. I think, but as of now, no.
I don't know. All I know is what I heard, but I've been hearing that. I've been hearing it, and so what am I supposed to do?
As of now, definitely not. So, and you know, we should be able to forgive people for.
I ain't mad at him. I just don't trust.
Past, you know,
I don't even believe in ex-gay. I don't think that's a thing. I don't think you can unsuck it.
You can't do that.
Ego Baby sent $3. He also said you were a male stripper. Is this true? Say it ain't so.
See, he's out there saying that I'm a male stripper. Like literally crazy, deranged, degraded stuff. We haven't even gone into the pictures posted of my children on the internet by his girlfriend talking about and my kid's mom.
Cool.
It's crazy. These people, they're deranged and they're sexually perverted. All of them. And I don't get it. Why is this what this thing is?
I want to say something for the record. I warned people for years about Milo. That was very open. Like, I remember when I did, I helped with this event called Miami Uncensored, and Nick was doing it, and there was lots of Kathy Zhu and, you know, Steve Francis, and a bunch of the people were there. And that was sort of the first, like, IRL event Nick did, I think. And I remember as this thing progressed, out of nowhere, Milo was like, oh, like he made this Groiper avatar and he invited Nick to his show and da-da-da. And I remember this specifically, like he had this invitation to his show. I texted Nick, this is in like 2018 or something, something like that, a long time ago. And I was like, Nick, do not go on Milo's show, please. Like, I pleaded with him. I was like, this guy tried to kill my animals. He's done all this shady shit with me. You know, he has all these around him all the time, doing and da-da-da. And, you know, and me and Milo hated each other at that time. And now we're, you know, we squashed the beef. We're cool and all that. But,
yeah, and from my perspective, I love Nick and his show, and I love what it's attempting to be done here. Also, I'm 40 years old, and I've carried myself through this world for 40 freaking years, and I'm fine. Yeah. And I've been through up and down, and I've had it and I've lost it and I've got it back. Like all of that. And so like these lying bad faith perverts are going to tell me what to do. It's like, hey, I'm grateful to be here. But if there's a rule where I got to do what these people tell me to do in order to have my channel, that's why I said I was running it up. And the op was to get off the plantation. Because I had this issue where not only is there like a Groiper cult mind mentality of like ultimate deference to some sort of like figure of how things are supposed to be, but then also I had a certain level of like ownership under Ethan Ralph because he was co-signing on me. Like he brought me up into this. And anything that I do that would make anybody mad was sort of maybe reflect badly on him, and he would feel responsible for it. And so he was kind of pulling my chain a bit and telling me to, you know, shut my mouth on certain things or don't do that, and you pull back. But I did for like a year. I operated in that way, and then I waited, and then the opportunity and the timing presented itself in sort of like a climactic moment. It's like I had enough of the Brittany and Mio thing, and Ralph was on drugs and on pills, and the Ollie Alexander thing all was coming down, and we haven't heard from Ye for months. You know what? Now I'm going to say what I have to say. Fuck it. I'm going to say what I have to say, and I'm going to have some fun. And I'm not trying to hurt anybody, but now nobody's pulling my chain. I hope I don't lose my channel, and I'll pay to stay here if I got to. I want to be part of the group. I'm not trying to hurt anybody, but I'm also not going to be told what to do all the time. Like, I don't feel like that's appropriate.
Yeah. Well, Nick just texted me, said, hey, fuck you. And I really don't appreciate that. So, wow. Okay.
No way.
Yep. So, literally said I love him, literally said good things about him, but I guess that's what we're dealing with. So that's pretty disappointing.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? I mean, like, do you think I'm saying anything bad about him? Yikes.
No. I'm not sitting over here going like, wow, I can't believe you said that at all. I think we're showing a lot of respect. But like, what are we not missing?
I mean, if Nick just wants people that are going to kiss his ass all day and say they agree, like, am I not allowed to disagree with somebody? Am I not allowed to disagree, or else it's fuck you? Like, that's not a healthy relationship. I'm sorry. I don't like that. I was a streamer before I even knew Nick. I was a streamer before America First existed. I don't hate Nick. I love Nick. But I'm going to be doing my own thing, and there might be something that I don't like, so.
Damn.
But that's very, very childish.
So over.
Damn, that sucks. That sucks. I don't like that. That's not Christian movement, by the way. That's not cool, man. That's really not cool. I go to fucking federal prison and you say, fuck you? Come on, bro.
Hey, maybe Nick's having a bad day.
Yeah, maybe so. But that's not, I mean, yikes.
I've had bad days. Also, maybe, I don't know. That's a bummer of a message to get. Hey, fuck you from somebody you love.
Yeah. Not just like, hey, could we talk sometime or something? Just, hey, fuck you.
So, and I look, people can get led into conversations too, and led down a certain path as well, is another thing I think people need to think about too. Maybe with this situation, and maybe what some people, it should at least be considered. Maybe what some people would rather see, us fighting, certain people fighting, and not unified. Do you understand? And Milo's fingerprints are all over this, I guarantee you. And he's using other streamers. We've seen it with. Frankly, I have my suspicions. So, again, I was watching Big Tech stream, obviously. And look, I've tried to be... Obviously, I was fucked up a couple months ago, really fucked up and not able to conduct business and think properly, kind of. But that doesn't mean that I was wrong about everything I was saying. Now, maybe I was wrong in the way I went about it. Maybe I was, like, super fucked up when it came time to do the stream and it didn't make sense or whatever. But what I was saying about Big Tech a couple months ago, maybe, I didn't put it the right way, perhaps, but I never really changed my mind on what I've seen him doing on the platform. And some of the tactics that he's using, and like, I just don't care for it. Immediately, sniping people and going live right after their shows and trying to fuck with other streamers. All right, now, I think I have it. Now, I told Big Tech, I said, hey, look, that must be my fault. I was fucked up. I definitely shouldn't have brought your family into it. I just don't like seeing people fight, and you're always kind of like in the mix, kind of. I mean, I've told him that before. I don't know if I said that exactly here. And, but my apologies. I'll take the heat on that. My apologies. It's all, whatever. It's all good on my end. Come to Kingpin if you want. Whatever. I'm just trying to smooth it over. Like, whatever. Like, okay. Fine, I'm not, I don't want him to be his target of the week like he's been doing everywhere else. Like, fuck it, I don't want to deal with that. But since then, I've just seen him attacking people. I've seen him attacking my friends. I've seen him denigrating Nick. He's making comments about the rosary and talking about people in church, or like being in church and all this weird shit. And, which, I mean, any one of those things maybe in and of itself, but it's just like all this stuff. And I don't think it's funny to have like a TTS, counter a Beardson. I don't think it's funny when I see saying the A-Logs have a channel on Cozy now. I don't think it's funny when I see a guy acting like a towards people that I like. And so I don't think it's funny. And I don't like it. And so that's a 100% sober thought. And I don't like what I'm seeing out of big tech. And so he can take that how the fuck he wants to take it. But I don't fucking like it. And I didn't like it then. I may have been fucked up, but I was right not to like it then. And I still don't fucking like it. And nothing's changed. He keeps going to people. He's talking to Baked, leading him down a path that he shouldn't even be going down, knowing Baked's vulnerable, about to go to court and all this shit. Like, in the middle of all that, and he's drawing all this out. He's almost smiling when, he starts this, back and forth beef kind of, or what, with him and Nick and getting them fighting. And this isn't the first time he's done that. And it's just menace behavior. And that's not to say that we all couldn't just get along a little bit better on the site too. I mean, I don't also want to be realistic, right? There's been other fights here. I fought with people too. Even though I've really, really tried to minimize that, I did slip into that once or twice when I was inebriated. And so, look, I get it. But you guys know that my long-term policy is not to really fight with people on Cozy. I don't like that. I don't think it does any good to have a fucking A-Log channel on Cozy. I don't think it helps any of us. I think it's a menace, and I don't like it. All right. Now, Mr. Nicholas J. Fuentes, welcome back to the Killstream, sir.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yep. What's up?
Hey, what's going on?
Nothing much, man. How you been?
Been all right. Been taking it easy, I'm still recovering, but I'm hanging in there.
Well, I hope you're feeling better. Yeah, I know you got is that from the car wreck?
Yeah, I have a couple broken bones. So
I didn't realize how nasty that was at first. I was sorry to hear that. I've been in a couple wrecks, so sorry about that.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate that. Yeah, about the whole drama today, it's just disappointing, I suppose, because it's another case of people who I've gone out of my way for and really shown nothing but loyalty and generosity, turning around and not reciprocating that or not paying that back. It's that one-way street thing is really frustrating. You know what I mean?
Again, you said it with the loyalty. I don't want to, throw him under the bus or anything, but he said what he said, so I have to, answer it. I don't think it's right that he said that. No, that should be something he should have said in private at the very least first. And going on somebody's show and doing that is not a good idea. I don't understand why, especially on their own website. Like, I don't know. That's kind of brazen. I don't really understand that. I still love Baked, and I don't want to see bad things happen to him or anything. But I don't get that. And you said it with the loyalty. I mean, look, loyalty is not about being there when things are good or things are great or things aren't choppy or there's not some drama or you're feeling bad or he didn't send this or text back that or send me a letter. Loyalty's being there always, like you said, a lot of times. And it's not that you necessarily have to come out and say you agree with something somebody's doing, but I've never sat there and thought about you. Oh, I got to worry about Nick's gonna denounce me or whatever, or release something or go at me. And that is something you got to think about in this business, really, because I've had it happen and people try to cut me off and just ruin me and ruin my life, not just this show. And you gotta kind of have to be on guard. And so when that kind of gets lost, it's a little, it can be hard to to build it back. So, you know, I didn't like seeing it. I don't know. I think Big Tech kind of set it up too, but you know, people got to stand on their own words. So that's kind of my thoughts on it. And trying to be nice, you know, I don't want to pile on. I know he's going to court and all that stuff, but I don't see why he would do that. And you know, I've noticed that he's allied with Big Tech the last couple of weeks. It doesn't really make sense to me because, you know, Wurzelroot and Beardson, all these people are his old friends, and he hasn't said anything about me. Well, that's why I'm trying to be, you know, diplomatic, but you know, I just don't understand that really, unless he's just like mad at people for some reason. It doesn't really make sense. So, it didn't escape my eye though. That's, you know what I mean? Like I can't help but notice it, right? That you're aligned with Big Tech, and you know, Big Tech's kind of going at a lot of my friends, and you know, I don't like that. So those are my thoughts, I guess.
Well, he should go and stream on his own streaming website. Oh wait, that didn't work. His own streaming website was a total failure, so he had to stream his show on my website where I pay for the bandwidth for years. Oh, but let's just forget about that. Yeah. No, but you can say, but speak freely. Yeah. So, yeah. So it's a pretty nasty thing, but you know, the thing is about people like Big Tech, which, you know, I don't hate Big Tech totally. I know you're not a fan.
Well, I don't hate him. That's why I was trying to keep it above board with what I was saying earlier. And, you know, I was trying to be fair there with what I said. But, you know, it's, you know, I started out with, you got to say that in private, right? Like, you have to come to somebody first in private with those kind of words, because that was, I mean, it was hostile. I don't know what to say. And, you know, you can't argue with that. And so, but Big Tech, you know, I don't hate him. You know, I don't despise him or anything. I just, what is he doing, right? Like, I mean, it's turned into an almost an anti-Cozy channel on Cozy. I mean, I don't know what to say. Like, that's my opinion, but you can give your thoughts, more importantly.
Well, whatever you think about Big Tech, he is a character who it's actually super helpful because, you know, it's like you said earlier, Big Tech doesn't force people to say anything. Other people don't force people to say things, but there are people who come into your life. They may be an extremely negative force, but what they do is they sort of reveal to you who your real friends are. And I've had that happen to be a not insignificant number of times where something negative, like a negative force, will come in. And even though I wish it didn't happen, even though I wish it wasn't there, it does tend to elucidate for me very clearly who really has my back and who doesn't. It's happened many times throughout the history of my show and my career and everything. And so in some sense, it's like how God allows sin into your life, or I should say temptation,
right,
or bad things, or demons, or Satan to operate in the world. It's like in the book of Job. You know, God lets the devil take from Job. I'm not saying that one-to-one here, but I'm saying the point
Big Tech
that the world's
equals
a very
Satan. We got it.
Place.
We got it. No, I'm just kidding.
What's up?
I said Big Tech equals Satan. We got it. No, I'm just kidding. I was
not quite, but you know, I mean, there are people who roll in and bring with them a lot of negativity. But what they will do is catalyze people to respond in a certain way, and you kind of can tell what's going on.
Now, let's see. I think this is it. Look at the name of the show, too. It's like, pray for Wurzelroot. He has Big Tech derangement. It's like, special guest Baked Alaska. I mean, look, honestly, I was hoping that Baked would make him, or that Baked would make him change the title, really, because I was like, this is like anti-Wurzel stuff. Like, what the fuck? Like, why? I don't even understand this. And I'm not saying, you know, it's not, I'm not saying that he started that. Yeah, I'm going to bring that up too. Milo inviting kids up to his room back in 2017. Oh, yeah. Well, they were teens, I guess. Minors. Yes, that's the right word. Not kids. Although, you know, people call them kids. Do you or do you not dislike Big Tech? That's from his chat. I mean, I want to like him, but, like, I don't know. I don't like what I'm seeing. No, as of now, I don't. No. So, Piss Chungus says, Ralph won't survive without Cozy. Just let him have his echo chamber. Ralph survived before Cozy. Quite well, actually. I survived quite well. I don't plan on surviving without Cozy because I'm not going to have to. But I can assure you that is very much mistaken.
A certain level of like ownership under Ethan Ralph because he was co-signing on me. Like he brought me up into this, and anything that I do that would make anybody mad was sort of.
Oh wait, sorry. Can I bring something up real quick? Yeah, he said this earlier. He says that I dox his kids. That's not real. It's just simply not real. What was posted was a face picture of the stepfather of his kids. I had it deleted within 45 seconds, but he's just victiming. And this is a guy who has no problem with face doxing people. But he just likes to say that.
Nobody cares about doxing. I don't give a fuck. Anytime I hear that, who cares? Nobody gives a fuck. Well, everybody's doxing everybody. I've said this before. Like, I don't care. Dox everybody. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, I know you're an animal.
Yeah, dude, this shit's ridiculous.
You're an animal, but I would never fuck around with kids or anything like that.
I mean, don't dox kids. I mean, obviously. But at a certain point, it's like, whatever. Like, I don't care. Like, people are crying about doxing. Like, whatever. Now, don't do that to kids. I agree. But that's what the deal is. Yay, looking in the mirror. And he needs to get rid of Milo. I don't know what to say. And he's not going to, apparently. And it's okay. Well, nobody's going to want to fuck with that. I know I certainly don't. And nobody else here does. I mean, he called me, or didn't call me. He sent me a text. Basically with an offer to turn on everybody. And I was like, no. I didn't even say anything. Because I didn't even know what to say. I was like, I don't even want to be. All right, I've just been offered. Right? It's like, okay, it went to a different place. Like, I don't even want to talk now. Like, I didn't even respond.
Even Zanny out Ralph is more loyal than most of these niggas.
I was like, well, to be fair, I was sober for a couple of days at that point. So I had cleaned up already, kind of, but that takes a few days to kind of fucking shake it off. But yeah, I was sober. And he sent me some nice stuff the night before, but then he sent me that the next day. And I was like, okay, this guy... You couldn't even wait a couple of days to make it look like maybe it wasn't.
I mean, that's like what do though, no, right? They're just like nice to you, and they're like, "Whoa, Ralph, the Killstream, that's the best show in the world. Hey, why don't you sell your soul? Come on, you're just so handsome."
I just don't have it in me, quite frankly. Like that would be like the most treacherous thing I think I'd ever done in my life. Like I was sitting there thinking, I was like, "What in the world? Like who does this? That's not me. Why do they think that's me?" That's what I was sitting there thinking. I was like, "Damn, maybe I need to clean up my image a little bit." I was like, they really think I would do that. Yeah, it's a personal friend.
Big Tech definitely just said that he wanted to talk and planned on bailing the whole time. Total fake tough guy.
Yeah, well, I would have brought him on, but the ship is quickly leaving the harbor, though, as far as that goes, because I have to get something to eat. It's been like fucking actually 24 plus... 2.5, so 26.5 hours since I've eaten anything. Now I will get probably a decent weight loss gain today, tomorrow, but I should be down under. Hopefully, I'll be down under 240. I was 240.5 today, down from 257. Hand raised for over 10 minutes, fat man. Well, I'm not bringing you in now.
Oh, come on, content.
I mean.
Or you can send him the timeout chamber.
Big Tech kind of looks like an old smoker, actually. He's really long and langly. He looks like somebody that, buys the fake roses from the gas station and breaks them in half so he can have the pipe.
He looks like that famous dude.
Yeah, he's really he's really long and langly. Yeah.
Fucking.
Yeah, isn't that what he says about everybody else? Yeah, that's right. Now it's sad. It's too late now. It's too late now. I called you. It's over. It's over. All right, we'll bring him in. I'm kind of fucking around a little bit too, but go ahead, Big Tech.
Hey there, guys. What's up there? Wurzelroot? How you doing there, bud? You guys having fun?
Yeah.
You having a good?
Yeah,
I'm having a great time.
Yeah. It's fun.
It's a pretty cool gig.
Is that
You
your
guys
knife?
seemed real upset earlier, though. You seemed real upset earlier.
Was I? I mean, I hate to see. I hate to see a
You
friendship.
seem kind of mad.
Not as mad as you about group chats.
Anonymous sent
Mad about group
$10.
chats.
Ralph, did you
Yeah.
see Warski's video? Lol, love you Wurs. Press 1 to ban BT.
Wow. Send me once we get. I don't know, but
When were we mad?
Yeah, I was
You know,
sad.
I'm mad until Nick came in.
Are
Nick
you
came in
playing
and
with
he was
your- are you
cool,
playing
and then
with
you
your
cooled
knife?
off a lot.
I was
Is
sad.
that, is that your knife? You gonna me?
Well, Nick basically compared you to Satan on the show.
Maybe. Should I?
I don't know if you caught that. I caught it, but
He's a
said
strong
Satan.
man.
He
He's got
basically
his
said
knife.
Satan.
He's menacingly unbuckling his. But we're mad.
I wasn't. No, I haven't been mad. Quite frankly, I'm sad to see what happened with Baked and Nick. So, are you mad?
sad?
Are you upset?
Yeah, I'm mad.
Wow.
This sucks, dude. This sucks. Can we?
Oh,
He's doing the Mr. Girl thing. He stole all his tricks from Mr. Girl. Look, if get it out, dude, or I'm
True.
just gonna kick you out. Literally. So.
Well, look, you got all night to talk about me. Now I'm
Well,
here.
I mean, just
You
talk.
could've
You don't
called
have
me,
to do the
You could've
dramatic,
called me,
like.
By the way, hey,
Just talk.
Coulda-
Like you don't have to do the dramatic,
coulda-
like
coulda-
quietness.
What am I going to call in? Like, what am I supposed to give you a speech? I'm here. You've been doing a show about me all day
I don't know.
long.
Speak
Night
like a
Driving
man.
Avengers
No,
Say whatever the
say
fuck
your
you want.
perspective.
Hey,
Take my
relax,
shit
relax,
down to
young
the
man.
channel like I
Relax,
asked you to
chubby young
already.
man. Just relax.
I'm more
Let me talk to
accomplished
Ralph.
than you in my short 24 years than you are in 40 years.
Is that right?
So
You want
I
to post
don't
your
want-
resume real quick? What you got? Let's show us what you got.
Bro, when I'm doxxed, you're gonna fucking cry.
Oh, well, we'll stand by and wait
You're
for that.
gonna see-
It's
you're
always
gonna see what I
tomorrow with
do,
you, right?
and you're
It's
gonna
always
cry.
tomorrow. It's
No,
always
we're
tomorrow with
talking-
Wurzelroot. Tomorrow I won't be morbidly obese. Tomorrow I'll be in shape.
Gerald sent
Tomorrow I'll
$5.
have
Hey,
my shit
cool.
together. Tomorrow I'll let you know.
And tomorrow you'll still be where you are right now, man, because you don't want to make any change. You just want to be a seething old man on the internet.
Because I'm already there. I'm already right where I want to be. Tomorrow you're going to be there and you'll have something to show for yourself.
Are you?
Yeah. What do you got a problem with where I'm at?
I don't. I feel bad for you where you're at. If you want to bring up the old man, I don't want. Like, the thing is, I don't want like unaccomplished, like loser old people trying to like dad me. Okay.
Okay. Well, then
All
chill
right.
out. Well, then
Did you have
what do you
anything
want? What
to
do you
say?
want from
Can
me?
you speak with you? I want you to speak with your chest about what's happened and stop, playing like this little.
What you want to hear?
So this is what happened.
What you want to hear?
I don't know, just any sort of content
Well,
whatsoever.
I've been
really.
watching you guys seething and just lying and like just.
What have I lied
doing the whole
about?
thing for hours.
What have I lied about?
Something about what's this deal with the group chats? Like, oh, it really gets under his skin.
You're the
What's
one that fucking is.
You're
What do you
clearly
mean? It's
mad.
obvious.
You brought it up like 8 times.
It's obvious it gets under your skin. Like, what the fuck? I mean, that's a fair observation. You don't think so?
And that's not a statement of facts. That's our opinion, you dumb.
I'm about to say, if does it not get under your skin? Say it doesn't. Then I mean, I don't know what the fuck.
Therefore, you're lying to me. You're lying about me. Dude, shut up, you fucking.
Well, I'm just saying, you mentioned it like 6 or 7 times, and it seemed to be a big issue that you weren't in these group chats.
No, it's not a big issue. What I'm doing is I'm replying to Wurzelroot, who stayed up all night talking about me on his stream.
Well, I look.
And one of the things he brought up. Is that it's hilarious to him, and he's laughing. He's doing his big old laugh about how funny it is that I'm not even allowed in the group chat because Block Swan kicked me out, which is the reason why I ended up talking about Bosif, because Wurzelroot brought up Bosif the other day, so I went to talk to Bosif.
Yeah, but that's not
all
on
these
them.
things
It's
are
on you, right? Like this is like the trend with your life is that you act like a fucking, and then like people hate you, right?
Yeah,
109
So the
people
thing-
dislike you.
Yeah. So the thing is
And
that
that's
what
why
I
you're in
was
the state
saying,
that you're in right now.
if you
That's
could just
why you're
relax. Hey,
where you
remember
are.
when you wanted me to speak?
All right,
When you were
one at a
speaking.
time. I'll put the moderator hat on. Let's go ahead, Big Tech. I've done this before. Go ahead.
So the thing is, what I was saying is that you can't really say out of one side of your mouth, well, if you got a problem with Nick, why don't you hit him up in DMs? And at the other side of the mouth say, this guy's not even allowed in the group chats and Nick doesn't give a shit what he has to say with his milquetoast welder takes. It's like one or the other, right? Either one, on one hand, either I'm somebody who has contact and maybe has the type of rapport where I can have something to say, or the other one is that I'm just an irrelevant nobody. And then what do you care what I say anyway?
Do you not have access to Nick's DMs?
No, I've never been in DMs with Nick ever one time.
Well, maybe you should ask about that, man. You know, it seems like a you problem.
Yeah, or maybe you should just mind your own business.
Maybe you should mind your own business and not publicly shit on people. Ever thought about that?
Or maybe you should just let me do what I'm doing and let Nick say what he says. And if you want to engage in it, now I'm talking to you. But it really became your business when you chose to make it that way.
I like Nick, and I believe in the movement, and I think you're so I'm going to make fun of you.
Okay. And I called you fat, and you've been seething about it for weeks because it got under your skin. Because you're fat.
No, you don't
insecure.
frame it. Don't frame it like that, because that's not what happened, right?
Literally is.
One at a time, Big Tech.
I make fun of you.
Let him talk. Go ahead.
And then you, I think you're. I make fun of you, and then you got hurt that I made fun of you, and now this is where we are, right? And hey, if we're being real, right? How many streams in the last 2 weeks have you gone through and watched my streams and tried to dunk on me? Okay, that's.
I didn't just try to dunk on you. I absolutely did.
You're completely ineffective and impotent in pretty much everything you do, dude. And I think everyone can see that.
Well, I've been having a bunch of fun and making a bunch of money at your expense, and you've been seething about it lonely in your back porch, and you really have nothing to say to me except for a bunch of bullshit you make up. You just make up lies.
Okay, hug your daughter.
Exactly. That kind of stuff. You have no idea what you're talking about.
Go hug your daughter. Is that made up?
Yeah, this scenario that you have in your mind about what my custody arrangement's like and whose fault it is and how it could be worked out differently. You just make up a fiction in your mind.
You talk about it publicly, you loser.
I talk about how it's painful that I have a fucked up custody issue with my daughter.
No, shut the fuck up. It's not painful because you don't fucking seek it. All right.
Oh, it's not painful. Oh, so you didn't just make up what it's like for me as a father that doesn't have contact with his daughter. You just made that up. Wurzelroot?
I just made what up?
You just made up that I haven't tried and that I don't care. You just made that up.
You said on stream. You said on stream.
No, I didn't.
That you asked
you're actually just taking what I said on stream and you're twisting it in a bad faith way to make it into what I didn't say because you're lying.
Okay, hug your daughter, dude. Fuck me.
Okay, well, fucking your head off.
Hey, wait, you just said on Baked Alaska stream that you think that telling people to kill themselves is messed up. And now you
I didn't say that. Actually, I didn't say that either. Whoa. You lying bad faggot.
With him when he said that it was so wrong, but now you want me to kill myself because I was mean to you on the internet? Shut up. You suck, dude. Well, no banter. Well, you suck. Yourself. You're fat. Hey, can we pull the fucking string on your back and get a new line out of you?
What do you want? What?
What?
Huh?
What is this shit? Huh? What? Huh? What? Dude, are you're not quick-witted enough? You can't come up with any fucking
when we
lines?
talk at the same time on Telegram, I can't hear you. So what'd you say?
All right. I don't know.
Look, the point is, I don't give a shit what you say, Wurzelroot, for real, because it's all bullshit. You just speak pure bullshit. You have nothing real to say to me. You just make shit up. Oh, he's like, he's got a.
Now wait, Brittany swears. Brittany, wait, hold on.
You just make shit up.
Wait, hold on. Brittany swears you told her that you were a stripper. A male stripper.
Okay, so Brittany swears.
Okay, well, did she just make that up? You're saying she just made that up?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Why would she make that?
I don't know. It's very strange. I mean, maybe she did. Know. Well, I don't either. That's what I'm saying. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, that would be crazy.
And then what? And did she say that? Then you took something that she made up, and then you made that up into I was having in LA. Look, bro. Yeah, right. I mean, Chippendales isn't a thing, right?
Is that where you worked?
Why do you know so much about it?
Yeah, that's why
are you defending this? Why are you dying on
Now,
this?
why are you saying that no strips for women? See, you're just making stuff up. See, more just making things up. Yeah, you're right. There's no such thing as male strippers for women. This guy, you
press little
things up, and then you laugh real hard.
I wasn't a stripper, but even if I was, it wouldn't be.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I wasn't a stripper, and if I was, it wouldn't be for men. So
It definitely wouldn't be a stripper. All right, that makes sense.
Man,
so anyway, and also Ralph. Hey, if I could put the young fat boy aside and talk to Ralph for a second.
Sure.
You were thug shaking it. You were busting it back on it.
If I could put the young chubby kid aside.
Yeah.
You got so stressed about sucking in LA, stripping that you
just let us know when you're done. Let us know when you're done.
I will.
Man.
You know what? I will. I'll keep going, actually. Oh man, dude, what is that like? What led to the marital problems? Is that you were sucking for money in LA, that you were down on the strip, that you were busting it down for? Was she like, why do you never bust it down for me? Why do you only ever bust it down for men at work? You know, is that the problem there? Were you getting by your wife? Did that like lead to this like massive insecurity?
God, dude, Mr. Medicare just called and he wants his comedy back.
You said that I could go as long as I wanted, and I'm not.
No, I didn't. I said let us know when you're done, and hopefully it'll be that way.
Let him go ahead and let him go ahead and speak, because I gotta get something to eat. I'm on my 26th hour of no food, and I'm very hungry. But still, we have to do this. Obviously, go ahead.
So, what was I going to say to you? Oh yeah, so I don't want to hear from you, Ralph. I mean, you could say it if you, but I want to hear something about like, why is he out here? Yo, he could have went.
Fuck you. Look, I'm way more accomplished than you. I've been in this game 8 years. I don't give a fuck what you want to hear. I'll say whatever the fuck I want to anybody. Yeah, period. Definitely you. You don't tell me shit. You don't tell me shit. I don't give a fuck. You don't tell me nothing. Yeah.
Hey, so what I was going to say is, like,
I don't care.
Do you want to play my content and drag me on stream?
I don't care. Shut up. Go away.
Sucks,
get out of here.
People play your content and drag
get out of here. I'll do whatever I want. Leave. Goodbye. Now you're about to learn a hard lesson, son. Fuck you. You're not fit to be on the same stage as the Ralph Male. So you're double A, you're triple A. This is the big leagues here. So get the fuck off my show.
Me, absolutely felt it.
You don't tell
Ralph's
me
the
shit.
king, baby.
You don't tell me shit. He started off the wrong way, and I've been more than generous even having him on. Quite honestly, no.
Yeah, you got to come with respect to old Ralph. All right, you got to come hat in hand.
He was already talking shit. I was like, all right, I'll let a little bit of it go, but you're not telling me. Oh, I don't want to hear this or that. I don't care what you want to fucking hear. F you. You wouldn't even be in this game if it wasn't for me. You're nothing without me, and you've admitted it, and you know it. So fucking. That's what I'll say to you. I don't want to hear anything from you ever. You're my son. You're 3 years older than me, and you're still my fucking son. Do you understand? That's what you fucking are. Get it through your thick fucking titanium fucking chrome dome looking fucking skull, motherfucker. Junior, I think you fucking understand it now, Junior. Do you think he's probably going to need a few more lessons, quite frankly, but we'll see.
I can't be out of Big Tech stuff anymore. Okay, let's have a laugh at Jim. Jim's been posting out these things, obviously. Big Tech has just been paddling the ass of Ralph for hours non-stop now and getting massive donos from Groyper for doing it. Trouble in Cozy Town continues, it seems. Yes, it does. Cozy's not been having a bit of a civil war. Left myself, actually, that song sounds good on 2 times speed, says M.A. Mahalik. I just can't be asked. Big Tech, I can't be asked. Big Tech piggybacking off Ralph's side, so I'm sure that's what everyone will claim, and then he'll get banned off the website or something like that for doing the same shit that Ralph does. Ralph furious at Big Tech, who seemed demanding pictures of Big Tech's kids. Ali Alexander would be proud. Ralph, obviously, in his own chat, they sent me a pic of the Filipino boxing boxer, his ex-wife, who his kids called Danny. I said no, I want the one with the kids in it. Real creepy, Ralph. They were scratched out. That's some real fucking right? I need to see Big Tech's children now. Why? Again, you've got to understand, like, going through Ralph's show, which we're going to go through, you're going to see a lot of people throwing a lot of support for a guy who literally went to his Telegram because he didn't do it anywhere else. Went to, I'm not gonna show it either. I'm gonna show the screenshot from Jim. Ethan Ralph also, and I know it's on his Telegram. You can go there. Also, this piece of garbage is officially disinvited from Kingpin this weekend in Dallas. If he shows up, he will be removed violently. So if Big Tech turns up to Ralph's event, he's going to be violently removed. Oh my gosh! Let's hope he turns up, and let's hope that Kingpin becomes better than the shit show that we already prepared it to be. Let's hope it'll be actually some fight in there. You know, who knows? Who knows? Maybe. Then we've got this. This is real on his Telegram post as well. It's just been blurred out. Ralph once again bringing people's families into shit. I'm assuming this is Big Tech. This is Big Tech's kids and his ex-wife. Blurred because post is a Christian media platform, by the way. Weird how he always does this and then turns around and cries, "My family," at the drop of a hat. Hello, Daddy. He decided to message. Lol, they thought I was playing around her. What's his point here?
There he is. You're in. You are here.
Hey, what's up?
UX, what's up, dude? It's been a long time since I talked to you.
Yeah, dude, I don't even know if we've ever talked. Have we,
Actually, you know what? I don't know if we have. I know I've talked to Veda. Maybe I just mixed the two of you guys up, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I don't know. I can't remember. I don't really. I never really watch your streams. I'm not really aware. I think we're on two different corners of the website, I think. So I thought I'd call in because this is like two totally different streamers. You know.
Yeah.
Unlikely combo. I thought it'd be pretty interesting. RPGs. What's up with your chat here? Your chat is like totally trash talking me. What's up with?
I don't know.
Is there
what
some sort of like
Let me see.
beef? I don't
I'm
know
watching
about
the game and
something.
talking to you. Well, my chat. Okay, everybody here is. They're just memeing. I mean, they're just like aggressive asshole meme lords.
Really, I don't know.
Yeah, to a degree. I have attracted to myself all the dickheads that are actually just lovable goofballs, but also, they like get off on like the idea of like, oh, we're the bad guys. We're the bad guys of the server over here. Because everybody sort of like started dissing me way back, and Nick nicknamed me the villain of the platform because so many people had problems with me. So I just embraced that. I just embraced like, all right, fine, I'll just be the bad guy then. I'll be the villain. So everybody who likes that became my fan, and now we're just we're the bad guys. We're the bad boys of the server over here. So if you can't handle it, you'll get out of here because we're gonna make fun of you. We're gonna say mean stuff. We're gonna A-log you. Fuck you. But we're actually really cool and nice people. But
that's good.
We're just misunderstood.
Yeah. That's good. Yeah, I know. I came in. Well, you know, like I said, we're on two totally opposite corners of the platform, and I don't really know. Like I said, that's why I asked for your origin story because I don't know anything about you. But
by the way, you might have caught a little bit of. I gotta let you know too, since you don't know. You might have caught a little bit of sass. There might have been a little extra. You might have sent some attitude toward you that wasn't personal when you asked me why I'm listening to RPG and the way I answered you.
Yeah, you got a little nasty with me.
Well, it was literally maybe exactly 1 hour ago. Tyler Russell came in here, and Tyler Russell has been talking a little shit, and then he came in while I was doing a segment from the Weekly Sweat from last week, and he came in and asked almost the exact same question an hour ago, and I went off on him, and he was like, why are you just sitting here watching the Weekly Sweat? Like, he doesn't come and participate in my chat. I hate it when somebody with a yellow name comes in and just asks some obsequious question like that. And so I don't know actually, but so there was a little bit of heat on. Like, you came in and did the same thing Tyler Russell did a little bit ago, but Tyler Russell has a problem with me, and he came in and he was being all coy, and I ended up banning him from the track, and I A-logged him for like 30 minutes. I just made fun of his last stream and made fun of his accent, and I just chased him out of here like a true Ralph male. I had a Ralph go off moment.
Yeah,
And
well, I didn't
told him
see
to go
that because
fuck
I
himself and go back to Canada, and I was real mean to him and stuff. But then you came in being a nice, innocent guy. Hey, what are you doing? You listen to RPG? What's up? And I'm like, what? You got a problem? You want to fight, UX? So it's nothing personal.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't see that because I was streaming. But
yeah.
Well, I mean, it's a legitimate question. I mean, you understand these people have like it is kind of weird, right? Because I mean, I understand that you're not like totally in the same realm. You're like what is it? Adjacent type streamer, but it is kind of interesting though, right? Isn't it kind of weird? Like, I mean, you understand why people have a problem with it, right?
Sure, yeah. I mean, RPG was my nemesis when I first got here.
Yeah.
RPG went in on me, told all sorts of gossip about me and my family, and pulled up court records of mine from the past, and made up rumors and forwarded gossip and slander about me for many months. So I totally understand.
And so now you're a fan? Like what?
Yeah, actually, because the thing is that he just had some things wrong, and I understood why he had that perspective. And but also, the thing. Let's see what's the rest of it. So, you know, it took a while to get over it, because you know I had obviously just like in a normal way I felt kind of raw. I didn't like that, but in time, he laid off a little bit because it got a little old. He still would call me Big Wife. That was his nickname for me. Big Psycho. Things like that. Every time he talked about me, he would just make fun of me. When did it change? Well, actually, what I noticed was... Go ahead.
Well, maybe it's when you. I don't think there's some kind. To me, I mean, like I said, I don't know anything about this, but it doesn't seem like there's some sort of grand forgiveness arc. It just seems like you started a-logging the people he was a-logging, and so it's like the enemy of my enemy is my friend, right?
Yeah, to a degree. Yeah, there's definitely just like a faction line, right? But the thing is that there's some truth to that, and these people here on Cozy have made themselves my enemy, and then the enemy of my enemy becomes my friend, and so I feel some degree of kinship with RPG. Like, I get it. I understand. And he's talking shit on these people who I'm like, yeah, these people are actually bastards. That's true. These people do suck. And he's like, I've been saying it for years. I'm like, wow, that's true. You have been saying it. You have been calling out these scandalous, hypocrite, nerd, lying asshole douchebags. That they really are kind of like that because they're treating me like that. I'm up close and personal with it. Beardson's been very unkind to me many times. Wurzelroot has gone in on me now, and he's treated me with this like this disregard and lack of respect and very uncool way. And then when I stop giving them this deference because they're close to Nick and because they're part of an organization that I want to support, because I do support Nick, when I then stop giving them this like free pass, this sort of benefit of the doubt, which I gave him for like a year while I was here, and I just let him shit on me, and I didn't say shit back to him. And then after a while, then I finally, at one point, I went, all right, you know what, maybe enough's enough, maybe now I'll push back. And they had absolute meltdowns about it, and they took the gloves off, and I went, okay, I'll take the gloves all the way off too. And now it's just, you know, they are actually just these little short, fat, lying, phony dickheads. And that's just real. And so, excuse me if I sit around enjoying RPG, just making fun of him and laughing at him. I enjoy to see him do that, and I don't see why I wouldn't, because they are assholes.
Yeah.
So,
well, what's the beef? Like, what caused all of it? Because it seems so real. It seems so like you genuinely hate him. Like, what is the core of the beef?
Beardson?
Yeah.
I don't hate him. I just like laughing at him. But you know, we got an issue where, like, it's pretty old. I mean, like, he was one of the first ones to just go off and scream at me and do the, you fucking psycho wife, piece of shit, divorced loser, bald bitch. Like, he yelled at me and he mogged me right in front of everybody when I was brand new. It was very uncool. When the whole thing went down, when I was being accused.
Wait, what was the reason? What was the reason for that?
It was in the context of something stupid. Like I was a guest on Politically Provoked, and she was watching Jaden, and Jaden was talking about me. She was restreaming something that Jaden had sent the night before about me, and I was in there talking to her, like getting the facts straight, right? Because I'm a new streamer. Jaden's talking shit about me. She's watching it, and I'm in there reacting to it with her. And she was kind of new, and I was newer than her. And Beardson comes in, and he's just like yelling at the audience. Anybody who watches Politically Provoked is a simp, and this is just garbage content. Shouldn't be blah, 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 yelling. And, policing and doing his thing. And I didn't just like give in immediately. And I was sort of actually egging him on a little bit to see how he would behave. Kind of like getting him to reveal, like, all right. I mean, because I've seen him for a while, but now it's like, oh, now he's going to do it to me. And look, I'm 40 years old, bro. And I'm not just going to get internet mogged by this guy who just feels like he's going to go off on me. And it's just weird. It's just a weird dynamic that, these guys, they just go big mode. They go like we're in an Xbox lobby or something, but like I'm a human being. I'm a human man, and I'm also new, and there's just like no regard for how this is going to affect me in this very small culture that we have here. It's like really, really kind of hurtful. You're going to put labels on me and put a meme on me, put like a nickname on me that's going to stick with me for a while. You're just going to basically try to bully me? For what? And why? Why not come to me with some courtesy? Why not any type of respect or kindness, or even just manners? Like what is up with that? And I just didn't. So anyway, that one event right there, we didn't really get into it. He went off on me big mode, and I pulled back, and I didn't clap back at him. Specifically because Ethan Ralph came in the chat and told me to log off. He said, don't do this. Just come back tomorrow. Just literally exit. He came in the chat with his yellow name. He's like, Big Tech, get out of there. I was like, all right. And I needed to do that because I had, Ralph kind of co-signed on me coming into here. I came in through his show. I was a character on his show. That's kind of how I made my name around here. So I owed that to Ralph. And I'm a longtime fan of Ralph's show too. So I'm getting screamed at by Beardson, and Ralph tells me to dip. I'm like, all right. So I backed down. I didn't get into a big argument, but Beardson had a big blow up go off on me and went big mode on me. And so that was like, whatever. And then a little bit down the line, then the Mr. Girl thing happened, if you remember. And there was a big problem with, this is a long story. I hate telling it, but since you don't know it, I'll tell it to you. It sounds like a gripe, right? It sounds like I'm running down the laundry list of grievances against Beardson, but I'm not here to dig it all up, but I'm giving you the brief rundown because you want to know. But then there was this thing that happened with Mr. Girl, and I was doing a stream late at night, and I had like this 90-second clip of me saying, when somebody came in my chat, they're like, hey, I reported one of Mr. Girl's videos, and it's gone now. I'm like, sweet, report all his videos. Fuck that guy. He keeps calling us Nazis. He sucks. Which he was doing that whole week, right after the chicken and waffles date with Destiny that Nick had. Well, I got blamed for Mr. Girl losing his channel now. Because I said that, which, by the way, I don't think it was because of that. I think it was, what I got told actually was that, maybe it wasn't you, maybe it was Veda, but they were watching some Mr. Girl music videos on another stream, and everybody was appalled at what Mr. Girl was putting on YouTube, and they found him making these very scandalous, naughty videos, calling himself a and talking about little kids and crazy stuff. So they were reporting that stuff, but I got blamed for it because of that little clip that they found and forwarded around. So anyway, when I was in the hot seat with Destiny the next day, and I was kind of getting pressed by Destiny why that had happened, and I was starting to make a case for what it actually was and maybe explaining my concept of free speech versus whatever. You know who jumped into the call to save the day? It was Beardson. He wasn't involved at all, but he took it upon himself. He's like, I just woke up. I heard some shit was going on with fucking Big Tech over here. Really, dude? That was fucking... I can't believe you did that. That's so stupid. Destiny, you're right. You have every right to be mad at this dumb idiot for doing what he did. We don't sanction that. That was so stupid. Big Tech. He's not even with us. He's brand new. He's barely even a groiper. Like, we don't even know this guy. He, like, throws me under the bus in front of Destiny and everybody else, which, by the way, did not help at all. I mean, look at the outcome. And then when Nick came in later to clean it up, it's like Beardson had already given it over to Destiny, and like, mea culpa, and made me look like a fool. And then I talked to Beardson in private after, by the way. I didn't go complain about that to everybody. I called him, and we had a talk in private. And, you know, like everybody recommends, instead of going public and creating some beef, why don't you talk it out in private? I did. I called him. He didn't call me. You know what happened in that call? He yelled at me. Just yelled at me again. Didn't give a shit. Well, I'm sorry, man. Like, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, like, dude, I mean, you're just like a fucking idiot, and like, you're doing all this stuff, and it's like, it's just such a bad look. And this other stuff with BPF, like, I mean, I'm trying to give you advice here, but you don't listen to me. So I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to do. Like, you're just like, like, you just talk to me with total disregard for me as a person, and even like, just not. He just sucks, dude. Beardson just sucks. That's my opinion at this point. I've had plenty of interaction with him where he really does he's just like a little. And he just talks a big game on the internet, and I know he's been around helping Nick for a long time, so he gets a lot of credit for that, and he's very loyal to Nick, and Nick really appreciates that. And you know, he yucks it up with everybody around here. Everybody likes that, but he's not like a good guy. He's like got issues that I don't know, but that's my opinion. So anyway, some year down the road, right? I've been streaming for a year now. This issue happens between, there's another thing that happens with me and Mio sometime down the road. There's another thing, I don't get into all the details, but Beardson involves himself in that. And he ends up dragging me on a stream. He takes me on, it wasn't exactly the Weekly Sweat yet, but him and Wurzelroot bring me onto their stream and basically make fun of me. They lolcow me for an hour about some DMs that I had with Lav. Which, by the way, were basically just like harmless, but they nitpicked the tiniest little things out of this long chain of connection I've had with her, interacting with her. She's a content creator. She's connected to Destiny and Mr. Girl. She's actually like got a big following. I don't know if you know this. She's got like 600,000 followers on TikTok. Like, she is a connection, and she wants to talk to us. But when she comes around here, she gets people like Beardson who just like scream at her, and he acts like a fool. But I'm willing to actually have conversations with her, and she's an interesting person, and I'm maintaining connection over many months, reacting to, like, you know, here and there. Once in a while I talk to her. Oh, I saw you with Destiny, you talked about this. I think you were wrong about that. Or I thought that was a good point. Hey, when do you want to come on my stream again? She's been a guest on my stream a few times. She's a person I'm collaborating with. Well, they start making up this big rumor about me, like, lusting for her and simping for her, and he's probably trying to she's trying to f her and stuff. Like, they start like gossiping about me for no reason. What good does that do to me? Thanks, guys. So I say, hey, tell you what, I'll just show you all the DMs I have with her. How about that? It'll vindicate me from all these things you're saying about me. They're not true. So I show the DMs. So they read those on the stream and just laugh at me about all that, which, by the way, there wasn't even anything in there. Like, there was a tiny little, like, a courtesy flirt here and there. Like, one time her dog was sick, and I said, oh, your heckin' doggo, I hope he's okay. Oh, dude, you said heckin' doggo? That's so cringe. Oh, my God, dude. Look how you're talking to her. You're in love with her. Come on, get real, man. Like, this kind of stuff. They just dragged me. The way you do to somebody that you don't like. The way you do to somebody you're trying to clown on. And I didn't like that. And I told them. They didn't care. Then some time later, now I got this issue where, you know, everything that happened with the, I had some thoughts that I had on my stream. I am a streamer. I do commentary on current events quite often. And I was commenting on the Ali Alexander situation. Tenryo had a meltdown, not about me, about something else regarding Mio. I came and I joined up with Tenryo recently, and I was like, hey, Tenryo, yeah, you're right. Fuck that guy. We've talked about this many times. Tenryo's like, you're right. You're the only one who's had my back on that. Because Mio's kind of a, whatever, a bad faith dude. And anyway, look, I'm recapping like a year and a half of these little tiny petty things that I get into with these people around here. Yeah. And long story short, the final culmination of it all is Wurzelroot, like, basically gets in my face and says, hey, this thing you're trying to do, it sucks, dude, and you're just being it's. I said, all right, well, you know what I think actually is that you're a fat and you should butt out of my business. And he goes, oh, you want to go? And I'm breaking it down, like, you know, in paraphrasing how this call we had went. Oh, you want to go? Do you want total war with me? Is that what you want, Big Tech? I said, you know what? Fuck you, fatty. Bring it. You fat little bitch. I'm tired of your shit. And now we're in a thing. Because once and again, like this guy who's not been kind to me, he's expressed, I've been so patient with you doing these therapy sessions with Big Tech and I'm tired of it. No, what Wurzelroot's actually been doing is coming in and interfering with my business, being very patronizing toward me and nosy. And he's been interfering in that beef that it's between me and Mio, and he's not been right about it, actually. He's just been butting in. And what he really is a young man. He's a little 24-year-old kid who thinks he knows the way I should behave. And he thinks he got it all figured out, and he doesn't. And he's interfering in my business that's none of his. And then he gets insulting with me. And then he says he wants to go to war with me. And in that very same stream, he starts screaming at me, calling me a felony abuser. Starts bringing up some Kiwi bullshit that's old, and it's not true. He starts slandering me right live on the stream. Hundreds of people watching. He goes off on me, tells me that it's hilarious that I'm divorced and my ex-wife is getting by a little guy, and it's so funny you're getting by Manny Pacquiao or whatever. He like goes like this dirty mode, like bringing my family into it that he knows nothing about. And actually, it's a very sad and tragic thing to be divorced and to have a situation like I have. That, by the way, that all went down like 10 years ago. And it's all fine now. It's not the way I want it to be, but it's like, we've got it worked out. And my kids are happy. And I've got a good connection with my kids. Wurzelroot tries to, like, hurt me with that. He goes personal attack mode. Why? Because I called him fat? Well, then call me bald. Like,
okay. Well, here's the thing. Because I hear all this. I understand this. I
know it's a long story, but... You asked what the context is, so it takes a while to tell it. I hate telling it.
Yeah, for sure.
Stirring up a gripe, but what do you got to say?
No, I get it. Well, it's just like, you know, I hear this, and it seems like, you know, I've known Beardson for a very long time, and I just have to say, you know, that he's been an amazing friend to me. He's been nothing but nice, and he's reached out to me, and helped me when I've needed it and everything. So he's been amazing. To me, I think what's really
what kind of help are we talking about?
Well, I mean, like whenever I've been going through some things, like he's gone out of his way to reach out to me and offer his condolences and everything. You know, like Nick does to many people, including myself. So I'm just saying he's been a great friend to me and everything. But so
like what? Is it something you don't want to share about?
Well, no, actually, it isn't. Okay. But anyways, I'm just saying he's a great person. That's my take. I know a lot of people would think he's a great person, but you know what I see here is, I see.
Well, he hasn't been a great person to me, so it's just been a different experience for me.
It sounds like it. Yeah, it doesn't sound like it. But I think what it sounds like is basically two drama streamers doing their bit to each other, right? I mean, are we not both of you drama streamers? And so whenever I here's the interesting thing, I think, because that's the content you guys are creating. I see Beardson go out and sort of try and rile up and create content like that, and I think that's perfectly fine. And I think in this case, it's like a black hole where two of you guys are going at it, and it's just like two drama streamers, and it's just evolving infinitely, right? And you know, if I were you, I would just take it a lot less personally, because it seems like you have a huge, like, you get very upset about these things that he says to you and everything. Why not just disengage then? Like, why not just disengage and or I don't know, take it on the chin, I guess. I mean, I'm on this platform. I don't get involved in any of that. So, but I mean, I also don't know all the details, but it just seems like there's a lot of pretending like it's the worst thing ever, and he's like such an evil, dark human being, but aren't we all here doing our jobs, like creating the drama? Like, isn't that kind of like what the thing is, like, between you two? Like, that's the content? Isn't that the whole reason that you guys are streamers? So it seems like, I don't know. At some point, you got to stop, like, attacking people's character, because I understand that you guys are both creating content, but from my perspective, Beardson is trying to create content, and you are like taking it way too personally. But I don't know all the details. That's kind of my thing. But and also, you know, you said somewhere in there, you said Beardson hurts us because there's some people that could be good assets, but he goes and freaks out, and that's bad because it pushes these people away, right? Well,
I think he just makes us look like fools.
Well, couldn't the same thing be said about you? Couldn't you be the person who, by streaming A-logs 24/7, and I know this is very cliche criticism of you, but couldn't the same be said for you, that you also hurt us a little bit, the same way that, as you claim, he could hurt us a little bit? Like, you stream on our own platform A-logs 24/7, and you know that's your prerogative. Well, I'm just saying. I'm just saying, like, it's your prerogative, your channel, and that's all fine. But you know, you say the same thing about Beardson, so couldn't the same be said for you? You know, that you do hurt us to some degree as well. You know, and it seems like you're just nitpicking because you don't like him. So that's my take.
Well, I am, number one. That's fine.
Yeah.
I disagree. I mean, you're labeling me, and that's your prerogative, but you're saying that you don't watch my show. You're saying I haven't watched your show, but you're also saying that I stream A-log content 24/7. So how could you know that? How do you even know if you're...
Because the thumbnail. Literally, because the thumbnails.
Because the thumbnails.
And I have tuned in a couple times, but I've never watched like a full stream. I mean, they are like 6 hour long streams.
Yeah, they're 6, 8, 10, 13 hour long. Yeah, so you saw thumbnails.
So, well, I mean, is this not true? I mean, you do definitely more A-log streaming than anyone else on the platform. Is that at least fair to say? Can we level on that?
Well, that's kind of like been my shtick lately, for sure. Yeah, I've been on an arc.
Yeah.
I've been enjoying it I've been dabbling in the dark side for a minute.
Well, and that's for like
sure.
I said, like it's your stream. Like, go ahead. But I'm just saying, like, you attack Beardson for doing harm to the movement. I just think that's kind of rich, because you're definitely, I mean, you're straight up streaming the people who do stream 100% to attack us. So,
but
yeah, I know you have problems.
So do you think the A-logs are just wrong about everything that they say?
Well, I'm not here to get an argument about whether or not RPG or any of these A-logs are right or if they're wrong. Obviously, I think they're wrong. Obviously, I'm not talking about that. I'm just saying.
Let's go. Nick's A-logging my guys at base.
Yeah, Juice. Yeah. Go after Juice. He was attacking me for some reason.
Yeah, but, Juice is a crazy little guy. Juice loves Nick.
But yeah. Oh, okay, that's good.
And so does Cathars.
That's good. But I don't know. I just like it's so obvious to me. I don't know how it's so confusing. I understand you guys have a beef. That's fine. I have, from time to time had beefs with people who are on the same side. So that's totally normal, But, it's just you attack Beardson for hurting AF, for being unoptical, and then you go and you stream A-logs every once in a while.
Yeah, but not just for that, but also for attacking me.
What do you mean?
Well, I just got done telling you about it.
Oh, like Beardson attacking you?
Yeah. Yeah, he picked a fight. So did Wurzelroot.
Yeah.
They literally picked a fight with me. And so it's on.
Yeah, but does that have to include streaming A-logs? Like, why not just go after him yourself,
I've been doing that plenty. I've been doing that all night. And then I was like, all right, well, I'm not done streaming. Now I'm going to play a video game and listen to somebody else who's going after him too, and it's funny, and I'm laughing, and it rules.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not so much. I'm not an adjacent streamer. I'm firmly on one side of the fence.
Yeah.
But yeah, well, it's entertainment, I guess. So it's not really subject to the facts and logic of a real dispute.
Well, I mean, I'm giving you some facts and my logic behind it. I think it's logical from my perspective, like completely. But I mean, maybe
like
you don't like that it's happening. I get that.
Well, I don't really have an issue with other people, other people like you and Beardson going at it. That's been happening since the beginning of time with a number of streamers on here going at each other, like Wurzelroot and everyone. But
yeah, if I just saw a comment. If one of these guys had a clip of RPG going after me, they would play it. Like if you watched,
Beardson?
Yeah, or Wurzelroot, for example. Like if you watch, did you see Ralph do like a whole arc last week where he put out a video of my kids and their mom? Like he put my whole family on blast, and then he went through my whole Kiwi thread and played it all on his stream for days. And he brought on Godwinson, and Godwinson every day that he streamed here has gone in on me, calling me a fed, and showing the pictures of my dad's house and pulling up court records and like just absolutely A-logging me. That's been half of Godwinson's content so far. So it's like, I mean, then that's fine. No problem. Go ahead. Ralph's doing it. Godwinson's doing it. Wurzelroot's been A-logging me. He's doing these long streams where he's just talking about how like it's so funny and guy, his ex-wife, and I'm gonna hire him at Kingpin. It'll be funny because then he'll feel the pain that his ex-wife feels getting by a guy. Like they just do this they do their best to hurt me, and I do it back. What's the problem? They're going through my Kiwi thread. That's A-log shit. They're literally going to Kiwi to get dirt on me, and they're putting it on Cozy. And you can go to Ralph's Telegram and see pictures of my family.
Yeah.
And I'm hearing from you that I should stop.
Well, I'm not gonna lie. I don't even know who Godwinson is, so I'm not gonna pretend to know anything about that. So exactly, I don't know who Godwinson is.
But he's literally brand new. His very first stream was about me, just A-logging me. So it's like, and what am I crying about it? Am I complaining? It's like, no, I get it. It's on. I'm in a war with these guys.
Is this Godwinson guy? Is he on Cozy? I don't know.
Yeah, he's streamed like 8 or 10 times so far. Every time there's been a feature about me. Maybe there was one that didn't have me. He kind of ran out because I didn't really respond, so he's kind of, petering out or whatever. Sort of ineffective.
Yeah.
But he did his best, Big old segment. Very dramatic with music and a big old hoopla about me. Like for what? I've never talked about him in my life. He's just Ralph's buddy. So Ralph was like, get big tech. Ralph went all in. Ralph has done several streams about me. One of them was called The Crucifixion of Galaxy Jesus. That's my old screen name, my old handle, my old name before I was Big Tech. Which, by the way, I changed it because Joe the Boomer didn't like that name. And when I joined his Gold Premium, he was like, you can't be called Galaxy Jesus. It's too sacrilegious. You need to change your name. That was the time that I became Big Tech. It was because of Joe the Boomer, by the way. Interesting lore. That was the moment. I had to pick a new name, and I had that name in another server. The Galaxy Jesus, by the way, was my old friends teased me and called me that, and it kind of stuck. I didn't choose that name, but I became Big Tech because of Joe the Boomer. But anyway, so I'm getting A-logged by all these other guys the best they can, and it's me versus everybody else. And then I get a call like this, and it's like, hey, why don't you drop it? It's like, well, I'm fighting a war on several fronts, and I'm supposed to drop it? I'm over here having fun. And I've cultivated like a following of people who are enjoying what I'm doing. And hey, by the way, it turns out not everybody, thinks it was cool that Ralph doxed my whole family. And not everybody thinks that Beardson Beardly is like really cool and hip. And not everybody thinks that it's cool that Wurzelroot is a big, fat, lying. And not everybody is a big fan of Mio, who simps for Britney all day long and turned her show into something it didn't used to be, the thing that we liked. So there's a lot of people who love Nick and they love AF and they want to see everything go well, and they really like that I'm willing to say the things that they're thinking. Turns out. And that's cool. So I don't think this has to go on forever. I think actually it can work its way out into something better than it is. It'll have an arc. It'll happen, and then it'll pass, and then this will be a time, hey, remember when we were all battling? And that'll be cool.
Well, I don't want you to conflate me with the other callers saying that you should just drop all drama content, because that's not what I'm saying. You know, if someone's going after you, totally, like, you know, I'm not really here to say stop, you know, like you said, drop the drama or whatever. I understand that that's like the whole point of the streams, but it's just the A-logging thing. It's like the streaming A-logs. Like, can't you do all that without streaming A-logs? I mean, I understand that you say stuff like, well, he's funny and all that, but you understand why that's an issue. So that's my point. It's not the whole, like, just stop drama.
I totally understand that it gets under your skin and you hate to see it. I know. I do understand it. It's not like you're telling me this for the first time.
See, this is like a little cute thing saying like, oh, it gets under your skin, and so we're edgy and we do it because people don't like it, and that's
it's not just because of that. I literally just do enjoy it. I like it. It's like he's crafted an art for himself.
Okay.
And I've come to enjoy the guys. I used to watch him report on me and make fun of me, and I used to just like, dude, I'm watching this guy slander me, and it was rough. But I wanted to keep track and see what was being said. There's a sphere out there. And I used to be a big joke. I was a lolcow to all of them. And recently, because of the turn of events, I sort of became a hero to all of them, which is a very big change. But I didn't do it to appease them. It's just like it just so happens. But, and I will be honest, of course, it's a lot more enjoyable to have these people not hate me. That's for sure. Yeah. But the thing that they're loving is they're like, yo, there's a guy who's now saying what we've been saying this whole time. This guy's saying some of that stuff. So there's respect. And it's like, they like it. And, but I can understand that. Can't you? Like I would, if you were them, it's just, that's logical. But so I'm kind of, I find myself in a borderland situation. I'm caught in the middle. Between mom and dad who are fighting over here and or whatever. But you know, not just because they are, you know, assholes out there, let's say, that doesn't mean everything they say is just totally wrong. And the other way of saying that is some of the things they're saying are right. And I like to, like, we were laughing just a minute ago because RPG is saying things that he got from me. Like, because I call Beardson Pastor Beardson because he gets drunk and goes on these rants about how much he loves Jesus and Jesus changed his life. And the next moment it's like, fuck these and these. And it's just funny. It's just funny to see him go pastor and he's like starts preaching and about how like you can have this big spiritual growth in your life from Jesus and stuff. And it just seems very shallow and phony because of the way that he treats people and the way he treats me. And for example, I've been up in close personal with this guy. I don't. It just seems weird. So we make fun of it. It's just funny. It's part of what you do on the internet, right? Just when people are, they take themselves a little too seriously and they can't laugh at themselves, then you laugh harder at them, and that's just part of it. Especially when they've been, you know, cruel to you or unkind. It's like, all right, well now it's my turn.
Yeah, totally. But these A-logs are not like that. They're not like, oh, we're just having fun, and so we're just laughing at these people and whatever. They're out to destroy us like that. This is not like they're not drama streamers like you or some other people are. Their existence as a streamer was created to get rid of us. And I don't know where you lie on the whole AF thing, but you know, whenever I come in and say, hey, why are you doing the A-log streaming thing? You say, oh, it's because it gets under your skin, and that's why. And these people in chat who are attacking you, they don't actually hate you. They're just trolling. And then I'm like, oh, so it's just like a funny bit. Like that's it? Is it really just a funny bit? And they're like, well, actually, he has some good points, and he's actually right about a lot of things, and blah blah blah. And so you see how it's just like so like, I mean, I'm Like, I saw someone else in chat earlier saying like, "Oh, he's playing dumb." Dude, I do not watch any of this drama. I don't really watch many Wurzelroot streams. I don't really watch a ton of Beardson streams.
I believe you.
I just don't understand any of this drama that's going on. But I totally respect that there can be drama. But you get into the stream and you're just like you're playing a game over just unedited, just literally just the latest RPG stream criticizing AF. It's just, I mean, you act like there's not a problem with that, and you say, well, what, people aren't free to do this, or you're not free to agree with someone who is also our enemy, and it's like you understand full well that it's a more complex situation than that, and it's actually a sensitive and highly ironic and damaging thing. Like you understand that, and you can do your stream just fine without doing it. You could do your stream just fine without going on and streaming these people who hate all of us and want us dead. You know, it's just they don't want AF to exist, and so you can. It's just like.
Well, Ralph has literally said that he hates me and wants me dead, and wants my channel taken away. So.
Well, then go after Ralph. Do an anti-Ralph stream.
But so my point is like, so if Ralph does that, well,
hold on. What does that literally? What does that have to do with streaming RPG? That's what I'm saying. Is why are you streaming RPG?
Well, let me tell you. It's an equivalence. So if Ralph feels about me the way that RPG feels about you, or everybody here, it's like, well, we're doing it too. I mean, that's like the point is like, well, so that's just how it is. So Ralph hates me, wants me to die, and wants my channel gone. And RPG hates you and wants you to die and wants Cozy gone. It's like, so I'm supposed to hate like, I don't hate Ralph, I don't hate RPG, I don't hate you, I don't hate Beardson. I'm just like fighting with these people. They're acting like fools. I think RPG acts like a fool a lot. I think Ralph acts like a fool a lot. I think Beardson acts like a fool a lot. But it's like, whatever. Everybody's acting like a fool. I don't take it that serious. I don't think the A-logs are going to end AF. I think they're a big pain in the ass, and everybody's maybe even probably more worried about it than they need to be. That's my opinion.
Do you think it's a pain, though? If it's a pain, why are you streaming it? And if it's a pain, aren't you contributing to that?
It's not a pain in my ass.
Well, because you're not AF? Is that why?
No, Nick is AF.
Well, I don't know anything about where you lie on AF. That's why I asked. I'm just wondering what is your stance on AF and everything. I know you say you like it, but what would you consider your...
It's Nick and his show. And Nick has support for him and his show, and I support him and his show. To me, that's what America First is. It's Nick Fuentes. And I've been a fan of his for a long time.
Well, it's also the America First Foundation, and it's the AF candidates, and it's the fundraising that we do, and it's the connections that we make, and it's the appearance that we have on the world stage, and it's the credibility that we have, and it's the figures that
am I responsible for upholding all that and protecting it?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. But some things get called into question whenever you do the opposite, when you actually not uphold it, but you destroy it and hurt it by platforming on our platform the people who want us dead. Like, I don't understand why I have to do this sort of language gymnastics, this verbal gymnastics to get that point across. It's a very, very, very simple point that this is our platform filled with our people, and you claim to be one of those people, and you're using this platform to platform not our people who are explicitly anti our people. Like, I don't know how else to word this. Everyone gets it but you. I don't understand what the issue is.
The thing is, I do get it. I just disagree with you. I just don't agree with that. I get what
you disagree that they hurt us, or what? You disagree with
Anonymous sent
the
$5.55.
goal, the mission. You disagree that RPG is anti us. I don't know what do you disagree with?
No, that that what I'm doing is let's see, what do I disagree with?
Well, it's at least a bad sign. It's at least a sign of bad faith, is it not? At the bare minimum, if it doesn't hurt us, it's at least not making a concession for Nick when Nick has done this favor for you. You can at least do one favor for him by not using his favor against him.
I don't think that listening to RPG talk shit about Beardson is hurting Nick. I just don't think so.
But you can't at least, I mean, I mean, look, dude, like some things you just have to give it up. You just have to make one tiny concession when someone's done you a big favor, and you don't think it's you think it's too unreasonable to just stop streaming the anti-AF people who hate Nick when Nick is giving you this platform.
Are you asking me to do that? Is Nick hasn't asked me to do that? And in fact, as close as we've got to that, he hasn't said don't stream RPG. Even if he's making fun of Beardson, I don't care. Just keep him off my platform. He hasn't said that to me. But we got close to that one time. He said, can't you stop going after my friends and go after some of my enemies? Like you mentioned John Doyle or GPOSA or something. And when we had that talk, I told him, no, these guys have gone after me. I'm fighting with them. I want to keep doing it. And I was like straight up about it. Yeah, they're attacking me, and I want to attack back.
Well, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the drama.
Here he is in the chat. He's saying I'm saying that. He said I told the same thing to Brittany a year ago about Ranbot. Okay. Hey, he's telling me right now. All right. It's Nick's platform. Don't stream RPG. Don't stream. So just don't stream. Don't play the A-Logs content on my channel. If that's a rule. If that's a request, I'm hearing it now for the first time. You're telling me this for the first time.
Yeah, and like you said earlier, I don't think that they will hurt AF. I don't think that they will end AF at all. Obviously, I just think it's the sign. I think it's the vibes from doing that. It's like what does that mean? What exactly is it about that makes you want to stream it on our platform? I think it's just a sign of bad faith. I think that's what it is. So that's why, I mean, I don't understand. I mean, look, everyone's had their turn explaining it. Everyone's had their turn going around and saying, hey, this is like, what's up with this? This is like not something we want happening. And so I think it's pretty clear, like what I think it's pretty clear how it's extremely ironic. I'm not concerned about it. I think the drama situation on AF or the drama situation on Cozy is going to get a lot better in the next couple of days and weeks. I don't know. I feel like it's going to get better, and I think we're going in a good direction. So I'm not concerned about that. I just think it's just like from a you point of view, it's like it's just like. Well, I mean, dude, like, come on, why air our enemies? I don't understand. Is it really difficult? You say, well, I have my own right to do it, and these people hate me, and blah blah blah. But it's like, dude, it's clearly highly ironic and a sign of bad faith. So, it's not like I think that the point hasn't adequately been made clear, and well, it's not in the rule book. It's just like, but isn't it like a sign of bad faith? I mean, wouldn't you agree?
Bad faith in what? What do you mean? No, like, I mean, I get what you're saying. I don't agree with. It just seems like a weird type of, not weird, but it's just like, I don't like that. Ethan Ralph can dox my family. Nobody says shit to Ethan Ralph. Like, where were you? And I didn't cry about it, and I'm still not right now. But I'm like, all right, if you're going to bring this up, what about when Ethan Ralph literally doxed my kids and my wife? And I get it. That's how it is online. You talk shit, you get hit. All right? But it's like, there's a specific line. It's like, okay, but you can hit back, but this type of hit is too far. So playing RPG, talking shit about Beardson, and we're just laughing. We're laughing at some Beardson moments where he was doing Omegle and he's like flirting with girls, and RPG's laughing, and it's sort of easy content for me. I can just play my game. I'm not making a bunch of money right now. I'm just enjoying my time streaming with the boys. They're in the chat. We're hanging out. We're laughing while fucking RPG, his goofy ass, is laughing at Beardson's goofy ass, and we're having a good time. And it's funny. And this is like crossing the line for you. You're like, whoa, hey, buddy, you're playing RPG. But it's like when Ethan Ralph doxes my family, where's anybody having any sort of like, wait a minute, like that's not a line? It's like, all right, so I'm under the impression that there's no line. If doxing the family and just bringing on Godwinson to just never-endingly mog me and A-log me and call me a fed and show pictures of my dad's house and make up lies and slanders about me. You brought a fucking A-log onto the platform. His name is Godwinson. Just a year ago, he was calling Nick a catboy and streaming the whole Catboy Cammy thing and doing a 1-hour video about Nick. He is an A-log who only ironically switched sides to join with Ralph as a way of fighting back against other A-logs who he fell out with. He fell out with the PPP gang. He has a feud with PPP, and out of spite, he aligned himself with Ralph. And so now that guy has a channel on Cozy. He is an A-log. That's what Godwinson does. He just A-logs lolcows. That's his whole shtick. But now he's on Cozy because he's friends with Ethan Ralph at the moment. And so it's like, I'm under the impression that there's no line. You can dox my family. You can bring on an A-log to mog me. Ralph can like petition to have me and my channel taken down at whatever whim he feels like. Wurzelroot can never-endingly talk about my family stuff and lie about me a whole bunch. All of this, PPP, politically provoked months back, my face was on their screen for every night of the week. They were just A-logging me on their channel. But if I want to play a video game and laugh at RPG who's laughing at Beardson, you're over here telling me like, whoa, what the fuck, bro? That's crazy that you're doing that. You see where I'm
against. I'm against doxing. Absolutely against doxing. So
okay, well then call in Ethan Ralph and talk to him about that.
Yeah, maybe I'll call into Godwinson too. Thanks for the lead. But if I remove that context, then what's your opinion on the RPG streaming?
Well, I would not like to remove that context, actually, because that's exactly the context that we're in. It's very dependent on the context. The context is that I'm allowed to be attacked by everybody, and then when I fire back with all the guns, when I don't give a fuck anymore either, nobody gives a fuck about me, so I don't give a fuck either then. Now, I'm not listening to, I'm not playing a segment where RPG's shitting on Nick. I wouldn't play that. I wouldn't bring RPG onto my channel to sit here and talk trash about AF. I have a segment that's about Beardson, and I'm listening to that, and, you know, that's it. I'm curating. I'm making my choices here. I'm in control of the content I'm playing, but I'm cherry picking a moment from a stream that I watch. I do watch that stream.
Hang up on him.
You know, hey, exposed. I listen to RPG streams, especially when they're about me or some of these people who are attacking me. All right? So he's connected with these people who hate those guys, and those guys hate me. And hey, what do you know? That actually helps me. Sometimes I learn things from him and from his group of people who hate Beardson and hate Wurzelroot. Well, those guys hate me. Well, that kind of helps, right? So, enemy of my enemy. Yeah, so now I'm in this situation over here that's been allowed to be cultivated. It's been allowed for everybody to attack Big Tech, but when Big Tech attacks back...
The obfuscation is just insane.
Like, wait, what is the obfuscation?
Because you say, oh, I'm not allowed to watch RPG. Like, dude, you're allowed to do whatever you want. Like, you're allowed to watch him. But it's totally different when you go and you stream it. It's a sign of bad faith to stream it on Nick's platform. That's what the sign of bad. Yes, that is a sign of bad faith, and it's not also equivalent when Beardson goes and says, "Oh, bald tech, ha ha ha." It's not the same thing when you go on your nickfuentes.com.
Done, by the way, but
whatever, you know, it's just drama eater. Why not go after him? You're free to. It would be like, go say the same thing that he said to you to him. Isn't that the equivalency? Not streaming RPG, who it has nothing to do with Beardson. I'm not saying don't stream RPG because he goes after Beardson. I'm saying don't stream. Otherwise, I'd be saying Big Tech should not have a channel. I'm saying don't stream RPG because it's RPG, and RPG goes after Nick. And if you're platforming him, then people will maybe, you know, your chat seems to be like anti a lot of us. maybe they'll go to RPG and they'll become A-logs. You know, it's a sign of bad faith. So do you see how that's an issue? You can just attack Beardson yourself. You have your own drama to sort out. So do you see how, like, maybe you should be doing that instead of streaming the person with additional baggage that's bad for a totally different reason? It's unrelated to Beardson. Like, this isn't about RPG going after Beardson. Do you understand that point that I'm making?
Because RPG goes after Nick, he should be off limits for that reason.
Yes, because this is Nick's platform filled with Nick's people. Mind blown. Great, what a thought.
And on Nick's platform, my family, my docs, all of that stuff is allowed, and nobody has a problem with that.
Well, why don't you go to Nick and tell him, you know, work out a deal or move to a different platform if that's such an issue or whatever. But
if what I'm getting signaled is that all of that's on the table, why is it so mind-blowing for me to be like, all right, well, if all that's on the table, well, then isn't everything... Oh, but I'm supposed to know that... wait a minute. It's okay for people on Cozy to dox me, attack my family, endlessly slander me, but I'm supposed to know that it's just obvious that the line is at laughing at Beardson using RPG's content, because RPG also talks about Nick. So Nick, Nick's under no obligation to protect me, my reputation, my income. He doesn't owe me shit. And I'm not saying that he does, but I'm saying, like, the precedent doesn't it stand? That's the way I'm thinking about it. Like, I'm not trying to hurt Nick. Nick hasn't done nothing to me, nothing bad at all, nothing but good for me. And I have nothing but support for Nick. But
dude, it's a completely false equivalency, because you're not attacking. Dude, like I said, it's not about attacking Ethan Ralph by having RPG on your stream. It's about Nick. I've said that a million times. You keep going back. Well, so basically what you're saying is, if Ethan Ralph can dox me, then can't I bring RPG on my platform? It's like, what? No, that's actually completely... Now, if you were to say, if Ethan Ralph can dox me, can't I dox him? That would make more sense, don't you think? Right? I mean, like, am I crazy?
No, actually. No, I don't. That's not how it makes sense to me.
So
it's not eye for an eye. When I fight, it's like if I get punched in the nose, I don't punch him in the nose, then I go, okay, it's fair now. If I get punched in the nose, I beat the shit out of that guy until he's unconscious. That's how I fight.
That's fine. That's fine.
So I go over. So you hit me once, I hit you 10 times. So
that's
it's like,
fine.
yo, you dox me.
That's not what you're doing. Dude, that's not what you're doing. You're going after Nick.
That's what I'm doing to Beard. I'm not going for Nick's. I wish you would stop making that false equivalence.
You're bringing people on the platform who do. That's, like I said, this is about Nick, not about Ethan Ralph, not about
Ethan
Beardson.
Ralph went to Kiwi, which has the biggest thread in the world about Nick, and he went and brought a bunch of info from Kiwi Farms onto the platform. Like, I mean, I know that's a little bit different, but it's like if Ethan Ralph could use RPG to attack one of his friends, he would be playing an RPG clip on his show tomorrow 100%. He would play an RPG segment. If RPG was shitting all over Warski and it was the funniest shit in the world, you think Ralph wouldn't play that?
Well, Ralph is adjacent as far as I know. I'm not the one who makes that decision, but from what I understand, Ralph is also adjacent, just like you are. People like Beardson and Wurzel, I don't think they would ever do that. But that's not the point here. That's not the point at all.
I'm not Beardson or Wurzel.
Yeah. So anyways, that's not the point. The point is, Ethan Ralph doxes you. You can dox him and then also do this.
The question stands: what if Ralph was doing what I'm doing to one of his enemies? If he's using an RPG clip, playing a nice long segment of RPG, doing an epic go off on Kino Casino, because there was a feud between them two, and one of Ralph's enemies, or Ralph's, whatever, one of his detractors, if he could use RPG to go after that person, you think he wouldn't? He absolutely would.
I don't think so, but I don't watch Ethan Ralph, and if he did, I would have a problem with that because it was platforming these other people. And I also think that if he did that, it wouldn't probably be in the same sort of like late night, 4 a.m. playing Astroneer with just nonstop, like the latest RPG episode. You know, he wouldn't do that. And you know, also, like, I don't want to keep getting roped into these other weird scenarios because you're just not answering the original question. You want very badly the right to stream RPG for some reason.
Well, no, we're only talking about it because that's what I'm currently doing. I'm not advocating for the right. What I want to be able to do is whatever the fuck I want. Actually, that's what I want to be able to do on the stream is do what I fucking want. And you came in telling me I don't know the lore, I don't know the beef. What's the origin of this? I don't watch your show, so you're totally out of the loop. But you have a very specific problem with this one thing that you saw me doing, and you want to make the case that I shouldn't be doing it, not knowing what's going on or who I am or what my stream's about. You're making a bunch of assumptions, and you're trying to pin me down and say that what I'm doing is wrong, and I should know why. And you actually don't know me or what my stream's about or any of the history that I have with these people, and you have an opinion that you're trying to like prove is correct to me.
It's true. I don't know any of that, and I understand that the context is important, but my opinion is that, and you know, you are free to do whatever you want. Obviously, you've been doing it for this long.
Yeah, and Nick just said in the chat, please don't play RPG. Hey, no problem. It's Nick's place.
Yeah.
If Nick says don't do it, I won't do it. He hasn't said that to me. But you're coming and saying like, well, shouldn't you know? And it's a sign of bad faith. And I think you should actually, like, that's kind of like, you know, fuck off with that, no offense. But it's like, just come and tell me, hey, you know what? I don't think you should do that. I think it's bad. And just let it stand. And that's what UX thinks. And now I'm hearing it from Nick. Based. No problem.
Yeah.
Simple as.
Yeah, I just, well, you know, but it's, again, it's not about the cozy rules or whatever.
But it's kind of impugning my
TOS.
character. It's like this, bad faith thing. Well, it's like,
yeah, because these people
like, just tell me what the rules are and I'll follow them. And if there are no rules, if I can get doxxed and endlessly slandered and A-logged, it kind of seems like there's no rules around here. There's just some unspoken understanding. I'm supposed to know what's right and wrong and feel bad if I do it and get like kind of a guilt trip from you. Like, oh, isn't this sort of not good? Just fucking tell me what I can't do and I won't do it. But I want to do what I want to do and I won't break the rules. Just tell me what they are. But I'm getting the signal that there's essentially no rules because I'm getting literally doxxed and A-logged by everybody on here. But so you get what I'm saying?
Well, so, I do understand what you're saying when you say that you're frustrated because this person doxes you and this person does this, so why can't you hit back and why can't you do this to retaliate?
It seems like,
and
okay,
why can't
if all
you do
this is permissible, then okay, cool. It's all fair. You know, it's prison rules. It's like we're fighting dirty here. It's no holds barred.
No, but I literally agree. Like, that's the thing. What I don't agree about is
except for the RPG one. That's the hold that's barred. You can't do that one
because it has nothing to do with Ethan Ralph.
But it has to do with Beardson. So if Ethan Ralph can dox me, I didn't deserve that, right? So that was way over the top of it. I never did nothing to Ethan Ralph. I didn't do shit to Ethan Ralph. He went crazy on me. He decided to, all right? Because he didn't like some of the things I was doing on my stream. He made a choice. I don't like what Big Tech's doing, so fuck him. Let's get him. He just sicked everybody on me. So and I'm not in a feud with Ethan Ralph. I don't actually care to hit back at Ethan Ralph. Ethan Ralph can do whatever he wants when he's fucking drunk and zanied out and going through a divorce and all that. I don't give a fuck. I actually love Ethan Ralph, and I'm still a fan of his show, and I don't have any problem with Ethan Ralph. But if Ethan Ralph can do that, and nobody cares, well then, when I got a problem with Wurzelroot and Beardson, maybe I can do this, and nobody cares. But I'm finding out, oh, wait. Okay, if Ralph gets mad at you and doxes you, that's fine. But if you're mad at Beardson and Wurzelroot and you play RPG, that's crossing the line.
But it's because it's RPG. It's not because. So you keep making this point. I mean, I don't know how we keep talking in circles because it's not about you going.
How do you not
back.
get what I'm saying? I'm not fighting. I'm fighting with all of these people. So if Ralph can do that kind of move against me, how come I can't do this kind of move against them? I didn't deserve what Ralph did to me.
You could do an even heavier attack on him. You could do an even heavier, worse attack on them than the RPG stuff. So do you see
So
how
why
that's not
can't
the issue? It's the issue that it is RPG, and he has external baggage that has nothing to do with the drama. So you
why
could
do
go
I
back,
have to care about that?
because this is Nick's platform, and he gave you the channel. That's a big favor. I know you've heard that a million times, but it's
Nick
but
said
it is
tag
just
me in.
common
Nick,
courtesy.
if you jump in the waiting room, I'll be happy to bring you in.
It's common courtesy, though. Like,
we're on Discord. We're in my server. If you jump in the waiting room, I'll drag you in. So yeah, there you go. So you think I'm being discourteous?
Yeah, because it's his platform. I mean, dude, that's what we've been saying the whole time. It's his platform, and this is the person who totally hates and I mean, you understand the weight of this whole movement thing. And yeah, the rules on here are ambiguous. It's kind of because this is a Nick first platform, you know. He brings people on who are largely, most of the time, he brings on the people who are AF, you know, or people who are in good, you know, on good terms with them. So yeah, the rules are a little bit ambiguous, but none of us ever really had any issue with that because this isn't Twitch, this isn't YouTube. We're all in like a family, you know. That family is the movement, the AF movement. And if you start doing things that damage the AF movement, whether you're in it or you're adjacent, you're just watching, basically, like, it is a big thing, and it is kind of offensive for a lot of these people when you go out and you platform the people who have been doxing me or been doxing other people like Beardson and Wurzelroot and all these other people and Veda and all these people. These people they have real issues that affect, like you said with Ethan Ralph and everything. You're bringing in your own drama with these other people. You're bringing down all these other people by platforming a person that hurts them. Everyone else on this server, you're bringing down those people as well. Everyone else on this website. And so, you know, you can do your own drama, but hey, what's up?
Hey. I was in the waiting room with Boo.
Fun.
For like 2 seconds.
He loves you.
And he was like, hey, is this Nick? And I was like, and he pulled me in.
Let's go.
Okay. So, look. Big Tech, I actually, believe it or not, look, I don't hate anybody. And I've always said I haven't banned you because I actually like you. I think you're a good streamer. But I don't think it's disingenuous to say that there's clearly something going on. I wish you would be, you know, if you're not being honest, I wish you would be honest. It's very simple. You know, the Ethan Ralph drama, you and Ethan Ralph, I haven't weighed in on any of that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, you've gone after him, he's gone after you, you've gone after Beardson, Beardson's gone after you. Have I ever texted you and said, like, hey, stop going after Ethan Ralph? Have I ever done that?
Nope. Never once.
And you know, Ethan Ralph texted me a few weeks ago and he's like, okay, you know, you got to get Big Tech off the platform. Like, it's him or me. And I said, all right. So I'll look into it. And, you know, did I take you off the platform? Did I come and say, hey, you gotta relax? I mean, did that ever happen?
Right. No, nothing like that.
Okay. So, you know, there's been drama on the platform before between a million people, Tenrio and Brittany and Mio and everybody's been involved. Even Alberto, Michael Alberto had Medicare on his stream. And I gave Alberto, by the way, I gave him a lot of shit for that. I never banned him though, but I think that's what drove him away. I said, listen, pal, I said, you know, and him in particular, I was very good to. It's not that he has a platform here. I went out of my way to do favors for him. You know, when he did a video about me, I spotlighted it on my stream. We let him host the Medicare debate last year. And when he went to the Vegas premiere, we let him hang out with us. We went to the big dinner. Like, so I was very kind to him, just hospitable and gracious, and he repaid that in really a nasty way. But I specifically went and said, you asshole, you're on this platform, and in particular, I've been very nice to you in addition to that, and this is how you repay it. And he said, well, I don't want to be here anymore, basically. I said the same thing to Brittany last year. I wasn't going to bring Brittany on, believe it or not. It was actually a discussion whether or not we would send an invite to Politically Provoked. I said, because she always has Wignats on all the time, and she's friendly to them, like Randbot and that other one who I can't even keep track of them anymore. And I had a discussion with her, and she said, well, I promise I'm going to try not to have them on the stream as much as possible. If I have them on, I'll do it on Odyssey. I said, okay, great, perfect compromise. And I've never said it across the board. I've never made it a hard and fast rule like, you can't have people on. I think what UX is getting at, and it's the same thing I see, is we all know that there are these types out there that it is, for whatever reason, it is their mission, like, to destroy my life, to destroy my career. Now, they may attack other people, and I would say in most cases they attack other people insofar as it's a vector of attack on me. It's not even really an attack on that person. It's an attack on that person as an extension of, as an accessory of me. And, we don't have to name them, but we know who they are. They're motivated. They're basically super fans, but they're motivated every day by grievance against me. And it's about hurting me in some way, shape, or form. And so, if you say, well, I want to know what the rules are, and I say the rules are, I prefer you don't bring those types of streamers on the platform, and you say, okay, fair enough. If you say, okay, I didn't know that, fair enough. I think the problem arises when people don't really know where you stand. Are you loyal to me? Are you loyal to America First? Are you a friend? Because if that were the case, you wouldn't look at a guy whose entire life's mission is to fuck with me and say, well, I sort of like him sometimes, but I also think he's quite silly. Like, you would just not have anything to do with that person. Like, I'll give you a perfect example. When I was with Ye back in November, I was working for him, and I'm going to talk about where I'm at with him at some point in the future. But things have obviously changed, and that's based on a conversation we actually had last week. Not based on the TMZ report everybody saw, but things that happened in the weeks after that. In any case, that's a story for another time. But back in November, when everything first started, when we went on Alex Jones, I've been friends with Alex Jones for years. I met him at National File. I spoke at his event. We did Stop the Steal together. I rode in the tank. I've been on his show. I've been to his studio. I've been on his other shows. I had a channel on his network. I did a debate on his channel. We had a relationship for years. It's also a very important relationship because he's got money. And by the way, I'm not trying to be patronizing. I'm just telling a story. He's got money. He's got connections. He's famous, blah, blah, blah. But when me and Kanye went on his show, and I know how Alex Jones is, by the way. I know he's not down with the stuff. I know he's not down with the stuff. But when Kanye said, I love him, and Alex Jones said, well, what do you think about that, Nick? Like, I knew in that moment what Alex was asking me to do was to bring it back down to reality.
Yeah.
It's so-called. But I said, no, fuck it, we ball. I said, no, I love him too. And basically torpedoed like a 3-4 year relationship I had with Alex Jones. The next day, Alex Jones attacked Kanye and me, and I went and put Alex Jones on blast. And then I went and debated him on Ye's behalf weeks later. We sat there in front of Donald Trump, and Donald Trump commanded me. He was like, tell him he can't win. He goes, I know you work for him, but you're an intelligent guy. Tell him he can't win.
Mm-hmm.
And Trump's my hero. I love Trump. But I said he's got a chance. I said he can win. And this is my hero. And I sat there and I was like, no, but this is my man. This is my boss. He brought me here, you know, and I recognize that even though I love Trump, Ye brought me to Mar-a-Lago. You know, it's because of Ye that I got through the door. Now, Trump may have been impressed, but it's like, anyway. And so there's something to be said about, you know, if you really care about me, if you're really loyal to me, do you look at somebody whose life mission is to, and, you know, I'm not talking about people that are critical. I mean, you brought Baked Alaska on, and Baked Alaska had some things to say, and that's separate. We could get into that. But, like, you know, that's one thing. And after that happened, I didn't come in and say, like, hey, you can't have Baked Alaska on at all. You know, Baked Alaska said what he said, and people said it was fair criticism. Honest to God, you know, I don't mind the criticism by itself, you know, because he came in, he said what he had to say, and then that was it. Now, I take issue with the fact that, you know, he's one of my closest friends and he did that in public, and I find that deeply offensive. But it had nothing to do with this criticism in and of itself. You know, if he had said that behind closed doors, which he did, I actually listened. We had that same conversation we did a week before, and we squashed it. And I said, you know what, actually, you know, maybe you're right, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, so in that case, it was what he did. But we know that there are people that they're not, it's not good faith criticism. They're not people that are just out there existing independently. We know there's a group of people that they exist almost codependently. They're personally invested in the failure of this. That's why they wake up every day. That's sort of what their entire universe revolves around. They can't live without it. They don't even do their own thing, really. Their own thing, so-called, is like 5%. 95% is attacking me or attacking somebody as an extension of me. And anyway, so it's just to say, like, you know, and I'm not trying, like, if you play that, I wouldn't have even noticed. I'm over here, I'm playing a video game. I'm, like, writing notes and stuff. I'm working. And somebody brought it to my attention in a group chat. They said, oh, Big Tech's playing this. I mean, if you did that, I honestly would have missed it. And it's not even really the end of the world, but it just raises a question of, like, you know, if you're sort of friendly to that side, it's like, I can't be friendly with people that are friendly to people that, like, mortally oppose me. Do you know what I mean? Like, in the same way that Ethan Ralph doxed your family, and, you know, now Ethan Ralph's a very old friend of mine, and I'd like to stay out of that for the most part, although I'm going to be introducing a new thing later today, which I actually think you'll like. You know, so let's just a little preview. We're going to be making an announcement about the platform, because you're right, there has been some ambiguity with the rules. People are dissatisfied on both sides. We're going to put something out that's going to clarify that a little bit today. I think you'll be happy with it. I think your audience will be happy. A lot of, and even people that don't like you are going to be happy about it. Now, in any case, it just raises a question of, and I see people in the live chat, they're like, you know, well, you know, this guy, well, maybe he's not all that bad, or maybe he's funny sometimes. And it's like, you got to look at it from my perspective. I know you may see that as, oh, here's another guy attacking a guy I don't like. But what I see it is, this is a guy whose sole existence, purpose of existence, is to antagonize me. I just have zero tolerance for that. And anyway, so there's a few things in here. To distill it down, one, I have told, I'm not singling you out. I hope you know, because you're saying, well, everyone's attacking me and blah, blah, blah. It's like, I'm not singling you out. I told Brittany the same thing. I told Alberto the same thing. I'm not even telling you I'm going to ban you if you do it. I'm just saying I'd prefer if you didn't. That's one. Two, I want to establish I haven't intervened in your feuds, because I know how it is. And people that I know have feuded a lot. The only problem I have is when people drag me into it, to be honest with you. Like, Alex Stein and Baked Alaska feuded, and I was pissed because the Alex Stein relationship was really important at that time. And Baked Alaska, I mean, that was really just like his fault, because he got like fake DMs from someone pretending to be Alex Stein and created this fake controversy. And then Alex Stein understandably hated him for it. And then I'm caught, and then Alex Stein is getting attacked by Groypers defending Baked, and I'm like, really? But I didn't intervene. I mean, I tried to make the peace, but I didn't, you know, I didn't tell one side or the other, like, hey, you know, you got to cut it out. So you know, if you want to, so Ethan Ralph attacks you, you attack him. I view that as within your right. The final thing is, and this goes towards, you know, you're saying, well, if that's the rule, I just want to hear what the rule is. I'm saying it's, if you need to be told, like, don't platform people that hate me, it just raises questions about, you know, and I want you to be honest with me, and I could take it. I'm a big boy. If you're not a #1 super fan, that's fine. You know, Ryan Dawson's on the platform. All Type is on the platform. They've got nasty things to say about me. You know, we all know they're not super fans. But it just seems like disingenuous. It seems like the chat plays it for cover, like, oh, we all love Nick, but they all like people that hate me. Like, I go on Groyper Gosling's Twitter, and he's like, oh, all his likes are people that fucking hate me. They're all people that, like, most of their timeline is shitting on me. And it's like, okay, so you're my #1 fan, but yet you roll with these people. It's your life's mission to fuck with me. That's the only, and that's the last part, which is just really more a question. So, you know, that's what I have to say about it. Maybe that clarifies it, but what's your response?
Okay, so look, I got to break the fourth wall here a little bit. And I hate that I'll try to do it as little as possible, actually, because I don't want the cat all the way out of the bag. But I'm going to give you a little glimpse into the way I'm
It's a magician's secret. Magician
Yeah.
doesn't reveal his secrets. Go ahead.
Let's say the obvious stuff first, which is, look, we're on the internet, doy, and there's a certain amount of, like, we like when people fall down on their face, even when they're our friend. The video is still funny. We like it when the beautiful woman trips and falls at the beach and whatever, the wave crashes on it. Those videos are funny, even though it's sad. The little kid is birthday cake and it wasn't what they wanted and they're crying, or I don't know, that's not a good example, but you know what I mean, like the little surprising, the little bit of twisted humor, even at our own expense. A little bit of self-deprecation is fun. So the way, you know, I'm not in your group where it's probably a little bit different culture. I'm an outsider who loves you from the outside for all the time that I've been, you know, watching your show and following you. And I have a lot of friends who are like literally like ride or die, but also we love it when you fuck up. Like if you misspeak or something, that's one of our favorite moments of the show. Or when a super chat makes you really mad and somebody's busting your balls or annoying you when you're pissed off. Sometimes that's what we love about you. And that extends to the fact, like, even when people are making fun of you and harassing you, it's sort of compelling. It's fun to watch the A-logs hassle you and like really make your life a living hell. We love you, but also like we're rooting for you and you're the hero in the movie, and like these are the guys that you're having to endure, and it makes it sort of, that's one of the parts of the content that we like. And so there are these enemies, there are these antagonists against you, and we're not rooting for them to win, we're rooting for you to overcome it. But we also enjoy the fact that there is like this gritty side to this whole thing. So we don't want them to win, but we don't resent their existence. And I'm not speaking just for myself. There's plenty who really do love you, but also they enjoy watching the Kino Casino just like literally lie about you and say horrible things about you. There's something like oddly satisfying about it. It's not because we have anything against you. It's just part of the content. So there's an extended universe. Even the people who hate you are part of the content that has to do with you, this person that we love. And so that's like maybe something to think about. That's all I'll say about that. Additionally, and that goes to me too, like I like, even when RPG was talking shit about me and slandering me and saying things, horrible things about me, I couldn't take I like watching it. It was fun. It didn't make me feud and like seethe. It was just like, holy shit, this is crazy. And when Ralph is going off on me and doxing me, it's like, I love Ethan Ralph, like somebody who I love watching. Like I'm the center of his ire. Like I love it when Ethan Ralph goes off on people, and he's doing it to me. It's like, let's go. It's like, this is fun. So I'm kind of like getting off on it. It's pretty fun. And so I'm just having fun over here. And now I'm having fun with Wurzelroot's mad at me, and Beardson's mad at me, and Brittany and Mio can't fucking stand me. And like, it's like, yo, could I be having more fun than that? This is great. Secondly, the other side of it is that I do truly, I believe in you. And like, I don't know if you saw, there's a clip, somebody sent me a link to it on Gab. It has very few views, but somebody grabbed a clip the other day where I was ruminating on Like, for example, RPG would ask me a question like, well, how can you, like, he would have this litany of things against you. How can you still support him, blah, 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 blah. And first of all, I don't agree with all the things that he would say, but let's say that he maybe is, you know, some things are closer to true than others or whatever. Criticisms he would have. Maybe as simple as he's young or something like that. Like, my view of you is that I support, like, what I'm looking for from you is, like, you're not going to take over America today or whatever. Like, that's not at hand today. But there is a potential with you that I see emerging in the future, whether it's tomorrow or next year or 5 years or 10 years down the road, whatever the black swan event that changes the culture in America, or if America first itself does that shift on its own steam. But when the thing emerges and then there's an opportunity for you to find your place in what becomes history for our country and for our people, whatever, when your destiny is fulfilled, that's a time that I'm here for it. Like, I'm rooting for that to come about. And so whatever criticism people might have of you or the movement or your friends, none of those criticisms bother me, even if they were completely true, because as I myself, I'm 40 years old, I've gone through a learning arc and a maturing arc in my own life, and I've overcome a lot of things, and I can look back on times in my life when I thought I was right and doing things well, and if I could go back and do them again differently, I absolutely would. And so there's going to be things like that for you. So I can overlook literally anything you could do wrong right now, because I see something in you that has like a massive potential, and I've seen it since the first time I ever saw you. So that's that. And I think all these super fans who are seething against you, they see it too. Like you said, the A-Logs, they're these big fans that have a resentment, but I'm just not resentful. And so I don't criticize you and say you should be different today. What I'm looking for is like, there is that time coming in the future where you're going to come into your destiny, and I'm here for it all the way to whenever that is. And I expect that you, as you grow in your life as well, you're going to be a different person at 35 than you are at 25. Obviously, and at 45 and 55, and you have a long life ahead of you, and I still got plenty of years ahead of me, and I'm here for that whole thing. And in the meantime, the way I see myself fitting into it, because I am a different character. I'm obviously a black sheep in the group here, and I think that the thing about me, this is the breaking the fourth wall part. This is the revealing a little bit of the mission, what I got up my sleeve. With relation to the A-Logs and to the RPG and Kino Casino, like I'm a hero to them lately. They've made me into, I'm their white knight in this sphere, because I'm saying the things that they're saying in a way, but I'm saying it on Cozy, and that's incredible. And I'm saying it right to these people's faces, and they can't get enough. They love it. Well, there's something about that where I find myself like ministering to both sides. That's how I see it. So in one way, for example, by what I'm doing right here, by being able to laugh along with RPG at these little, he's taking cheap shots at Beardson, I'm showing people how to be able to digest RPG's content without falling into his frame. I'm an example of somebody who can watch him and enjoy him and totally disagree with him. I think that that's a good thing to demonstrate, to be able to see, because like we can't make him go away. He's not going to shut up. His content's still out there. So what do we have to do? Like, no, don't even look at it. You might fall into his frame. I'm an example of how to be able to enjoy it while totally disagreeing. Same thing with these others. And I'm someone who can even say the things that the A-Logs are saying and still love you and support you. I think that's a really good example for people to do, because it doesn't have to be an absolute dichotomy. I don't believe that. It doesn't have to be either I totally sycophantically worship Nick and I agree with everything he says and I reject wholeheartedly everybody else who disagrees, or the opposite is that if I agree with anything the A-Logs say, I'm going to slippery slope. I'm going to slide into becoming a hater myself, and the attraction of the dark side is going to be too strong, and I'm going to become an A-Log, so I have to like ignore and pretend it doesn't exist. Like, I'm able to be gray. Like, I can walk in both worlds. I can make content that appeals on both sides. I literally can have one foot in both camps and be in a way. It's not, I don't mean that in a loyalty sense. It's not like I'm sort of on their side and sort of on your side. I mean, I can tolerate the hot and the cold or whatever. Like, I can tolerate both sides of the argument. And furthermore, like the last part of it is I think I'm being an example to them on the other side as well. So in a way that I'm an example over here, like here's how to digest RPG's criticisms. You laugh along with him You don't take it too seriously. And the things that are true, you go, yeah, that's true. And the stuff that's bullshit, you go, that's fucking bullshit. And that's it. And that's what I'm demonstrating to these people. But on the other side as well, imagine if I, as the months and years go on, I'm able to signal to them that I hear what they're saying, and I even agree with some of it, and I can say some of it, and I can have fun with it, and I still support you. That's an example to them as well, to maybe not take themselves so seriously, because big tech hears us. It's not that the Cozy crew and the AF people are totally blind and deaf to all our criticism, because big tech definitely hears what we're fucking saying. He gets what's going on, yet for some reason he still supports Nick. That sort of diffuses them a bit, because I'm an example of how to see what they're saying and not freak out like they freak out. So I'm an example of how to see what they're talking about and still support you. So it's an example, like I'm ministering to their crowd too, because they're playing my clips all the time and they're enjoying me and they're loving me as a content creator. I'm watching over there, they're forgiving big tech, and they're becoming, like, they're actually going through a cycle of like getting over this grievance they had against me, which is a doorway to all sorts of other getting over things, if you know what I'm saying. So it's like I see a long thing playing out here that I'm willing to take some heat on this side and go through like the pressure cooker over here on Cozy, while, I don't know if you can see what I'm saying. Like, that's how I see what I'm doing. So that's a little bit of revealing what I've never wanted to talk about on air, but here we are again. So I'll say it to you, and this will get clipped, and they're going to play it, and they're going to go, oh, so big tech, he thinks he's tricking us or whatever. And hopefully they'll just, hey, this isn't, forget what you just heard me say, everybody out there. Just go back to, just let it happen subconsciously. But that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to be an example of a lot of things, but that's really what my content's about. You can call me a drama streamer or whatever you want to call me, but I'm like, the influence I'm trying to have on you, by the way, I'm not trying to get into your inner circle, by the way. I'm not, have I ever begged to get into your group chat, or have I hit you up with a bunch of DMs like telling you my opinions? No, you're never going to hear that from me, because in the way that I want to have an influence in this movement is by being influential in my presence. Like, I believe that I am a good influence. Like, I know myself. And my energy is that of like, I'm a dad. Like, I literally just love everybody here the way I love my son. And also I love everybody here like they're my brothers. And if I got to fight with my brothers and we got to beat the shit out of each other, I still love them. And it really is like that. And I think that my commitment to that, it's not something I got to try to do. That's just where I'm coming from. And I think that that is going to have a good influence. And what I have at hand is a lot of other guys who really aren't dads, just straight up, they're like literally not dads. They're incels, or they're just broken or whatever. But I'm bringing a little bit of it, like I'm the one, right? Like, I don't know who else is really bringing that energy here. There are maybe some fathers here, but like, they're not personality based streamers. Like, that's what my stream is about. It's about hanging out with me. It's about big tech. It's not about the content that I'm making. I'm not Vince James with the folder and I'm going through tabs and giving you the news. I'm not, you know what I'm saying? Like, my stream is just me hanging out with the people watching me. And so I'm just being an influence by just being who I am. And I think that I'm good. So at the end of the day, like, that's what I'm here to do. I'm just here to be myself. And so I'm not here to signal loyalty. I'm not here to tell you what side I'm on or whatever. I am in support of you. And I love that you're doing what you're doing. And I'm here to see it happen. And to, you know, I'm not pushing it along, like, what am I going to, like, I'm not picketing in the street. I was at Million MAGA, but I wasn't at Jan 6. Like, I'm not a political activist, and I'm not even really a political person, but I am red-pilled. I am tapped in on the issues that are relevant to the societal struggles. And I love that I love your take, and I love your position. I love that your vision on all of it. And I love that you're speaking so courageously and concisely about it. So that's why I support you. And I think that you actually have like a power level that's going to be actualized in a final form at some point. And I'm just here to watch it incubate and emerge and all the rest. And I'm happy to be part of it, just kind of like by being here and being who I am. And that's how I see myself and what my stream is about. So there was a lot to that. There were several different parts, but I'm ministering to the Cozy streamers to diffuse their reaction and their worry about the A-logs. I'm also ministering to the A-logs by showing them that I hear them and they're heard and I get what you're saying. And even though I hear you and I get what you're saying, I am an example of someone who can do that and still love and support Nick. Isn't that kind of mind-boggling? And they'll have to grapple with that, because if they can love me and I love you, how does that hurt? I feel like that helps. So I'm like a gateway to diffusing this whole massive issue. I find myself like I'm the only one who's kind of in both worlds. So, and I'm happy to be there. Like, I feel like I found my niche in a way. So that's what I'm doing. So while I'm sitting here playing a little game that I play with my 13-year-old son, he just turned 13. We played this game for a couple of years. This is like it's just an innocent little colorful base building game. I'm tinkering around. I'm listening to RPG, talking shit about Beardson. He's just mocking him for the goofy things that he does. And it's like, big deal. Like, that's how I see it. And UX is like, I don't know why you're doing this. Don't you know that he hates you? Like, I get all that. But is there a rule that I can't do it? Like, is it, no, it says something about you. It shows bad faith. And I think that that's a type of reading into it that I could understand, obviously, how that would be the surface level take. I can't blame you for seeing it that way. And I ain't mad at you, UX, for seeing it that way. But I'm not being disloyal to Nick. I'm not trying to harm Nick by platforming RPG. I'm not like, I don't think it's harming. I think it's actually helping.
Yeah, see, that's, I think that's just where we disagree, because the way that you describe it, it sounds harmless, but, and I said this in the chat, it's just context denial of what's going on. I mean, you may not be a political person, but I am. I'm a political person with a political mission in a political world. And so what you see as harmless ridicule, actually, one, has real world consequences, which go beyond, you know, you talk about, well, my family got doxxed or something. And I'm not trying to minimize that, but, you know, like, my family's been doxxed. And, you know, almost anybody that's ever been associated with me has been doxxed. And they've been doxxed by people that are associated with the kinds of people that we're talking about. You know, they dox innocent young people who really have nothing to do with the drama. And these are people that they get disavowed by their family. They get fired from their job. Like, terrible things happen. And these are people that ultimately are basically rooting for me to die. Like, you know, when you say, well, they're just silly, it's all fun and games. I mean, there are a few of them that straight up, like, if I died, would be celebrating. You know, like, I get in physical danger, and they cheer and celebrate. They accuse me of being a fed. They accuse me of things that are so disgusting, especially given what's happened to me. I got put on a no-fly list. I got my money frozen, and they come in to say, well, you only got your money frozen for this. Well, you're only on the no-fly list for a little while. And it's like, and what's more is, it's not, for them, it's not ridicule. They know what they're doing, which is to oppose my political will. Like, so it's mutually exclusive. Like, and that's why, like, I'm not interested in, like, ministering to them. They should be, like, I'm not advocating violence against them, but, like, in an ideal world, they would be, and they would be because there's no equivalency between somebody who is doing, in a very basic level, somebody who is trying to build, and then people that are critiquing and trying to destroy. At the most fundamental level, the thesis and antithesis or antithesis, you know, here I am going out and building a platform, building a conference, building a nonprofit, building a movement, a show where we're trying to red pill and educate people and create content. And they cannot exist independently, but they exist dependently to oppose, antagonize, destroy. And so me being me, I think anyone who opposes my will should be. But even outside of me, objectively, those that create and those that parasite, leech, antagonize, also should be. And again, I'm saying, you know, I'm not saying advocating for violence. I'm saying in a general sense. And then what's more, it is a Catholic movement that is for God and for America. It's the only one of its kind. And they're not just, it's not just ridicule for them. They want to sabotage and thwart and arrest the progress of the movement. I mean, so when you say, well, it's not a hand that you're ruling the country, but when that happens, I'll support it. Well, of course, Rome wasn't built in a day. And that and you know, I'm not threatened by them because I'm greater than them. But by the same token, of course, like for them to achieve their ends is mutually exclusive for me achieving my ends. So I have to want their destruction. I have to want their, you know, for them to shrink in order for me to get to that point. And me representing everything that's, you know, and I don't like to say, you know, that, you know, because I may be wrong and everything, but I do stand for God. I do stand for what's right. I do go on my show and talk about the filth and the decay and everything that goes on. For people to oppose not just anything, but that thing is especially wicked. And they do it, again, with real-world implications. So if you were talking about PewDiePie, and he said, well, you know, there's people that like PewDiePie, and there's people that hate PewDiePie, and I kind of talked to both of them, like, okay, you know, or, you know, there's people that like Rick and Morty, and there's people that hate Rick and Morty, and I can kind of get both sides. We're talking about something that is very specific. I feel like it's context style to say, like, well, I'm trying to create a bridge between, you know, this guy that's leading the only, like, and by the way, also, it's another form of context style because not only am I opposed by, not only am I debanked, not only am I, you know, banned from every platform, banned from CPAC, disavowed by the GOP, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, we don't need to get into the high pressure life that I live. But then you have these ankle biting that it's their whole life to do this kind of thing. And so, I mean, maybe when you're in this, you see those sides. But when you're me, you see the big picture, which is that there's this circle, which is the only circle where there's this sort of fortress. And then outside of it is the banks, the media, the political establishment. You know, like Kevin McCarthy knows me by name. Do you know that? The Speaker of the House of Representatives knows me by name, and like personally wants to see to it that like I have no influence in the GOP or Congress. Same thing with Ronna McDaniel. Same thing with, you know, all the Republican leadership. That's in the Republican side. Forget about obviously the Democrats that are hegemonic. So it's like, you know, this is a platform, so we have all different kinds of people on the platform, but you kind of can't have it both ways. I mean, you're on the platform and you know, you can say, well, I'm calling balls and strikes, but that's not, you know, so you're not really loyal to me. You're not really supporting it. I mean, not really. You can say that you have affinity for it, like you like it, but by definition, you don't support it. You're not loyal to it. And it is what it is. Like I said, Ryan Dawson he falls into the same category. I think he has some affinity for me, but obviously doesn't support what I'm doing. Obviously isn't loyal to me. And so that's all that I needed to hear. Like I said, I was just asking, how can you at once be, you know, platforming these people that like want to see me? You say, oh, you love everyone here like a son. Well, I mean, if your son had to deal with the stuff that I was dealing with, I don't think you would take this sort of position. That's all I'm saying. And, you know, so I don't need it. Like, you know, I don't need to hear everybody kiss my ass. I just wanted to establish that. That's all. Because people ask, you know, well, why do you like these guys like Beardson? Why do you like these guys? Well, because they support me, because they're loyal to me, because they're ride or die. And if there are people that are coming against me, I know they have my back because they support my project. They support me as a guy. They're not taking this sort of ecumenical approach of like, well, I want to preach to the people that love you, but I also want to preach to the people that would dance in the street if you got your head chopped off, like they want to cut your skin off and wear it like a costume. In the case of like, he clearly wants to do that. So that's my position. But you know, that being said, I mean, look, I'm down to earth. Like, you know, we can talk, and like I said, it's an interesting conversation, but we just need to establish, because I think even people in the live chat think there's like this charade to keep up of like, no, Nick's here, be cool, be cool. It's like, well, I mean, this community is not within AF, clearly. It's outside of it. And, you know, I'm not really, like I said, I mean, the position that I'm in, I just can't really ride with people that don't have my back. I mean, you've seen what happens. Like Baked Alaska, a lot of people criticize me for this, but it's like, if this is a guy who's going to go and break with me and badmouth me in public, how do I know this guy didn't tell the feds something so he could get out of jail or something? Because he went out there, even when the Ali thing was going on. I texted him, I'm like, really? Like, you couldn't throw me a message of support? You got to go out there and disavow? And he's like, well, you know, it's a bad look and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, okay, so, you know, you're concerned about looking bad or something like that. You know, you have to put out a public statement to spare your reputation. Well, what about if it was years off your fucking life? Because we all know he's a 35, 36-year-old, getting desperate. He's looking for a wife. He's still trying to figure out his life. Who's to say he's in that situation? He doesn't throw me under the bus. Now, I'm not insinuating that. I don't think he did that. But that's a level of trust I need to have with people. And people, you know, when I say stuff like that, they're like, oh, you take yourself too seriously. What? I mean, you should see the kind of stuff that they do to people like Faith Goldie, or like to the Brimelows, or to Michelle, or to Trump for that matter. Like, it's all, like you said, you're rooting for the hero, you want the hero to win, and it's all fun and games until the hero gets shot in the back of the head. You know, the hero gets locked away for 100 years by the feds because he's one 24-year-old going up against a whole system. And he had one guy in his circle who was a good time Charlie and didn't take it seriously as everybody else. You know, it's like, and I've had that with many people, like Patrick Casey. I thought Patrick Casey was a bro. I thought he was my guy. And then the heat got turned up a little bit. Like, that's all it took, was the heat got turned up a little bit. His position was slightly threatened. And he goes out there and tries to burn the house down on his way out. And it's like, so people like this, you just can't trust them. And I've tested people. And some people, it's like exactly the same situation. And they're by my side and they stick through it no matter what. And they got my back. And there's other people that it's like, if there's a little pressure, if they're uncomfortable, they get desperate, whatever, then they're willing to go out there and throw me under the bus, or they're willing to, you know, do whatever they need to do to survive. So that when you say ride or die, it's like, I will ride for you or I will die with you. And, you know, these are people like, when Baked Alaska did that, it's like, this guy won't die with me. And for that reason, I cannot be his friend. Now, I don't hate the guy. I'm not going to like spend my life attacking him or whatever. If I saw him, it would be cordial. But I can't have a guy like that in my inner circle. And a lot of people raise that concern with me. They're like, here's a guy who's making a plea deal with the feds. How do you trust him? And I would say, well, because he's my brother. Like, of course I know he would never do anything like that. Of course he wouldn't wear a wire. Of course he wouldn't, you know, give in, even though he's talking to the feds. You know, but then it's like, I didn't introduce him to Kanye, so he freaks out at me. It's like, okay, so if that's what it takes, then clearly this relationship wasn't as strong as I thought. And anyway, now that's a little bit more about him. You know, but when I'm talking about, it really goes towards your sort of ambivalent attitude about these people that seek the death of this, and then these people that would die to protect this. And you're sort of like, oh, you know, I like to watch both sides or whatever. Now, if you have this ulterior motive, well, like you said, you know, that's something you'll have to endure. You know, if you have this secret plan or something and it pays off in the end, you know, then maybe at the end we'll go like, oh, okay, he was right. Wow, it turns out, you know, but we're not seeing on that side of the veil. But anyway.
Right.
So that's how I feel about it. It's just, for me personally, it's very serious because it's my life, you know? So it's like the way you talk about it's like a TV show. And from the outside looking in, it does have this hyper reality. It is like a TV show. But for me, it's like, this is my life. When I was with the Kanye thing, they took a picture of my house and posted it online, and they called all my neighbors and asked about me, and my neighbors were saying, well, he leaves his house around this time, and oh, well, he keeps his father's there, and blah, blah, blah. And they're like doxing my parents, and it's like, so when somebody comes around and they're like, well, it's all fun and games, it's like, yeah, well, I mean, I don't have the luxury of feeling that way about it.
Yeah. Yeah, that all makes sense. You know, I gave a long-winded explanation of my perspective, and I hear yours like it. That totally makes sense, but it kind of begs a question for me, because you mentioned several times about I can't have people like that. I got to be real careful who I have in my inner circle, but like I'm not an inner circle guy with you. Like I'm, right? So there's a good bit of that was about, I can't trust people. I can't be friends with people. I'll be cordial with them, but I can't have them in my inner circle. But I'm not trying to be in your inner circle. Like, as you know, as much as, like, when I say I support you, I like, what do I mean? Like, what does that mean? Like, I'm not trying to be in your inner circle. I'm just really not. I don't want to know anything about your organization that the feds would want to know from me. I would prefer nobody tells me anything like that. I just want to be, I'm a fan of yours. I'm a fan of your show. I want to just be a fan who, now I'm streaming here and I love doing that. And I'm a fan. And like, that's the lane I want to be in. I just want to be a fan of Nick. Like, I don't want to know any secrets. I don't want to be in the inner circle. I don't want to be trusted with anything. Like, I'm not asking for that, and I'm not in that place. I don't know anything that anybody would want to know from me. So I don't want you to put any trust in me like that. I'm not asking for it. So the only reason I mention it is because that would make it seem like, well, okay, so we're trusting you with some stuff, but then you seem like you're maybe like, are you in cahoots with the enemy or something like that? We can't trust you anymore. It's like, well, what am I being trusted with? Is that inherent with having a Cozy channel? I haven't looked at it that way. I'm a fan of Nick, and I'm interacting with Nick's friends, and some of them I'm in beef with, but there's like maybe just like a blurriness of the line there that maybe that needs to be, you know, maybe unblurred, maybe it needs to be delineated. Like, all right, you're not in the gang. And I'll say, okay, correct. I'm not in your gang. Fine. I'm just a fan. I just love you as a fan loves you. And like you said about PewDiePie, I'll wrap it. I don't want to be too long-winded. There is an element of why I'm a fan of you, and it's because you're funny. Like, you're just great content. Like, honestly, Nick, if you were dry, if you just came with the facts and just told us the news, yo, I would have stopped watching a long time ago. I watch you because you are kind of like PewDiePie. There's a side of you that's content. It's funny. It's very personal. There's a personality aspect. You're hilarious. And you go through these drama arcs of your own, and I'm tapped in on your whole content side. Like, there's a very satisfying, it's a program that I tune into that I like a lot. And I'm a fan of that as well. So I then, as a fan of all that, there's also the drama side of the A-logs are against the guy who's the hero in the story. And sort of like, you know, there's a surreal aspect of it. And I'm sort of up, I have front row seats to the show, but I'm not part of the show. That's not how I see it. I'm not on the stage. And you're the guy. You're the rock star on the stage. I got front row seats. And maybe sometimes, you know, I'm like, am I an usher at the event or something? Like, maybe I'm participating like that, but I'm not in your gang. And it's not because it's not like I don't, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not in the inside. So I'm really not that guy. I've never been to AFPAC. I'm not in the group chats. UX doesn't know me. Like, I don't hang out and game with you guys. Like, I'm not even as close to you as Ethan Ralph is. Ethan Ralph's been to AFPAC. And Ethan Ralph is like very adjacent. Like, I'm once removed from Ethan Ralph's level of closeness and trust with you. So, and you've known him way longer and all that. But so that I hate to say it like that, because that sounds like I'm distancing myself from you. And I don't mean that in like, oh, I don't want to be in your gang because I don't like you. It's nothing like that. It's just like, I'm not trying to be that close to AF. So they're saying, like, are you AF? And I'm like, well, what does that mean? Like, am I in a gang? No. I'm a cult of personality super, like, I'm a fan. I'm in that cult where it's like, our guy can do no wrong because I'm a fan. So I'm like, I'm just a fan. I'm a fan of what you're doing, and I'm a fan of you as a guy, as a person, as a content creator, and I'm a fan of your movement, and I'm supporting like all of that, and I'm a fan of the potential here. I don't know.
Well, yeah, I mean,
what do you think about that?
I'm happy with that. I think that clears. Unironically, that actually clears it up. Okay. And I'm gonna get going. It was a good conversation, but we'll be making an announcement about Cozy later today. Because I hear you, and I feel like a lot of the audience members are like, there's been a lot of dissatisfaction in general. And I agree with you that some things should be off limits, like the doxing your family. I've never been, I hate doxing. Doxing's against our TOS. Ralph did do it on Telegram, to be fair, but nevertheless, like, I'm not a fan of that at all. And me and Ralph, actually, we had a feud a long time ago. I don't know if you know that, but we had a feud, and
Yeah,
we attacked each other's families. Yeah, and it was pretty ugly. So I don't like that stuff. And, you know, and I also think that here's the other thing, and this is the last thing I'll say, is with regard to Cozy, the mission really is, all I want for Cozy, because people say, you know, is it just an America First platform? Well, clearly not, because we have all kinds of people on here. But what I want from Cozy is for it to have, like, good content. The mission was never free speech absolutism. I said that on day one. I said, look, the goal was to prioritize high quality, good content, not necessarily free speech. You know, now, often bringing on people that have been censored is an ingredient to good content because they censor interesting, novel stuff. But I look at, like, Gab. Gab is a good example of a community which is, and I like Gab, I like Torb a lot, but I go on there and I think that it's like this place where there's just so much negativity and it's very insular, and it actually gets in the way of the purpose of it, which is to be fun. You know, in other words, it's about, no pun intended, it's about the user experience. It's about the user experience first, and the point of a live streaming platform is good content. Anyway, I don't think the drama is, I think it's interesting for the people that are into all this shit, like who know who Tenryo and Mio are and know who Big Tech is and know what all this shit is. But, like, I love Paul Town's content. I love my show. I love some of the, anyway, I feel like a lot of the drama has just become really, like, self-referential and sort of, like, hard to follow, and it's turned a lot of people off. So anyway, we're going to be introducing some rules. I'll explain them on my show tonight, and it's going to clarify some of the areas where people are confused, and it's going to mitigate, you know, because you say you get attacked by everybody. Honest to God, I don't follow it. So if that's true, hopefully this will put a stop to that, and then, you know, you can be yourself, and everyone can kind of do their own thing without all the, you know. I just don't like when there's this hatred on this platform, because it's like, you know, I just can't run it as a business, because then you got Ralph saying, well, I'm going to leave if he's not here. And, you know, Tenryo's like, well, I'm going to leave if this one's not here, and I'm going to leave. And it's like, okay, well, we can't have everybody mutinying. So anyway, that's just a little preview, but I'll talk more about it tonight.
All right. Cool. All right. I agree. Thanks for coming in. I appreciate, you know, you could have came in here all, you could have been real bent out of shape, but thank you for having, you know, good cheer about, you know, this is, I'm sure you hate, you know, you could have felt a whole different way. You could have came with a totally different energy. So respect and thanks. It's good talk. Appreciate it.
Yeah, man. Good. I like you. You're a good streamer, but all right. Thanks, all right. Well, thanks. I'll see you later. Okay.
You going to go too, UX? See you later, buddy. Nice talking to you.
Yeah, I'm glad we could both say our piece. You know, no hard feelings. I guess agree to disagree on a few things, but I like you otherwise. So, all right, we could lay that all out. You know.
All right, and we'll all tune in for Nick tonight, and we'll look for that announcement. Bye.
Hey, see you later. Bye-bye.
Everybody saluting. Bye. Hugs. All right, that was you know, tense. A tense moment. Omega King Painboo says he's still confused. All right, Nick's going to clear it up tonight.
One other update before we get into the news. You may have seen that we made an announcement about Cozy today. We're changing the terms of service slightly, and I'm going to be brief about this, but I just want to clarify for anybody that's confused. We added a little bit of language to our terms of service on the platform today, specifically to address some of the drama that's been going on the platform. We have a lot of people on the platform feuding with each other, fighting each other, and lately it's just gotten really ugly and self-referential and obscure, and it's just not in the spirit of why we created Cozy. And why did we create Cozy? I created Cozy because I wanted to do my show, and I wanted a place where other people that make content that I like, that is good, could have a platform. Contrary to what some people imagine, This was never advertised as a free speech platform. Although I generally believe in free speech, our imperative and our priority is the experience of the user. The purpose of the site, contrary to popular belief, is not, you know, so-called free speech absolutism, although we are guided by free speech. The purpose of the site is to deliver a great experience to the users, and that means the best content. And when I watch my show, that's what I'm reminded of. When I watch Paul Town, when I watch some of these other streamers, when I watch Steve Franson, who, by the way, it's his birthday, happy birthday. This is thoughtful, thought-provoking, entertaining, interesting content that you're not going to get on YouTube because of censorship. So the purpose of the platform is to provide a great user experience and for people to have good content. Now, when all the content has devolved into people bickering and doxing each other and harassing each other, and it's literally like people are doxing each other's families, and one person is stream sniping the other person, and then that person stream snipes the first person, stream sniping the original content, the content just sucks. And so there's this incentive structure where in order to get views, it seems like people are just attacking each other. And it's a very perverse incentive structure. So we're introducing a new policy that says that if you are engaging in excessive drama with other streamers on this platform, not anybody, but if there are streamers picking fights with other streamers here, and don't get me wrong, we can do debates, people can criticize each other, people can not like each other. I'm not going to be, and Cozy as a moderation team, we're not going to be hard-ons about it, but I think we all know what we're talking about here, and we're going to give people warnings, and we're going to be in communication with people that we think are engaging too much in this. And so anything that we deem excessive, anything that we deem to be harassment, over the line, anything that involves doxing specifically, we're going to have to start penalizing streamers up to and including taking them off the platform. And not for any reason other than it's just not conducive to what we're trying to achieve here. People come on the platform looking for my show, because I'm the biggest streamer here, and then they find all this gossip stuff, very ugly mudslinging. This is just not a good look for the platform. It's not a good look for me. It's not good. So we're going to ban it. We're straight up going to ban it. So we will be transparent about it. Any enforcement decisions, we're going to discuss in the open. We will give citations. We'll talk about the what and the why. People are not going to be taken off guard. We're going to be in communication with people. There'll be warnings. There'll be penalties. Everybody is going to be treated fairly, and the process will be transparent. But this is part of an initiative. We're taking steps to make it so that the content is a little bit better here. And we'll adjust depending on how that goes. This may be the first of additional steps. Hopefully this is enough and the content takes another direction. But this is not a decision I took lightly. I talked to a lot of people, and there have been multiple feuds with many people involved. I talked to people from both sides of it, and I think this is a nice solution. So we'll see how it goes. And like I said, we'll be very transparent about if we take enforcement decisions. Everybody will know. We'll tell you why, and it will be deserved. So I don't want anybody to think we're making this policy and pulling the rug out from under people. We are really doing this with the best intention, and the intention is, one, to protect the users on the site and the streamers, first and foremost, but also it's to cultivate an environment where people can make good shows. I want good content. I don't want to go and tune in. I'm not going to name names, but I don't want to tune in and see these streams where it's one streamer watching another streamer, watching another streamer, watching some other stream. This just sucks. So that's the announcement. And you can ask me questions about it if you have any questions. I encourage any streamers to get in touch with me. Every streamer on here knows how to get in touch, so reach out to me if you have questions. For the users, honestly, it doesn't really matter because you're not streamers. But if streamers have any questions, they can get in touch with me. If they have any questions, I'd be happy to clarify them. And again, nobody should feel vulnerable because right now it's a clean slate, and we're going to judge what happens after today. It's effective immediately as of today, and if people are falling on the wrong side of it, we'll let you know. And we're trying this out, so we'll see how it goes. But that's the announcement. Let me know what you think. I'd appreciate feedback from the users. If you want to let me know in the super chats, let me know what you think, if this is a step in the right direction, a step in the wrong direction. I'm open to feedback. I've never ran a live streaming platform, but I think this is a modest first step. And depending on how it goes, we'll push or pull. Just being honest with you guys. So that's the announcement. With that out of the way, we're going to dive into the show. And we'll get into this story here about Alex Jones. And like I said, he's been talking about me and Ye, especially over the last weekend, although there's been this kind of ongoing back and forth ever since I went on the show with Ye back in December of 2022. And you might
we got to hear Nick's word last night, which, by the way, he didn't get very specific at all. But he did make it clear that what he wants is for the interpersonal streamer drama. He wants that over. He wants that gone. Like, I just got a link in the Discord. It's something about Ethan Ralph is Chris Chan. There was an interdimensional merge. If I play that, am I A-logging Ethan Ralph? Will I get a strike? I can stick around and find out. That's how it feels.
Easy money.
Caudionic sent $5.55 W stream.
Thank you. W, thank you. So, I'm not butthurt, but I am angry. By angry, I mean I'm steamed. I'm steamed. I'm feeling this type of thing leaves me feeling what's the here it is. The destiny of big tech.
Easy money.
Spooky Santa sent $3. There was an option missing from yesterday's poll. That was that you should tell Nick that you do want to be in his inner circle.
I don't want to. But I guess we could put that on there. But I don't want that. No, I don't want that. And look, I got a lot to think about. This has given me a lot to think about lately. I said I was going to wrap the stream, but I'm going to give some final thoughts, okay? Final thoughts on the stream. Let me throw up a different image for that too. Final thoughts. What are my thoughts? Send in some background music, some thinking music for my final thoughts. Let me get a hit. Let's activate. Let's use some nicotine. We're going to stimulate some final thoughts. Final thoughts for this stream. Not necessarily my final thoughts for Cozy. But that really is in question for me right now. I'm going to be honest. I'm really questioning if I'm going to stay here.
Even move my fucking roadcaster, it gets fucked up. Like, you can't hear that, can you? Yes, I know. I never cleaned up my. Can you hear it? Can you hear it? Also, those are water bottles, not
Unconfirmed but credible rumor, Ethan Ralph will be staying home this weekend. He's been given a soft disinvite from the AF rally. Stay home and take care of yourself. You're going through a lot right now. Ethan Ralph responds, untrue. I will be at the rally tomorrow, guaranteed. And a real gunt guard says, no, go home and detox. Ethan Ralph responds, anybody with a brain cell can see that. I'm not effed up at all, and you don't tell me what to do, ever.
You don't tell me what to do.
So here's the timeline of what's happened in the last 2 days. Ralph flies out to Florida and gets served, looks a dysgenic mess, and is obviously drunk and pilled out. Nick Fuentes texts Black Swan to think of a way to get Ralph not to show up and possibly remove him from Cozy. Black Swan has a talk with Ralph and tells him Nick doesn't want him at the rally, after which Ralph announces something came up and he's flying back to Mexico before the rally. We all make fun of Ralph, which hurts his pride, so he announces, actually, Nick invited me personally, and says he'll go after all, knowing Nick is too much of a coward to publicly tell him not to show up. Black Swan leaks text messages from Nick to /Cow to publicly humiliate Ralph and tells a few groypers to get in Ralph's replies and tell him to go home and detox and not to embarrass Nick. This backfires, and a bunch of other high-profile accounts denounce the groypers sent in by Black Swan. We're here. Ralph will show up to the rally tomorrow and make a scene.
And then, you know what? I changed my mind. I am going to attend Fuentes' rally, too. He deserves support. I was personally invited by Nick, and despite having all these lawyer bills, came anyway. It'd be an insult to Nick and my fans to leave now.
But Nick doesn't want him there.
No, Nick doesn't want him.
Nick is like shaking in his shoes right now.
I didn't put them in, but all the groypers are like, Ralph, don't
I have that.
go.
I have it.
You're fucked up.
I have it. Hang on.
Wait.
Sorry.
You show a video from
Now
3
it's too
days
loud.
ago when I was drunk. I'm not drunk now. That was right after I got served. And you got a lot of nerve telling me
3 days.
Well, 3 days ago wasn't when you got served,
It was
Ralph. That
one
was,
day.
That was yesterday. No, it was today.
It was like the same. It was like a blend. Depending on what time zone you're in, it's the same day. Okay? Look at his fucking
shit. You're nothing but a non-fucking piece of shit on
He's
Twitter.
drunk right
You
now.
don't tell me a goddamn thing. I will be at the rally tomorrow. If they turn me away, I was personally invited by Nick Fuentes.
So he is going to be turned away. Here we go!
It's
the series
Guys.
finale! Donate
Oh my
to
God.
Dab!
Oh my God.
The series finale
so
might
happy.
be here. The series finale might be here.
I
This
am
might
so
be the
happy.
fucking final battle.
Oh my God.
Nick may finally turn him away. No, I'm sorry. You're a drunken bozo.
This is
Get the
so
fuck
good.
away from me.
This-
Fuentes bros, let's win.
I am.
Don't go if you respect Nick at all. It's true. Dude, what are you even saying? I had one e-slip up day when I got served. I'm not drinking and I plan on going to the rally. I was personally invited by Nick Fuentes. He's
Can
going
we
to
get
keep
a
saying that
message?
to the guards. I was personally invited by Nick Fuentes.
But tomorrow's
You
gonna
can't
be.
do this to me.
Buddy, Ralph might actually go ballistic tomorrow.
It might be the best day ever. Oh
Did
no! Ralph has doxed the rally! Live updates are coming in. Sorry, chat, I
yes.
wasn't reading.
I have
He
it
has
now.
doxed the rally. Okay, listen.
Here it is. Wait.
Let's quickly just finish off
No,
this.
I know. He just said, enjoy the rally. I can't make it tonight. And he put the full address. Hang on.
I'm gonna die tonight.
We have the box
It's
wine.
so exciting! It's so exciting! It's the end of Ralph's career. It's the end of Ralph's life. It's the end of Ralph on Cozy.tv. It's the end of the Groyper gravy train for Ralph. And Ralph is already fucked. It's a question, who's gonna blink first? Is it gonna be Ralph or is it gonna be Fuentes? Ralph wants to go to the rally. Fuentes doesn't want him at the rally. And they're clashing. They're clashing. Now, I really thought that Nick was going to blink first, that he was just going to bend over and let Ralph I really thought so. Because the Alpha male don't bow to nobody. I don't bow to Mexican children. I don't bow to anyone. I'm coming to the rally, Nicholas. And Ralph didn't fucking blink. He didn't budge. He didn't bend the knee. He's to the bitter end gonna dox the rally, dox Groypers, leak DMs. He's gonna burn everything with gasoline. And I told you, Nick. I told you, motherfucker, he was a cancer. I told you, Nicholas, that Ralph would fuck up your movement, that he would fuck up your site, that he would cause so much drama that he was a fucking cancer. You didn't listen. You thought you could control Ralph. You thought you could make Ralph your slave. But the Ralph male don't scare, bish.
All right,
Ralph male don't scare Nick Fuentes. And he refused to fucking bend the knee. But Nick, to his credit, has not bowed down either and has banned Ralph from the rally. Ralph's not allowed at the rally. But right now, we're just responding to things as they
come in. It's all exciting. Okay, here we go. And we're going to phone Jaden in a second, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, so here it is. Ralph texting. This is how it all started, basically.
Ralph was banned from Cozy! It's been removed! He's been banned for a get to the crowd!
Ralph!
Hit the crab dance!
Hang on.
Hit the crab dance! Ralph's Cozy has been deleted!
Do a Twitter video.
Yes!
Folks!
Ralph's Cozy channel has been deleted!
We're live right now! Everyone, come in here! We're gonna put
Smoke that Ralph Park!
Ralph's been banned!
Smoke that Ralph Park!
He's doxing everything!
It's burning down!
I'm gonna tweet that out right now. Oh my god, guys! My heart! Hang on, I'm gonna put the link here too.
I don't know if I can handle this.
I don't know. I don't know.
So here's what Ralph reacted to. By the way, if there's a new Ralph Telegram, I can't see it. So you got to post that. There's a thread in my Discord. You got to post screenshots for me. I can't see Ralph's Telegram. He's got me blocked. He's got me feasered on there. All right, so Ralph initially reacted to this today. Someone else posted a screenshot that said, there are noble and defensible forms of racial prejudice, but Nick's is the most pathetic variety. So this is a Nick hater. Posted this. He said aggression as prophylactic because he's haunted by the idea of a black person finding him uncool or needy. So they're psychologizing Nick, saying he's seeking the approval of blacks. He threw his entire belief system out the window because a few black girls were nice to him on a podcast. Oh, so true. And he said, okay, maybe race mixing is fine. I know, right? He totally caved for attention from those black girls. Hot take. Well, Ralph retweeted it. And he quote tweeted it and he said, the movement lol. Because this person whose thing I can't see, they had said something like, Ralph, stop posting cringe. You're embarrassing the movement. Ralph posted this and said the movement lol. So he's throwing shade. And we all went, what? Is this real? So Ralph was angry tweeting. He was throwing a little bit of shade. He was a little bit sarcastic. Just a little sarcastic right off the bat. Right? Just a little sarcastic right off the bat. And then moving on, Weeb Trash says, guessing that friendship with Nick is over. Ralph says, guessing his whole political philosophy is over. Ooh. Ooh. Taking shots now. Direct. Leaving no question. And we were all at this point still asking, is this real? Is this a work? Is he messing with us? But then he posted these. These are pictures, screen caps, conversations between what we believe to be Black Swan and Nick, where Nick says to Black Swan, how is there a way to kick him off Cozy, which is not going to look like a cave to the haters, a backstab, a 180, anti-free speech, or whatever, and piss off Ralph? Black Swan says it's childish, messy, and irrelevant. Nick says, yeah, I'm with the realignment. Nick says, here's the thing. If I kill Ralph, he's just going to attack me and make it very ugly and become even more drama. And it's not going to get any of those other people off my back at all. But yeah, I have no problem just ghosting him publicly. I've been doing that mostly. So Nick had said this, and Ralph, having seen it, we all were suspecting whether or not, we were guessing whether or not these were real or doctored or fake or whatever. Ralph confirms, he says, he turned on me, buddy, many months ago. So Ralph was already feeling edged out. Valley Zoomer says, bro, you're destroying yourself. Everyone was trying to be nice to you yesterday because of what's going on with your family. You made people look bad for the sake of seeking validation for yourself. Submit to Nick. Everything that's been done is the fault of yourself. Ralph says, submit to kissing my ass, bitch. I've never changed. Godwinson weighs in and says, I still got you, brother, through thick and thin. Spooky Groiper, responding to somebody else, says, wrong. Ethan Ralph was a household name when Nick was starting out. The only reason Nick has anything is because Ralph was good to him. Ralph retweets that. Ralph also retweets American Sunset, who says most people preferred the Killstream debates and commentary before he got in with Groipers and Cozy. Much of the decline in quality of his program can be attributed to Ethan's own bullshit, but the show lost its place as an open floor debate ground when he affiliated with AF. So now Ralph is openly regret posting, right? Next up, we have Ralph reposting eye for an eye. At least Ralph has the balls to say it straight. Fuentes only talks on stream like a bitch. And to people behind his back. Nick should apologize at the event to Ralph for the bullshit he causes him, especially at a time like this. So Ralph is seething and mad. So now we're into the Twitter screening. One word was all it took for Nick to stop this drama. He chose not to, because he supported it. Unanswered calls, the works. Blame me all you want, but the truth is very obvious. Mersh says it has begun. Ralph retweets him. Ethan Ralph posts, enjoy the America First rally. It's called the Fuentes rally. The Nick Fuentes rally, by the way. I can't make it tonight, unfortunately, and he doxes the address of the event, endangering the literal lives of everyone there, including Nick himself. He's firing physical shots by posting the physical location of the event, which I can put up now because it's over, right? Now he's laughingly posting 36 cars total at Fuentes 2 rally, LMFAO. I was just there. Max, 144 people. Ralphomania sold much more LMFAO. It's over, and Ye killed it. Brutal. Trending tonight, wonder what happened. A certain superstar got owned by yours truly, talking about Nick. There's more there, too. I'd back off if I were you, pedo protector. Now he's going that angle. He's retweeting Homo Trollius. I suggested to Ralph that it would be good for him to take a trip to Florida for the Wowie. I didn't want him alone and depressed. Being isolated in a foreign nation is not fun. I told him to go to be around his friends to help pick his spirit up. I expected my Christian brothers, blah, 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 boring post. Ralph writes in a quote tweet, Rumble is superior to Cozy in every way. Cozy doesn't even have super chats after 3 years. LMFAO. Fuentes fail. Going to Rumble. So that's where we are. That's where we're at. That's what happened. If you just got here, that's what happened. And then, you know, the ultimate result was that if you now go to cozy.tv/Ethan Ralph, you used to find the Killstream channel, but now you find this. Find a 404. That user does not seem to exist.
I'll tell you what happened. Black Swan, I was going to go to the event. You know, I was a supporter, dude. Like, I wasn't trying to start shit at all. And I said, you know what? I want to go to this event. I think it'll be fun. I think it'll be great. You know, let's support Nick. And I did support Nick. And I said, okay, so I'm going to fly down there. It was last minute, though. And so I said, you know, can I stay at your Airbnb? And he said, yes. So I got off the plane. I got served twice by you-know-who. Right when I got off the plane, I had 68 days sober. That was where the sober streak ended. Because I was like... I don't know. I was frustrated, just to be honest with you. And it's just like, is this really like what I have to deal with every fucking day? So I got a little toasty. There's no doubt. And I called Black Swan, and he goes, "Oh, I can't have that at my house. You can't come to my house. You can't fuck around with me." I was like, okay, well, that's kind of fucked up. And to be fair, he did send me some money for a hotel room, which I didn't need, but I was like, okay, I'll take it anyway. And so I rented a hotel room. I got up the next day, and I said, okay, well, I'm sober. You know, can I come kick it, like hang out with you guys? Tenrio was the only guy who stood up for me. Dalton was there. Beardson was there. The whole fucking crew was there. Tenrio was the only motherfucker who stood up for me and said it was fucked up. That's a direct quote. He said it's fucked up. You don't do that to your friends. And you don't do that to your friends. Especially somebody like, you know what, Josh? And I think you know as well as anybody, there's not many people who's been through as much as I have on the internet. And it's like, okay, yeah, I just want to come talk to you guys. Like, I wasn't trying to drink or do anything else. I was completely sober, didn't drink at all. I did drink the day before because I just got served walking out of the fucking airport. And Black Swan said no, I couldn't come over. And not only that, then all of a sudden, all these attacks started coming from Real Gunt Guard and Black Swan acolytes on Twitter. Well, you know where those attacks came from, right? They were from Nick Fuentes himself. He was trying to make me not come to the event. So I went to a party the next night, and I started filming people chanting, "We want Ralph. We want Ralph." And they didn't like that at all. And they asked me to delete it, and I told them no, I wouldn't. And
who's they?
Pines App and a couple other people. And I said no, I'm not deleting it. I said I asked them if they wanted to be in the video, and they said yeah. And so I'm not deleting shit. I don't care what the optics look like. You don't tell me shit. So anyway, so that's how that went. And so I woke up the next day. I was hanging out with Patrick Howley. I texted Nick on Thursday, the day after, or the day of Black Swan doing this. I texted Nick and I was like, man, look, you know, I had an off day. I fell off, right? Like, I'm just being real. I fell off. And, you know, I just want to fix this with Black Swan. Black Swan was a good friend of mine. And I was like, man, let's just settle this. Like, there's no need for this type of drama. Let's just handle it and move on and da-da-da-da. Well, guess what? I didn't hear back from Nick until... this is the funny part. Patrick Howley and me were hanging out,
and he had my Mexican telephone. I have a Mexican phone and a U.S. phone. And he went to go get a pack of cigarettes, and he had my credit card. And I was like, he's been gone for a while. I was like, I need my fucking credit card back. And so I went to go look for him, and I left my Mexican phone, which is funny because it's Fuentes. I left my Mexican phone sitting on the table, and Nick finally messaged me back. Like, I mean, like maybe 2.5 hours before the event. And he's just like, oh, well, you know, yeah, cool. It's cool if you come, but, you know, you can't show up drunk. I wasn't going to show up drunk in the first place, is the thing. And so, by the way, he hangs out with cokeheads and crackheads and everything else. Anything he thinks he can get clout off of, he hangs out with. So the whole idea that he would be embarrassed by Ethan Ralph, his years-long supporter, is a fucking joke. So I did miss that text because I didn't have my phone. And so once, you know, I wasn't going to go to the event on the maybe that I would get in because there could be an incident. You know me. If they would have denied me entry, given the fact that I'm the #2 streamer on their whole fucking site, there could have been a physical altercation at the event. And so I was like, I'm not going to do that. And so I laid my own game plan. And you know what's funny is if I'd have seen that text, I may have just went to the event. And this might not have happened. I carried that fucking site. And for them to treat me like that, fuck you. Burn in hell. That's my mindset. And if you want to go to war, we can go to war.
Here's what my thoughts on this. Look. For me, now here's where I am. Big Tech. How can you be such a bitch and suck up to Ralph after he doxed your kids, right? That's the question that they're all going to ask me. How can you be such a bitch? Suck up to Ralph after he doxed your kids. Yeah, I know you've been friends with Ralph for a long time, and but you guys battled. Don't you have a long-term grudge against Nick? Ralph? I already talked to Ralph about that. I was already over it, by the way. It didn't hurt. My kids didn't get hurt. Okay? That information was out for a long time. Ralph, it was really mostly a bad look for Ralph to do that. It was more a bad look for Ralph than it was actually something that hurt me. It didn't hurt me. It made Ralph look bad. And that's the actual history. So if you want to bring that up and be like, how could you forgive him? It's like, well, he just did something that made him look like a fucking idiot. It didn't hurt me. It made him look like It made him look desperate, and then he fired his hardest shot at me, and it had no effect. And it had no effect because it didn't really hurt. He showed my beautiful ex-wife and my beautiful children. And it's not like he showed him with some guy that she upgraded to. It showed him with, they call him Manny Pacquiao and stuff. It's like, and I don't got nothing against the guy, but I mean, he's like, she's with this short little guy who takes good care of him. She just called me a minute ago. She's talking about... my boy has some special food requests for this weekend. We were talking about he just had Chipotle for the first time, and he's like, Chipotle rules. Is there a Chipotle near you? And we were just talking real quick, but she mentioned the stepdad cooks for them all the time. He's like, yeah, we're kind of spoiled over here. He's such a great cook. He literally like cooks and cleans for her and takes care of my children. That's the relationship. She's the breadwinner. She makes all the money. He cooks and cleans and looks after and drives the kids to soccer practice. It's not, so they tried to own me with that, and it's like, whatever. Okay, so my ex-wife is beautiful. My kids are beautiful. It didn't hurt. It made Ralph look like a fool. And it was kind of over. But he did that to you, though. He tried to go dirty on you. Don't you hate him forever? Well, here's the deal. Everybody else on Cozy's been as dirty as they could be to me, too. Nobody on Cozy's had my back. Everybody's been a total. And I've been friends with Ralph for a long time. And the only reason he was doing that was to help them. He wasn't mad at me for anything. He was only doing that because that's what Nick wanted. The only reason Ralph was doing that is because, as gay as it is, whatever, that's where he was. He was carrying water for Nick. And he was covering, because I was attacking Beardson and Wurzelroot. And they were saying that I was attacking Nick when I wasn't really, but I wasn't sweeping the Ali thing. And Ralph was trying to shut that down, and I was attacking Nick and Bean Soy, and I was calling Wurzelroot fat, and they were all mad. And he was guarding for the team against me because I was attacking the team and I wasn't sweeping the Ali thing. So the only reason Ralph did that was because that's the position that he was in at the time. It was like it's politics, whatever. So I had like a political clash with Ralph. I didn't have an actual personal beef. We didn't actually fight. That's how I see it. So, Wurzel literally set all this into motion. True. Well, really, Mio. But Wurzel had the chance to fix it, and he failed. Wurzel chose Mio and Brittany. Literally, Mio started all this. 100% the origin is actually with Mio, which is as stupid as that is. End of the day, Mio took down AF. Because what's going to happen is I am going to ally with Ralph. You think I'm going to stand in between the entire A-Log sector and Ralph and his whole audience, and I'm going to protect these who hate me on Cozy? You think I'm going to do that? You think I'm going to protect these and rally with them? These who hate me and threw me under the bus every chance they got. You think I'm going to stand with those fucking who hate me and defend them against that whole thing? Fuck them. Fuck them. Fuck them. And remember in the video we just watched yesterday when Nick came in and said, "Can't you be more loyal like Ethan Ralph?" Nick said to me, "Can't you be more loyal like Ethan Ralph?" I like Ethan Ralph because when I say jump, he says how high. Even if Ralph was on drugs and drunk, if we were at the bar, Ralph would knock the guy out for me, and you'd say, and you'd be thoughtful, and I don't want a thoughtful person. I want the guy who fires from the hip. All right, well then fucking go be with those people. Then I hope everybody enjoys the choices they made, because you just lost me. You lost me. Because now when I'm now at this crossroads, I remember, wait a minute, all these hated me the whole time, and Ralph was chosen over me in the situation where I was right, and I'm vindicated now, and everybody knew then that I was right, but they didn't say it. Well, my guys did. So fuck them. Fuck those guys. Fuck those people who sucked, and I told them they sucked then, and they still suck. I'm not going to defend them from everybody uniting against them now. If they survive, good for them. But no, I'm Team Ralph. Oh, but I don't give a fuck. I don't care. I literally don't. I already didn't care. I'm not like retconning, oh, now I don't care. I already didn't care. It didn't hurt. It didn't hurt me. So, yeah, Ralph should have backed me, but he didn't. And you know what? Whatever. I mean, that'll be on his record, but it's not like it ends him or something. But I mean, like, that will be part of the record. But he said it the other night, and I appreciated that. He said it. He's like, you know what? I was attacking you to defend Nick, and you know what? You were right. Thank you. If he could say that's it. He doesn't have to say I'm sorry. If he could say, you were right, and I was attacking you because Nick wanted me to. He told the truth. That's it. Record set straight. All good. Literally all good. And so for what it's worth, fuck them. Fuck them. I hope they fucking burn too. I literally hope they burn. I hope AF collapses to the fucking ground. I hope Groiper becomes a word that sounds like in everybody's mouth. And I hope Nick goes back to doing his show humbled. And I hope Nick focuses on making a better show. I hope Nick focuses on becoming a fucking broadcaster. Nick should do a show. Political movement should be over. It's an political movement. They doubled down on it. They doubled down on it the whole time. They fought me the whole time. It's Catholics are sorry. I'm not for it. End of the day, no. I hope AF burns to the ground. I hope there's never, if there's another rally, it should be humiliated every single time. Everybody should be ashamed to go to any type of AF event. It's so. Yeah, everybody needs to know that it sucks. Nick should get a studio with good lighting and a couple chairs. He should be in a studio. He should hire some. Or what are they? What does she have over there? She has like her like King and Blessing. He should move out of the country and stream in another country. He should hire Just Pearly Things as his co-host. Yeah, hey Pearl. Oh, hey Nicholas. I think you're just the best. I don't know. That should be the show. He should get a female co-host, and then he should do fresh and fit stuff. He should hang. John Zerka should come by High and Coke, and he should bring in, and they talk about sex and red pill stuff. Fuck him, dude. He just makes the wrong choice every time. He was back in. Oh, you know what, Andrew Tate? I like the guy. I'm not sure about the way he made his money is kind of like a bummer, but beyond that, I mean, I can't fault the guy. He's great until Tate said something about him. Now he's like, oh, fuck that guy. He belongs in jail. Nick does not have any stance anywhere. His whole stance is Christ is king in the Catholic Church, and that's all fucking fake. That's all fake. And by the way, so I'm out. I'm completely out. Fuck them. I hope they all. Every one of them over there is, and they suck. And Joe the Boomer owes me money, and it's all, and I hate it, and it's over. Piss on day graves. So that's where I'm at.
Brief you guys on how this started. So and keep sending in the donos, folks. We're gonna read them in a moment. Make them big tonight. Let's dab on these fuckers. Let's
dab
celebrate.
on everyone, man. Like the Norm Macdonald.
All emotional and personal shit by big tech. No, it's not. I just explained to you that on a am I gonna stand up against everybody attacking AF, united with Ralph, who was my original affiliation, by the way, was with Ralph. Am I going to defend all these people who hate me, who I don't like, from him and from them? Or am I going to hang out with Kino Casino, who actually has fun? Am I going to roll with Ralph, who has fun? Of course I'm going to do that.
Easy money.
So shut up. RRTV, get out of here. Just don't trust Ralph. He stabs everyone in the back eventually. He's already stabbed me in the back. I mean, you got to tell me that? You got to tell me not to trust... You got to tell me, of all people, not to trust Ralph? I mean, come on. Trusting Ralph is already like... That was my point in the beginning. I knew what I was getting into with Ralph. Are you telling me Nick didn't know that this day would come? And when I was called to the table and Nick came on the show, he's like, can't you be more like Ethan Ralph? And I was thinking, like, what the fuck? This guy's a moron.
Fucking
can't be in a movement led by a moron.
Yes,
Nick's
everybody
a moron.
tonight
Nick is a
involved
moron.
took an L.
Yes.
Nick is a
Everybody
sharp
did.
whiz kid with a lot of knowledge and a high skill set, but he's a fucking moron. The way he treated me, pull up somebody go back to the time when Milo was doing the Ali files. Milo tweeted about the way Nick treated me. He called Nick Jeffrey Baratheon. Do you know who that is? Somebody go please find me the link. I don't want to go dig it up. One of you guys, if you do it, king shit, send me the DM. Milo tweeted about the way Nick treated me when he called in. And he said, this is how you lose loyalty from good men who love you. And he was absolutely right. That's what happened. It was fucked. It was dumb. He's a moron. He's a selfish little dumbass, and it's a bummer. I didn't want it to be like that. Milo said, Big Tech just offered Nick a hand in fraternity worth 1,000 compliant minions. Let's go full screen. Big Tech just offered Nick a hand in fraternity, friendship, brotherly love, worth 1,000 compliant minions, which is what Nick is surrounded by. Clueless narcissistic, and arrogant, Nick slapped it away. That's exactly what happened. This is how a man of good character, me, end up leaving him and the movement. He has decided to remain a child with a child's understanding of the adult world, a child's temper tantrums, and a child's impotence. If you've decided Jeffrey Baratheon is your man, don't let me stop you, but steel yourself for a dreary path to a dead end, punctuated by because Nick says it's for the best. Fucking bingo. I still gave Nick more time, but this is exactly how I saw it then. And I read this and I thought, oh, fuck. It's so exactly right on. And I didn't even bring it up because it was too much of a dunk on Nick, who had just slapped my hand away. That's how actually loyal I was. And he tried to humiliate me, and he literally referenced Ethan Ralph. Be more like Ethan Ralph, who truly never gave a shit about Nick at all. And at the first sign of any type of disrespect or even a perceived slight, Ralph completely burned it all. Compare that to how I behaved toward Nick. Yet Nick didn't appreciate me at all. Nick is a child. He has a child's understanding of the adult world, a child's temper tantrums, and worst of all, the impotence. Am I going to stay defending Nick while he defended all of his friends who hate me? And he slapped my hand of fraternity away. And I've waited months. He hasn't come around. He hasn't apologized. He hasn't seen it differently. I gave him time. I didn't immediately get mad, right? This was months ago. Did I immediately freak out? Did I have a... Did I do a hateful go off on Nick? Fuck him then? No. No. I didn't. I basically, this was before Ralph even started attacking me. And then when Nick allowed Ralph to dox my kids, said nothing about it, I still didn't even go after Nick. Nick was the boss and I was on the team. That's loyalty. I told him the truth, but I never turned venomously against him. But now, in the recent turn of events, it's a whole different situation and it's a crossroads moment. Do I decide to keep riding with them when the crossroads show up? No. Now I make my exit and I say, okay, good fucking luck, dude. Good fucking luck. You're saying it's petty? I don't think it's petty. I think Nick showed me what he's like, and that's not the type of guy that I stand up for in this moment. Not right now. Not after that ass rally. Not after the rah-rah thing. And not after he backed Ralph instead of me. Am I now going to stand up against Ralph for him? Nope. I'm not. That's not petty. That's just how it fucking rolls. And maybe Nick will learn a lesson from that. Right? Wouldn't it be good for Nick to learn a valuable lesson? Maybe he needs to choose which horse he backs. And in that call, he's like, even if Ralph's drunk and on drugs and he's a scandal guy and he's got blue hair, but at least I know that if I ask him to fight for me, he'll fight for me. Okay. But you, Big Tech, you're over here telling me the truth. I don't want to hear the truth. What I want is yes men. And I'm like, yeah, well, look, I'm not against you, but I'm not a yes man. And he goes, no, I don't want to hear that. That's the wrong thing to say. Literally his words. That's the wrong thing to say. That's a bad thing to say. Don't say you're not a yes man. I was like, what? He just wants yes men. That's not going to work. He needs to figure that out. If he's surrounded by yes men, like Beardson and Wurzelroot and Ethan Ralph, let's see how long that works out for him. It's not going to work out in the long run. And if Nick is trying to, like you said, he's the best we have. Best we have at what? At what exactly? This, I'll tell you, at a thing that is a long game. If he's the best we have at this thing is a long game. We are trying to get a long-term. It doesn't matter if you win a battle here or there. You have to win the fucking war. You have to win the whole thing. The only score that matters is the score at the end when the buzzer runs out. That's the score that matters. It doesn't matter if you gain a few yards here or there, or even if you get a touchdown once in a while. You have to get the most. You have to win the fucking game. All the battles don't matter until you win the war. Whoever wins at the end is the winner. So if he's the best we have, but he's going to lose the war, well, I'm not going to fight for him. I'm going to fight a losing war. Nick is going to lose if he's surrounded by yes men. He's going to lose the war. If that's his plan. Was Trump a W? Did Trump win? Was he our champion? Did he protect us from? Did he protect us from the? Did he protect us from having? No. He lost on all of those things. The things that mattered the most. Did he build the wall? What did he fucking do? He got everybody excited. Rah, 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 rah. Trump, 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 Trump. Nick, 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 Nick. Hey, if you want to chant, if you get off on that, have fun. But I'm not going to fucking throw myself in the way of protecting people who have fun chanting. Okay? I'm not a fucking chant guy. I'm not a movement guy. I'm a tell the truth guy. And if you don't want to hear it, then fuck you, guy. That's me. And I'm also about having fun. And by the way, these guys are having fun. What Beardson's about to do is not actual fun. What Beardson's going to do is cope. I mean, they're going to keep doing their thing, right? They're going to keep coping and being like, and having fun, high-fiving each other and patting each other on the bottom. But like Ralph's just getting started. The Leafy connection is fucked. Leafy calling Sneeko added a weird element. Nick was involved in all of that. And Leafy just is about to find out what it's like to get A-logged. And anybody who talks to Nick is about to get, like, Ralph's fucking belly smushed all over their face. They're everywhere Nick goes, now it's going to be Ethan Ralph. Oh, hello. Hey, Ethan Ralph here. Nick's former best buddy. Let me tell you what I have to tell you about Nick. Everywhere Nick goes, anybody Nick ever meets is about to get shit on by Ethan Ralph. Hope everybody likes the choices that they made.
Milo's one of the all-time greats, and compared to Nick,
all right,
Nick is kind of like, his knowledge is skin deep. I said
you guys can let him know I'm in the Telegram if you want to ping him on his channel.
Intellectual. Milo's an actual, like, he's quoting literature, he's quoting Shakespeare, you know, political treatises from 300 years ago and shit like that. Nick could never do that. Nick hasn't even read the basics of political science like I have. I know more about politics than Nick Fuentes by far. And so somebody said Milo's a scammer and this or that. Yeah, I know. Some people are not going to like him. And he's got some skeletons and, you know, he's done some dirt, no doubt. But if you think you're going to get me to turn on him now, especially now, that's not going to happen. So fuck off. All right. Now, I see Big Tech. Go ahead, Big Tech. Unmute yourself. We're going to take all you callers, by the way. Don't worry. Go ahead, Big Tech.
Hey, am I in? People were telling me I'm streaming over here on Kick. They're hitting me up and saying that you said I should call in. I watched your stream with Leafy.
Yeah, what did you think of it?
I thought that was kind of hilarious. Be straight up front. I don't think you walked away with an immaculate W like it's you. I don't think you left taking the win, but the win on your half, this was like it's a war of attrition that you're waging with Nick. So you didn't have to like take him down in this one call, but you did take a chink out of his armor, which is the W.
Well,
right there.
yeah. I'll agree that I think I got the W, honestly. And if you look at the vote, even Leafy's chat agrees. But I didn't take him out.
Yeah.
And it's not a one-day thing. I was talking with somebody else on text. It's not a one-day battle. It was more about an opening salvo, basically. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and you planted a seed of doubt with Leafy, which is a big connection that Nick's starting to have. And now Leafy knows a bunch of stuff he didn't know, and he's saying, hey, what the fuck was that? And he's going to look into things. And also Leafy is now on the radar big time. He's being called Sweepy. So now he's about to find out what it's like to get A-logged, and he's going to remember that all of those people were brought into his life by his association with Nick. So the way it's looking is like everywhere Nick goes, Ethan Ralph's going to be peeking his head in. Oh, hello. So Nick is like haunted, and that's not a good feeling that Nick's going to have. So he's pressed.
Well, somebody said on Twitter, they go, "Oh, you're just going to be biting Nick's ankles now for this or that or however long, 6 months." And somebody said, Ethan Ralph biting your ankles. Ethan Ralph wrapped around your ankles is one of the worst fucking things you could have happen.
Yeah, honestly.
You know what I mean?
Yep. No doubt.
So
hey, and look,
yeah, it's not a one-day thing.
And beyond that, some comments I was just making on my stream. People have been asking me, Big Tech, where do you stand on this? Are you going to keep streaming on Cozy? Are you Team Nick? Are you Team Ralph? And, I had to give it a little bit of thought, but I mean, it was honestly, the answer was pretty apparent to me right away. And like I told you, as soon as I saw you come into stream outside of Cozy, I realized in that moment how chained down you've been and how much I missed you being your real self. And, as the reminder, like I came into Cozy through you, and really you're the reason I was there. I was already watching Nick as well, but I was watching your content just as much. And you were the gateway that I had there. It feels too lonely without you. I'm not going to sit there. All those people, they don't even want me there anyway. And am I going to sit around on Cozy and just entertain Nick's troops? While Nick, by the way, if you remember, he fucking backed you and called you the one who's most loyal to him against me when I was criticizing him for the exact same shit that you're criticizing him for now. You're bringing up all the Ali stuff. I was the first one on the scene, and not to like toot the horn or whatever, but the point is, like you said when I called you the other day, I wasn't wrong. I was right, but you were carrying water for him at that point, and so now that you're not and you're saying the same things, I'm like, well, fucking when Nick called in, he sided with you and he's like, hey, Big Tech, how come you can't be more like Ethan Ralph? I know Ethan Ralph would fucking die for me. And I know Ethan Ralph, if we were in a bar fight, Ethan Ralph might be drunk. He might be on pills. He might have blue hair, but I know he would fucking fight to the death for me. I'm like, dude, I was the actual loyal one to you, Nick. You fucking... Like, I'm looking back at him like he's so stupid. How did he believe that you actually cared about him? You obviously didn't. We all knew that. We knew exactly what you were doing. But see, he's so deluded to think that you were like a ride or die homie for him. You weren't. And we all knew it. But when I literally, as cringe as it might be, he like chose you over me. So like, what a fucking...
Now, let me say this. I don't agree with you there fully because I was pretty ride or die, quite honestly. But it got to the point where there's like certain levels of disrespect. And I started seeing like I saw what they did to Yoba, quite frankly.
And that affected me a lot too. That happened on my show, dude. That affected me a lot, dude. Yeah. When Nick hit him with the fuck you, and then they were all saying that did Big Tech put Yoba up to this? Was this a setup to put Yoba against Nick? And these people are fucking insane idiots. It was such a bummer for me to go through that, and the way he treated. And I spent time on Yoba was calling me every day after that for a little bit. We're in Telegram calls that just between me and him, and he was telling me like it fucking broke his heart, dude. He was like he couldn't believe that Nick did that. That was a real big bummer. And he told me a bunch of stuff about how everybody told him how much they loved him, and he was sitting there alone in prison, and the people who wrote him were the people he didn't expect, and all the people who talked a big game about how much of a Yoba head they were. And when they came around, and I watched Wurzelroot and Beardson, they came onto his show, and they kind of like guilt tripped him. Hey, fucking Yoba, how come you're not having our back against Big Tech? And Yoba's like, Big Tech's not doing anything wrong. I agree with Big Tech. And actually, when I was in prison, where the fuck were you fuckers? And they were like, well, how dare you say that to us? So they all did Yoba dirty. They did me dirty. Nick backed you because you were willing to protect him and his fucking buddies. That's the only reason. And you're right. I mean, you were carrying water. You were very loyal to him up until a point.
But I thought I was being loyal, right?
Yes.
Like I thought I was, I was like, this guy's had my back. This guy's been on my show. I've known him for years. It's like I thought I was doing the right thing, if that makes any sense. But
I know.
And of course I was really fucked up. I didn't even really know the extent at first on all the Ali Alexander stuff. And you know, and I was just like fucked up, and it's like whatever, okay, just defend Nick, like that's what I'm supposed to do.
Yeah.
And so that was where my head was at, right? I just felt like I needed to be that soldier. But it was clearly, you know, it was a one-way street, right?
Right.
Like this guy was talking shit behind the scenes about me. As soon as I got down to Florida, and you know, I was fucked up. Of course, I'd had a relapse, and I'm ashamed of it. You know, it was bad. But you know, I got cleaned up the next day, and they're like running ops on Twitter, and like, I mean, just tweet after tweet, and go home and get out of here, and don't embarrass Nick, and do all this and that. And it's like, well, what the fuck? You know, they're getting ready to yoba me is what they were doing.
Yeah.
And I could tell, right?
Look, my thought on all that, and I wasn't there for it, but my thought on it is this is another example of when Nick chooses a certain type of people to be around him, to be his close people, to be his representatives, his right-hand guys, and his ops. They're all losers. And these are the people I've been battling with for months. They are all that are just like little internet gossipers. That's all that they are, is just little internet gossiping. So when it comes down to a situation like this, like if you think back to that call, if you replay it, and I just did yesterday, so it's all fresh to my mind, but Nick literally said the words, Ethan Ralph might be drunk. He might be high on drugs. He might be going through a bad thing, but I know that I can always count on him. In a bar fight, he would throw his entire weight into fucking the guy to protect me. And I thought, like, it was so crazy and prescient for him to say that. It's because you were, let's say that you were drunk and on pills when you went to Florida. Well, then you should have been welcome at the rally. You should have been welcome at the rally, even if you were drunk. What's the fucking problem with having drunk Ethan Ralph at the rally? It'd be fine. Are we like big fucking professional super politician? Like, it's all a lark, dude. And all these people around him, they're afraid of you drunk. And they're like, well, he shouldn't be here. He's gonna like fucking throw off the vibe or something. What a bunch of bitches. If that was my place, you would have been the first one at my fucking Airbnb. It was people like me, real people, not a bunch of little. I would have been like, fucking, here's the address, big dog, show up. Try not to knock down the door. I mean, just use the handle when you get here. That's what I would have said to you. It would have been fine, but he's surrounded by losers.
And you know, and then that was like hurtful, really. And the first night, it's like, okay, I am fucked up. It's like, all right, I'll stay in the hotel, whatever. But the next day, they're just hanging out. All, you know, the top cozy guys are over there at the Airbnb. And then Swan's like, no, you can't come. Like, you can't come by. And I'm like, wait, what? Like, wait, hold on. You're treating me like this? I've carried this site for 2 years. And you're saying I can't even come by your Airbnb because I had a bad day and like relapse? Like, if anything, you would want me. Like, that's not a friend. That's an evil motherfucker is what that is.
No, that's a place where you could have got a big old hug from 100 guys.
Right.
Like, how good would it have for you to have been there around guys who just gave you big old hugs? We're so glad you made it. You're going through a bunch, King. We fucking love you. Thank you for everything you've done for us. Imagine where we'd be if you weren't doing your show every day. They could have done that for you. I mean, that doesn't mean that, you know, I would rather have you sober at my event than drunk. But hey, if it is what it is, and when you make your bed, you sleep in it, bro. So if you make Ethan Ralph as a flagship show of Cozy, then it's a fucking Ethan Ralph event just as much as anything else. And that's just how it goes. And if they try to keep you out, like, fuck it. And if they can't figure it out, they can't get a hold of you. They can't keep the it's just like a loosely run bullshit. And now he's up on stage at that fucking event. He's talking about like, we're gonna do and we're gonna win, and they're gonna. Dude, fuck that. I am not supporting that. That's so stupid and LARPy, and the whole Catholic LARP is bullshit. It's all dumb as shit. So people are asking me like, it's Ethan Ralph versus Nick. Which side are you going to choose? Are you going to defend Nick? Hell no. I'm not going to entertain Nick's troops and like fight for Nick against you. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Oh yeah, but Ralph doxed your family. Nick was right there co-signing the whole fucking thing. His hands are just as dirty as yours. So like, why would I choose Nick over you anyway? I've been fighting with
doing that, Big Tech. They like that,
and I hear you, dude. And like, honestly, that was all going on, and I know that you were like in his ear to get rid of me and stuff. And so what did he do? He brought on Godwin to A-log me too. So like, fuck that. Like, oh, you're gonna kiss the guns now after he did what he did. What am I gonna stay on Nick's side? It's the same exact thing.
By the way, I said this earlier. I actually did feel bad about that almost immediately after I did it. And I watched your clip, and you're like, it didn't really affect me much. It made Ralph look bad, honestly. And as soon as I did it, I was like, man, that was really dumb. That was really dumb. Now I did it for, I was, on my hardcore internet villain shit, right? Like, sometimes I get in that mode. But right after I did it, I was like, man, that was really dumb. That really made me look like a fucking psycho, honestly. And so I'll go ahead and apologize on air for that. I think I apologized before maybe, but I don't know if I did, but
well, I shouldn't have done
that. That was out of line. That was too far. And it wasn't worth it. Like, you'd never done anything for me. I felt like I was being a soldier. You talked about it in the clip.
Yep.
I thought I was being the soldier to protect Beardson, protect Wurzelroot, protect Nick, my friends here, like Big Tech's going at him. All right, let's take him out. Let's go hard. But those people, first off, that's a fucked up thing to do regardless what I did, but those people aren't worth that type of support and loyalty anyway, because they're all fucking rats.
Yep.
They're all fucking right down to a man, down to a man. And so they're not worthy of support. And quite frankly, if I was you, I wouldn't even want to be on Cozy. Like, your wings spread a lot further on Kick or Rumble or somewhere else anyway, right? So
at this point, it's embarrassing. At this point, I feel embarrassed. If I try to fire up a stream on Cozy, especially without you there, and after all this, and after the rally, it feels like I feel embarrassed. So they're going to take my channel, and that's fine with me. It's like, fuck it. I don't even know what I would do over
yeah, they're
there
going to
anyway.
ban you now for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're going to ban you now for sure. They banned Godwinson live. So they definitely will. But I
will say, to be clear,
fine.
I'm not like doing a 180. Look, I mean, a lot of people aren't going to like that I say this, but I'm not doing a 180 on Nick as a person. And as much as it is like it is a heated battle, so you're going to go all in on him. What I would like to see is this whole AF movement thing and that's got to go away. Nick being the leader of a movement, a political movement, where he's trying to become the president or whatever like that, and he's got all these interns and these around him in the group chats, and we're going to conspire, and we're going to covertly enter undercover, and we're going to be deceivers in the government. Like, forget it. Nick needs to just do a show. He needs to get real. I mean, he is good at running a show, and he's a good host. And Donald Trump had a show, and Ronald Reagan was an actor. And Nick needs to, if he's serious about trying to do something when he's in his 30s and maybe be president someday or whatever, if he's serious about that, he needs to drop the Catholic LARP and drop the political movement arc. Just do a show. Give us a good show. And if he can give us a good show and show up on time and increase his production value a little bit, instead of just sitting on the same desk in front of the same green screen, and maybe get some guests and do some stuff that real content creators do, actually make some fucking content, and just stop clout farming from all these people, then maybe we'll talk again sometime in the future. But until then, I don't think he's got it figured out, and he's foolish. That's kind of the way it looks right now. So I'm not saying I hope that he fucking and I hate him. I'm saying I think he is doing everything wrong and needs to take a break and start doing it right, and then I'll take another look at him. Okay, I'm home. I just got home. We was up all night. We just did a chill out, a meditative, reflective spellcasting stream to ceremonially inaugurate a new season here now that we got 404'd on Cozy. Intentionally, by the way. No hard feelings. There wasn't an off switch, so I just like created one myself.